Part 54. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 531. Wow! The black chains were wrapped and tightened, and 4 white figures hung in the air. Because they all have handles, the binding technique is appropriate, neither highlighting the center nor grasping the key points. Behind the chair, Hea and Olga secretly communicated. Frey, they are both archangels. Why is your archangel so much more powerful than Archangel Ur? The archangel is training in hell. He killed the 7 deadly sins of gluttony and rage. His own purity has been further improved. It is natural to defeat the archangel of Ur. It's true, but he used the power of the 7 deadly sins. Olga said cautiously, is there a possibility, that Archangel Hexuno became powerful due to his fall? Shut up. Hea glared at Olga, looked at the back on the chair, gritted her teeth and said, the Archangel has not fallen. Even if he has fallen, I will follow in his footsteps. What you call blind worship is wrong. Haha, what about you? If the Archangel falls, what will you choose now? Hea asked with a sneer. Olga looked at the 4 angels hanging opposite, then looked at her white and clean robe, and stood behind Wayne with her head held high. Stand or be tied, any fool knows how to choose. Humph, you know what's going on. Lord Holy Son, what are you going to do with the 4 of them? Heshino looked ahead with cold eyes. The rebels headed by Ur attacked the Holy Son and were captured for committing rebellion. They all brought it upon themselves. Religions are like this, it makes no sense to focus on one. Heshino never thought that in terms of the euphemistic justice of the Holy Son and the situation Ur faced at that time, what he did was very consistent with the identity of the Archangel. Let them go, or else, kill them all. Wayne shrugged, that's the bad thing about positive characters, they are always wronged. The best example was right in front of him. Ur was screaming to kill him, and the holy spear was dancing like a tiger, but he had no way to do anything to the opponent. Just very helpless. Lord Holy Son, is there anything wrong with doing this? Hexuno asked hesitantly. That's right. If I let them go, they will just keep harassing me. Wayne frowned and thought for a moment, then waved his hand and released Killer, Vekel, and Fred, leaving only Ur still hanging in the air. Amidst the clatter of the chains, Killer was the first to regain his freedom, and said with an ugly face, hypocrisy, what do you want to do? First of all, although I am hypocritical, I am not a devil. Forget it, you won't listen anyway, so I won't make excuses. Wayne clenched his fist, cleared his throat, and sneered, Ur is in my hands. You 3 will try your best to find the Holy Son. He is related to the safety of the entire world and heaven. If you can't find the Holy Son, I will picking Ur's fish roe bag. According to the prophecy told by Ednus, the doomsday judgment will come at any time, and there is not much time left for everyone. The Son is the successor of the Heavenly Father and will inevitably become a god the moment he enters heaven. This is an indispensable reinforcement who must be found, and quickly. Killer, Vekel, ignore the devil. He wants to get the Son through us. Even if I die, I can't put the Son in danger. Ur spoke out forcefully, saying he would rather die than give in to the devil, and told Wayne to hurry up and kill him if he wanted to. If he frowned, he would lose. By this time, Ur had completely given up on the unrealistic idea of an old enemy. He can't beat him at all. Hypocrisy is not his old enemy. Only Mikhail can defeat him, so. Mikhail has 2 old enemies, one is hypocrisy and the other is arrogance. For a moment, Ur was worried. Although Mikhail was unethical and a 2-faced villain, heaven had the strongest fighting power. If Mikhail could not defeat arrogance and hypocrisy, paradise would be completely over. Looking at Heshino who obeyed the hypocrisy, Ur's face was ashen and he couldn't see it. Mikhail is insidious and cunning, Heshino is willing to fall, and Lal colludes with hell to tamper with the prophecy of the sun. He is the only good one among the archangels. But he was in jail at the moment, unable to share the worries of heaven and unable to guide the Son of God to come. Heaven is plagued by internal and external troubles and crises. How can Ur lead the angel army to defeat powerful enemies? Ur's eyes were confused, his future was bleak, and the golden light in his eyes was a bit darker. Killer and Vikal were in a dilemma, and they discussed the countermeasures through telephony. Hypocrisy controlled Heshino, Frey, and Oga, and also captured Ur. It was impossible to defeat them. I tried twice and couldn't defeat them at all. It is even more impossible to give up Ur, he must be saved. But following the false orders and finding the sun will only plunge heaven into a more serious crisis. The two seven virtues exchanged views with their eyes. They were patient and tolerant, avoiding the edge for the time being. They pretended to stabilize the hypocrisy and save Ur's life. As soon as they found the Holy Sun, they took him directly to the papal state. Only by sending the sun to heaven can the situation be completely reversed. As for Ur in prison, after the Holy Sun enters heaven, he may be able to rescue Ur. Kilal. Vekal. What are you doing? Wu-Er probably understood something. He struggled desperately, shook the chains on his body, and said angrily, "You are not hypocritical opponents. Once you find the Holy Sun will be taken away by him and taken to hell. At that time, we will all become sinners in heaven." Killer's face turned gloomy, and Vidal smiled bitterly. This was the truth, but what they could do was just take one step at a time. Hexiuno saw the helplessness of his three colleagues and was quite unbearable for a moment. He lowered his head and whispered, "Lord Holy Sun, although it is salvation, there is no doubt about their loyalty to heaven. With my wisdom, I cannot understand what you are saying. The profound meaning of this assessment. I can't understand your clever little mind either." After Wayne finished complaining, he turned to say, "My being the Holy Sun is just your wishful thinking. Stop dreaming. Your purity has been stained by a human being. This human being is really not the Holy Sun and cannot be washed away." Hexiuno's eyes were spinning, and he murmured, "I see, because you are the Holy Sun, I found a reason for myself, so I stopped on the road to salvation." Wayne. What should I do? It's so frustrating. I can finally see it. I hope that you bunch of losers will never be able to find the real Holy Sun in this life. Wayne secretly thought something bad and spat out, "If I hadn't been worried about the devil getting clues, I would have published a newspaper to look for the Holy Sun. How can we create a good paradise with a bunch of insects like you? Great, I'm not the Holy Sun. If I were the Holy Sun, I would be mad at you sooner or later." Wayne pointed at the 3 7 virtues and sprayed them one by one, but did not spray Hexuno. In any case, this person was a big sleeper. After misunderstanding that he was the Holy Sun, he paid extra sleep, took the initiative to sleep extra, and became more diligent than before. "You are saying that it is our incompetence that has caused you trouble," Hexiuno said sadly. "Shut up, you little clever guy." Wayne waved his hand and put her down, and said angrily, "Whether you believe it or not, I am not a devil. If you look at my previous records, you will find that I am an undercover agent and a good person. The 7 deadly sins of being undercover," Ur sneered. Bang. Wayne knocked it away with a punch. "You should be lucky. If I were the Holy Sun, the first thing I would do when I go to heaven is to pluck your wings and send you to hell where you will never get over. That's for sure, because you are not the Holy Sun in the first place." Ur fluttered his wings and staggered back. His head was as iron as his, and he was dissatisfied. He glared at Wayne and said, I swear to my father, if you are the Holy Sun, I will take the initiative to go to hell and associate with the 7 deadly sins. I will stick to hell for the rest of my life, no complaints." Wayne's eyelids jumped. If it weren't for the fact that the Son of God was related to the safety of the world and heaven, he couldn't tolerate any sloppiness. He had already pretended to be the Son of God and made a bet with Ur. Ha ha ha, speechless. Bang. Wayne retracted his fist and glanced at Killer and Vikol. London is my territory. I appeared in London earlier than you. It doesn't matter if you think I'm a devil. Just don't bother me. What will you do if we find the sun? Killer asked. I am a devil, so of course I sent the Holy Sun to hell. Wayne followed Killer's thoughts and played a lifelike big devil. You'd better take the Holy Sun away from London when you find him, otherwise he will fall into the hands of the devil. You are all sinners in heaven. There is one especially you, Ur, you are the biggest sinner. After saying that, Wayne's figure faded and disappeared. The 7 reincarnated angels looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. The 4 Ur people were full of anger, and the 3 Hexeuno people were confident. They all thought that the other party was a heinous person. Ur, you are so rude to the Holy Sun. Shut up, I'll say it again, he is a devil, and a top devil at the 7 deadly sins level. Ur was almost pissed to death. Ignorance. Heshino shook his head coldly. He was used to seeing the Sun who was full of divinity and spirituality, but when he looked at the foolish Ur, he felt that there was a huge difference. Without the Sun, heaven would be over. You, a fool who is blinded by hypocrisy, call me stupid. Urban pointed his sword at Hexeuno, and smiled angrily. Okay, today I will draw a clear line with you. You follow your devil, while I look for my Holy Sun. Don't contact me again. I have found the Holy Sun. Asshole, I want to challenge you. When the camera turned, Ur grabbed the ground with his head and thrust it into the ground like a green onion. The 2 legs sway in the wind, emphasizing freedom and uninhibitedness. Just like jealousy slams the table and challenges arrogance to a duel, the outcome of the battle is doomed from the start. The difference is that jealousy cannot defeat arrogance. Ur simply lost his mind. In his rage, he forgot about his own injuries and generously gave Heshino a great victory. Ur, I saw the 7 deadly sins in you. You ignored the truth and denied the Holy Sun. You were poisoned by arrogance, jealousy, and rage. You are hypocritical, Heshino said, standing beside the onion. Shut up, you don't need to teach me a lesson. You are an angel who was played by the devil. You have no right to be arrogant to me. Ur's voice came from the earth. Just wait, I am about to regain all my power. On that day, I will challenge hypocrisy again, and I will never give in. Great, Ur. When you get back all your power, you can open the door to heaven in the papal kingdom and bring the Sun back to heaven. Heshino was overjoyed. She is one and the same, and it is too difficult to regain the power of heaven. Ur has no trouble in this regard, so it is not surprising that he walks in front of her. Ur, if you can make up for your mistakes, I will give you a nice word from the Holy Sun. In his estimation, he will definitely not blame you again, Hexeuno said in high spirits. Haha, are you using your body to speak kindly? Thank you so much, filthy purity. I, the upright archangel of Ur, do not care about your filthiness. Bang. The green onions were smashed into the ground. Heshino left with a dark face, muttering that he was not worthy of redemption, that the Sun was right, and that he deserved to go to hell. June 21st. Dark Lady Manor, living room. Wayne picked up a cup of black tea, blew on the hot air, and opened his mouth to take a sip. Philomena was too incompetent to be able to lead her. Even with the cover of Anastasia and Wei Zi, she could not change her situation. Nowadays, people catch up on sleep in the master bedroom, and most of them sleep until the afternoon. Boss, can you have a nice cup of tea? Wei Zi pushed the hand off her butt again. What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here. Wayne put down the black tea, grabbed Wei Zi's hand and pulled her into his arms. Sakra. Why is there no one around? There is such a big salted fish. Wei Zi sat on Wayne's lap, holding Wayne's chest with both hands. Her face turned red and she was extremely beautiful. The first time I drove a double row, the second time I drove a three-wheel drive, the new car drove straight onto the highway as soon as it hit the road, and I felt that my moral quality had become lower. Is she still qualified to be a knight for the two leaders? It was disrespectful, but she thought it must be true. Looking down at the moral low point, the two leaders stood out. Wayne buried his head on Wei Zi's shoulder, making the female knight's face blush even more, and she was about to turn into a steam girl. What's there to be ashamed of? Last night you were. Boss, I'm working. Wei Zheteng jumped up, took a deep breath, suppressed the charm in her heart, and managed to regain some of her cold demeanor. Unable to resist Wayne's teasing gaze, he stepped back, lowered his head and said, "Work is work, life is life. Please keep me as far away from your life as possible while working." "I understand, just turn off the lights, right? Kill me." Wei Zi felt a scream in her heart, feeling ashamed and angry, and she stood there not knowing what to do. "Come here and sit on the whip. In addition to protecting Anna, your current job is to be personally responsible for my safety." "What does personal care mean? Do you want me to explain to you?" "No." Wei Zi shook her head repeatedly, having a hunch that Wayne could explain her crying. "What are you still doing? Come here." Wei Zi moved with difficulty, glanced at Sakura who was eating snacks with his back to her from the corner of his eye, and carefully sat on Wayne's lap. Wayne held his slender waist with one hand and brushed his long legs with the other. "Wiki, you are so beautiful." It was a very familiar dialogue. Wei Zi thought about it for a while. It seemed that the leader had said the same thing to the leader, and it was time to kiss her. Woo-oh. After a moment, Wayne let go of his thin lips, looked at the blushing female knight, raised his eyebrows and said, "I'll give you a day off today. You don't have to protect Anna anymore. You can go shopping and watch a movie with your boyfriend." I don't have a boyfriend." Wei Zi said weakly, "I understand what you mean, but this is wrong. I am your knight, and I am very satisfied to be favored by you, Woo." After several long kisses, Wei Zi was a little confused. When she came to her senses, she realized that she had unknowingly wrapped her arms around Wayne's neck. "Wayne, W. Vichy. Boss, has anyone ever said that if you lack a fist mark on your face, a slap mark will do?" As soon as the idea came to Wei Zi, she felt deeply guilty for her disrespectful thoughts. If the leader likes her, the leader likes her. She can't forget who she is just because of the leader's favor. As a knight, you should always remember your identity and never be arrogant. Woo-oh. How about it, have you ever considered going shopping and watching a movie with your boyfriend today? Boss, no. Give you another chance to organize your words. Wei Zi said nothing and nodded stiffly. She repeatedly warned herself to correct her identity, but the moment she nodded, she couldn't help but her heart beat faster and she wanted to take the initiative to ask for a kiss. Bang! The door of the big house was kicked open, and Delane, dressed in white, rushed into the living room. When he saw the two people entangled on the sofa, he immediately froze on the spot dumbfounded. Hiss! Delane took a breath of cold air and pointed at Wei Zi tremblingly. You have fallen." Seeing the embarrassment of the hated person, Wei Zi was extremely sad and angry, struggling to get out of Wayne's arms, but was pressed by the latter and unable to escape. With no choice but to bury his head on Wayne's shoulder, close his eyes and pretend he didn't exist. Tisk, tisk, such a pure dark night, I almost took him seriously. Delane took 2 steps forward, raised his hand and poked Wei Zi's shoulder. When he saw that she was motionless, his eyes immediately lit up, he laughed and pointed his hands together, poking Wei Zi's head continuously. Snap! Wayne raised his hand and patted it away, protecting Wei Zi in his arms. Where should I touch my paws? Just poke myself. Don't cause trouble to my girlfriend. Girlfriend. The corner of Delaine's mouth twitched. Logically speaking, I should bless Wei Zi for finding a boyfriend, but if it were you, she would be too unlucky. After saying that, Ye patted Wayne on the shoulder and asked him to increase his strength and use various postures to severely humiliate Wei Zi. Seeing that Wayne ignored her, Delaine bent down and leaned into Wei Zi's ear. Hey, you bullied me before and now you are bullied by my students. This is called retribution. You should think of this day when you bully me. Wei Zi was buried firmly in Wayne's shoulder and didn't hear anything. If she could, she wanted to die now. Okay, stop harassing my girlfriend. What are you doing here, playing cards? Wayne waved his hand in front of Delaine. Vicky was too thin-skinned. Desensitization training was not urgent. Today, it would stop here. Play cards. Delaine was delighted, and his whole body became visibly energetic. You are not really playing cards, Wayne frowned slightly. Of course not playing cards. Gilun and I came together. Delaine pointed to the empty door and waited for a moment before saying, Gilun is like this, soft and weak. She will be here soon. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Wayne nodded secretly. This is the truth. Chris and Philomena came from the Moonlight Church. They are both people who cannot bear the whipping. No matter if there are teammates to cover them or not, they can't hold back. They are very bad. The question is, why is Delaine so energetic all day long? Delaine waited for half a minute, and when he had nothing to do, he started to tease Vicky again. Wayne blocked it, holding Wei-Izzy in his arms, and not allowing Delaine's claws to poke randomly. Tisk tisk, I know this woman, her heart is cold, you can't get her by conventional means, even if you get her, you can only get her body. Delaine analyzed it and concluded, shameless, you used your status to oppress her, she couldn't resist and obeyed you. After the voice fell, Wei-Izzy raised her head, her eyes like knives stabbed at Delaine, asking him to take back his offensive words. Delaine was not to be outdone and glared back. Both knights wore women's suits, slim and decent, and their long hair was combed into a single ponytail, one black and one white, the two colors were clearly distinguished. Wayne swallowed his saliva and looked a little greedy. Not good, morality has really declined. Wayne shook his head to dispel his wild thoughts, and his mind flashed through all the performances of Delaine at the card table. He soon regained his sober mind and no longer had the worldly desires just now. Delaine, you are so nice. Ah. Delaine didn't understand why. He felt that Wayne was thinking about something very rude. Just as he was about to scold Wayne with the majesty of an archery and card teacher, Gilun, who was late, finally arrived. Gilun sat on the sofa panting and desperately chased after Delaine, almost running out of hypoglycemia. She took a few breaths and looked at Wayne, who was holding Wei-Izzy awkwardly. Can you let the Dark Knight go? She looks very troubled. No, Delaine loudly rejected. Delaine said no, then I will. Wayne patted his butt, knowing that Gilun came here to discuss business, and asked Wei-Izzy to go back to the house to calm down. After discussing business, it was time to go out shopping and watching movies. Wei-Izzy was as if she had been pardoned. She stopped after 2 steps, stood behind Wayne with a cold face, and continued to work as a bodyguard. This was the task given to her by the darkness, and it was also a responsibility that she could not shirk. TT Gano. Loyalty. Delaine was not to be outdone, so he stood behind Gilun and glared at Wei-Izzy. At this time, Wei-Izzy had returned to normal. Work was work, life was life, and she would never bring life into work. Facing Delaine's provocation, she did not respond with a blank expression. You slept with Wayne. Weeiza broke down in a second, stared at Delane fiercely, and was dragged into a familiar rhythm by the other party. She was inexperienced and suffered a miserable defeat in the eye contact. Delane, what are you doing? Gilun looked at his own knight speechlessly, wondering what he saw in her back then. But if Delane was a little more normal, Weeiza would not be in Wayne's arms. Moonlight Goddess, Shalouk. They are both female knights. Why is Idanis's knight so excellent, while her knight seems to be missing something? Shalouk complained in her heart that not only the knights, but also the subordinate gods were much worse. The dark subordinate gods never let the main gods worry about her, but her subordinate gods. One carelessness caused trouble. E equals O asterisk. Life is not easy, the goddess sighed. Moonlight Goddess, why are you here again? Come on, and bring so much. Wayne was halfway through his words when he saw the little hand that Shalouk handed over. He decisively swallowed the rest of his nonsense, held Shalouk's hand, and received today's meeting gift. My goddess, with your status, if you want to see me, just call me. There is no need to make a special trip. Mina will help contact, Wayne said enthusiastically. Wayne, Philomena is not working in the church today, nor is she at home. Do you know where she went? Shalouk said faintly. Wayne glanced upstairs, sweating, and said, the goddess personally checked on her. The Moonlight Church is really strict. Do you want me to wake Mina up? No, in her current state, it is better not to move if possible. Shalouk rolled her eyes beautifully and said straight to the point, this morning, my subordinate god Tillo reported to me that he may have had some unpleasant misunderstandings with you. Goddess, you are joking. Wayne pointed to his face. See, you keep saying that you are an ally with me, but in the end, you condone the subordinate gods to beat up your allies. If you don't want to cooperate, you can just say it directly. There is no need to do everything possible to humiliate me. As he said this, he kept shaking his head, saying that patience was exchanged for worse, and that he was beaten up for taking a step back, which made the honest man feel wronged. Shalouk. For some reason, it may be an illusion, but I suddenly found that Wayne and Idanis looked like a couple, and they were a pair made in heaven. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 532. Goddess, you don't know that the great sage of the Moonlight Church, Galville, has no moral integrity at all, and your servant god purifier, Tyro, is even more morally corrupt. Wayne screamed at the top of his lungs, his eyes red as he waved his arms. He felt the sensation and became more and more excited as he spoke. Galville came up and said I was the 7 deadly sins, pointing at my nose and calling me a devil. He clearly had a book of arrogant hell, betrayed his faith and went to hell, but he said I was a devil. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I don't want to argue with him. He took my patience as his capital for arrogance. He jumped up and down and slandered me as a devil in front of a group of people. All the celebrities and nobles of London were present, including the Queen, who I swore to follow all my life. It's over. The good reputation I have built for more than 20 years is completely gone. This is the reputation I regard as my life. I wanted to die at that time. Galville is controlled by the Lord of Arrogance. His words cannot be taken seriously. With my tolerance, I will not argue with him. He saw that he couldn't do anything to me, so he summoned the purifier Tyro to come to the world. I saw that the person who came was Tillo, your subordinate god, immediately treated me with courtesy, calling justice and fairness. I realized that the misunderstanding and grievances would be washed away, but I never expected. Alas, it's hard to explain. Tillo is even more excessive than Galville. He called me the son of the beach as soon as he opened his mouth. He sprayed me for more than half an hour when we met, and believed that I was a devil, and didn't give me a chance to explain. I didn't provoke anyone or offend anyone. Can I bear this injustice? I can't, but when I think of our allies, I have to give you face. I endured his scolding and explained honestly. In the end, he slapped me in the face, and said I was unworthy after the beating, and humiliated me severely. I'm so angry. Goddess, please judge, is this a slap on my face? This is clearly a slap on your butt. Shame on me, I don't have such a thick butt. Shiluk sighed, and his thoughts returned to this morning. Tillo asked for a meeting with a serious face, and explained the strange events he encountered in the human world. The devils of hell and the angels of heaven clashed in the human world. The 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues were at the same level. The battle was one-sided, and the 7 virtues were pressed to the ground and rubbed hard. Among the 7 deadly sins that Tillo confirmed, there were 2 great demons, jealousy and lust. Hell controlled the passage in and out of the human world, and it had to be guarded against. Shiluk listened to it, but didn't understand it very well. She had been going back and forth to the human world very frequently recently. If what Tillo said was true, she should have received the news early. Tillo saw that his main god didn't believe it, so he waved his hand to show the picture of the battle at that time. In the picture, an ugly face hit Tillo's fist hard, fell to the ground with a cry, and was then shot by arrows for several rounds. Shiluk was confused. Tillo frowned and said the doubts. The opponent could obviously win, and it was easy to win, but he was determined to lose, and took the initiative to let him go. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He simply asked to see the goddess, hoping that the goddess could answer his worries. What exactly is the devil doing? Why is it so weird everywhere? What else can he do? Blackmail people. Shiluk didn't explain, and smiled, and told Tillo to get out. Tillo punched down, regardless of whether he was right or not, he just punched. If he doesn't pay, the matter will not end. If he doesn't pay, all the previous investments will be in vain. When Shiluk thought about the gods punching and the main gods paying, he was furious and ordered Tillo to be thrown into a small dark room and put in solitary confinement. He came to the human world to find Wayne to make things clear. It has to be quick. The bill must be settled before Idnis fan the flames, otherwise it will be super doubled. Goddess, please say something. Wayne reached back and grabbed Wise's hand, using it as a handkerchief to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said angrily, "Isn't this bullying an honest person? Is this reasonable?" Shiluk stared at Wayne expressionlessly for a long time. Seeing that his face was not red and he was not breathing, and he had no moral quality at all, he said faintly, "It is indeed unreasonable, and it is indeed bullying an honest person. Right, I knew that you, the goddess, are the most reasonable." Wayne spread his hands in front of Shiluk. "With our relationship, this matter can be settled privately. You can decide on the medical expenses. It would be awkward to give too much." Shiluk looked at the hand in front of her, which was cleaner than her face, and said in silence for a long time, "Pay it once and never mention it again. It's a must." "Let me confirm again." Shiluke looked at Wei Zi behind Wayne. "Will some goddess suddenly come out to reverse the verdict after I finish paying the bill, saying that I paid too little for medical expenses? Caution.jpg. Goddess, there are no outsiders here. Let's make it clear in person today so that you can do business with peace of mind." Wayne's face was serious. "My relationship with darkness is not as stable as you think. I know very well what kind of goddess she is. The so-called love and affection are all empty promises. You and the sun are my ideal partners. No, you and darkness are not good things." Shiluke sneered in her heart. Wayne had only met Idnis a few times. What kind of darkness did she know? She and Gaylor dared not say anything. However, Shiluke admitted that Wayne was right. Idnis was insidious and cunning, and was definitely not an ideal partner. Wayne is self-aware and has a deep understanding of darkness, which plays into Shilu's heart. She is happy to see this and does not say anything bad about darkness. Instead, she says, "You said there are no outsiders here and the dark knight is always present. Why, do you want to wait for me to invest more, and then ask Angui to take care of it? What a slave with a surname of 3 families, you can handle the business clearly. What kind of god will you be in the future, a god in charge of business? Goddess, you have misunderstood. Wei Zi is mine. She has betrayed the dark goddess a long time ago." Wayne patted his legs, and Wei Zi sat on the whip with ease. Under Delane's open-mouthed gaze, she kissed Wayne on the face. "Look at other people's knights, and then look at you. You can't handle any small things well. What's the use of being timid?" Siluk glanced at Delaine with disgust, and the more she looked at it, the more she felt that this product was missing something. If there's a missing piece of muscle, that's fine, let Wayne fill it in. "Goddess, why don't you speak? There are some things I don't want to say in front of the Dark Knight. You may not know that in addition to the Lord God descending into the body of the saint, the God's chosen knight is also an option." Siluk turned on the team's voice, and then said, "Idnis will know everything about my conversation with you through the Dark Knight. She may be yours, but she never belongs to you." "I see, there are more useful postures." Wayne sent a message back, "I've learned a lesson. I'll charge less for the medical expenses this time and give you a 9.99% discount." Shiluk rolled her eyes, "Thank you so much," she really missed this huge 0.01 discount. "Wayne, you are right about one thing. Darkness is never a good choice. She is just taking advantage of you by forming an alliance. Gal and I are different. We cherish our partners very much. But without her, it would be difficult for me to earn the investment from you and Goddess Gal. This is an indisputable fact." Wayne sighed. "Be generous to others and relieve others' pockets. She doesn't pay a penny. Not only does she earn your favor, but it also makes you subconsciously stay away from me and Gal, doesn't it?" Shiluk smiled slightly. "It makes sense. Think again about her inexplicable affection and favor for you. Don't you understand that you are being played by the darkness?" Shiluk said with emphasis. "That's right. No wonder I always feel like something is wrong." Wayne nodded with deep understanding. "Stop pretending, you are not a good person, you are just willing to be used by her because you want to make money." Shiluk smiled slightly, and then transmitted the message, "You are a very independent and smart person. You are wary of Idnis, and you are also wary of me and Gal. I know very well that you actually don't believe anyone. No, I have a good impression of Goddess Gal and am willing to believe in her." Shilu was speechless for a moment, then took a breath before continuing, "We are all smart people, let's stop gossiping. You, Gal, and I will form an alliance. We will help you defraud Edna's investment. She is too arrogant. How about you return whatever she wants to do to you? Can it still be like this?" Wayne frowned. The plan had changed, and the result was somewhat different from what he imagined. It turned out to be better than the plan. "Why, you don't have feelings for Idnis, do you?" "That's not true. I have always liked Goddess Gal." Shiluk was speechless. She opened her mouth and closed her mouth, making her, the moonlight goddess, useless, and forcing her way in was just a nuisance. Very angry. "Goddess, I thought about it and found that your proposal is not harmful to me, but there is a moral that I don't understand." Wayne sent a message, "Walking among the 3 goddesses, no matter who my true ally is, I will definitely make money. You know that I can't have a good impression of you or Idnis. It doesn't make much sense for you to choose to ally with me." "No, it means a lot." Siluk slowly said, "Idnis has always had her own plan. Gal and I are both in her plan. You are a sudden variable, so she is eager to control you. To me, you are very important. You can not only break the balance, but also destroy Idnis's plan. I don't even need you to ally with me, as long as you stay away from idness at critical moments. Then I have no problem forming an alliance. Wayne nodded heavily and promised, I am an emotional person. I will remember clearly who treats me well and who treats me badly. Siluk nodded. Delayan also said the same about Wayne. To deal with this kind of person, pushing Gaul out is the most appropriate thing. If it weren't for her good girlfriends and sisters, Shiluk would have pushed her into the pit. The two people connected their minds, and Shiluk packed up a resource and sent it over. The moment he left it, he felt a bit reluctant to leave it. Wayne opened the compressed bag and swallowed it in one gulp. He raised his eyebrows and said, the quantity is not large, but the quality is very good and not very contaminated. Goddess, where did you get the good stuff? Why don't you enjoy it yourself? The resources I used to cultivate the third disciple from God. Shilu had a bitter look on her face. She had already thought of the title of God, Moonlight's third representative, the Punisher. The ideal is very full, the reality is very skinny, thinking is one thing, doing is another. After becoming a god, Pale Moon stood still, unable to learn more knowledge. The third follower god was far away. Now he saw the hope of progress, but he was unable to train the third follower god due to the rush of time. Wayne can only take advantage of it. Goddess, after this fund has arrived, I suddenly have a lot of affection for you, Wayne said with an moved expression. No need, just have a good impression of Gal. Goddess, the truth hurts people's hearts, and words that are not conducive to unity cannot be said, Wayne complained. Although it was perfunctory, he pretended to say it, and Shiluk pretended to believe it, which was good for everyone, so why not do it? Shiluk smiled and shook his head, the truth is more honest. I am not Idonis. If you like to hear hypocritical lies, you can get closer to her. Forget it, I'd rather listen to the truth. Spending money to solve the shameless blackmail, and further strengthening the alliance relationship with Wayne, Shiluk was very satisfied with this trip. Whether Wayne believes her or not, as long as he doesn't believe Idonis, it's fine. After this trip, Shiluk was anxious to return to the kingdom of God. The main body was doing experiments in the kingdom of God to filter the polluted information laws in the body. It was time-consuming and there was a risk of being polluted by white foam. In order to protect the main body, the thinking should not be too scattered. She glanced at Wei Zi opposite her, pondered for a moment, and said, Delane is given to you, and she will be your knight in the future. Ah! Delane's eyes widened. Tyro accidentally fell into a trap and beat Wayne. Tyro should be responsible. What does she have to do with the Moonlight Knight? Is it reasonable? Shiluk ignored Delane. If she asked, it was an oracle, and if she asked, it was an order. Steamed bun, you don't support the weapon? What else can Delane say? He rolled his eyes fiercely. Wayne said speechlessly with an embarrassed face, Goddess, we are allies. If you give Delane to me, it will only affect our cooperation relationship. Just tell me if you want it or not. You can have it, but you have to pay more. X3. Shiluk was silent, Wise smiled but said nothing. Delane was so angry that he pointed at Wayne and cursed, You are not happy, but I am not happy too. If I could not beat you, I would have beaten you to death long ago. Goddess, you see, it really affects the cooperation relationship. Wayne spread his hands, This is not about adding money. I am worried that your initial investment will go down the drain. No, I think you like her very much, and she is also interested in you. No way, X2. Delane shook his head repeatedly, and Wayne waved his hands. The only good impression he had of Delane was when they first met on the frozen continent. At that time, Delane was taciturn and was an iceberg that kept people away from him. Later, it was no longer possible. Delane spoke, and he was still at the card table. This kind of person, being a poker partner is fine in every way, but it's embarrassing to take her out and pretend to be a girlfriend. Shiluke smiled. Wayne, since you dislike Delane so much, why don't you keep her and give her a good beating, but push her out? It affects your appetite, Wayne said seriously. X3. Shiluke was speechless, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Suddenly, she felt that there was some truth. She left directly, and before leaving, she left a sentence: Delane belongs to you. If you want to stay, stay. If not, I will throw her to the frozen continent to guard the sealed land, and I will never let her return to the chosen continent again. The living room was silent. Thinking of the boring and hard days in the frozen continent, a drop of cold sweat flowed from Delane's eyebrows, staring at Wayne with wide eyes, and a gentle smile squeezed out of his face. It was very ferocious. Wayne was not only not afraid, but even wanted to laugh. He lowered his head and looked at Wei Zi in his arms. What do you think, should I keep her? Hey, why do you ask her? Delane was dissatisfied. Wei Zi is my girlfriend, she has the right to decide whether you stay, Wayne said without raising his head. Let her go. Wei Zi immediately came up with the correct answer. From her point of view, Delane should not stay, but from the perspective of darkness, Delane during the day is Delane, and who knows who Delane will become at night. This is in line with the strategic goal of darkness to drag investors into the trap. From Wayne's point of view, Wei Zi said lightly, stay, I always lose in playing cards, and I won't have to be the last one if she comes. It's ridiculous, who are you looking down on? Delane went berserk on the spot. It can be said that she has low quality and no morals, but she can't question her card skills. This is the biggest insult to her personality. Damn Dark Knight, come here and I want to challenge you. Delane used one hand to summon a card table in the living room with her mind shaping. In the entire God's chosen continent, her mind may not be the strongest, and her shaping may not be the fastest, but she has her specialties. When it comes to shaping the card table and chips with her mind, she is definitely the fastest and strongest. After the Moonlight Goddess left, Saint Gilun came online. Seeing Delane's performance, she felt very uncomfortable. Before leaving, Shiluk told Gilun that if the oracle continued to be executed, Delane would definitely be left behind by Wayne. This time, the Moonlight Knight was responsible for opening the situation, so Gilun followed up in time and didn't drag his feet. What do you goddesses think of the saint? This is not what you said when you joined the church. Gilun curled her lips and felt safe. No other reason, she had confidence in Delane. There was no shortage of gentle and kind beauties around Wayne, but as for a gambler like Delane, Wayne was too lazy to bend down to pick up the fallen ones. Delane couldn't open the situation, and she couldn't follow up, which was a sure thing. Weiza stood up and wanted to play a game with Delane. Wayne raised his hand and snapped his fingers to ask Gilun to follow up. He asked the salted fish pretending to be dead on the sofa, but got no answer. In the four-person card game, Wayne called Anastasia to deal the cards and played until the end of afternoon tea time. As usual, Wayne was blocked by the tall chips, his figure was not visible and could not be seen directly. At the top, there is a silver-white longbow by Yejinyan. Delane looked at the empty table, and then at Wei Zi, who still had plenty of chips on the opposite side, and said angrily, "Damn Wayne, you made cards for her. I know her level, she can't be better than me." This is true. Delayan has been immersed in poker skills for many years and is an old gambler. His basic skills are very solid. Apart from his lack of luck in poker, he can't find any other faults. Wei Zi is Delane from many years ago. She was new to the poker table. She had no poker skills and no luck. If it weren't for Wayne's repeated betrayal, she would have lost her pants. Considering her chivalrous ethos of keeping her word, she would really take her pants off if she lost. In the past, Delane was bigger than Wei Zi, but now Wei Zi is bigger than Delane. Wayne had no reason to let one of his own take off his pants and help him secretly, so he chose to suffer from Delane. Ahem. Wayne reprimanded with a straight face, Delane, if you can't afford to lose, don't play. It was before and it is now. You don't know how hard Wei Zi practices playing cards. She stays up late every night. Victory is hers, well deserved. I believe in staying up late, but I don't believe in staying up late to practice card skills. You are morally corrupt and you are not a knight. Delian was full of yin and yang, and he understood that Wei Zi won today because she used the promotion device. Wei Zi's face turned red, she was defeated and felt quite ashamed for a moment. The moral quality is still too high? That's the fact. There are no accidents in sports competitions. Every bit of sweat is worth the reward. Wei Zi's win today is related to the sweat she put in. Delane, please don't mess around here, Wayne concluded. Well, I guess she put in a lot of effort and sweated a lot, Delane continued to taunt. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you sweat tonight. Delane snorted and looked away, using his fantasy time to beat Wayne to paralysis, feeling less angry. Let's go shopping and watch a movie. I'm not going. It's too late to please me now, just say nice things to Wakey. Delane thought silently, and decided to give Wayne some face in order to avoid bleeding and sweating tonight. Turning his head coldly, he saw Wayne extending his hand towards Wei Zi, who twisted her hand twice before obeying. Delian. If you don't invite me, why should you speak in my direction? Seeing that Wayne was making Wei Zi happy with himself, and really made Wei Zi laugh, Delane was so angry that she just went to bed, which made her feel like she had no promotion tool. Tonight. Forget it. Avoid its sharp edges, be patient, wait until you are alone, and then take care of it, take care of Wei Zi. Delane, come here too. Why, I won't go shopping with you, just go dreaming. What are you thinking about? Wei Zi needs someone to carry her bags. Delane, pen. On this day, Delane tasted the pain of a leader who is not a human being. Shiluk seems to be aloof, but he is still very good to his subordinates. For example, Tiloo, who got into trouble, was only punished with confinement. For example, Gilun, who repeatedly failed to complete the oracle, was scolded and nothing happened. A leader like Wayne is not common, and besides Idnis it would be hard to find a third one. It was night, and Delian, who had been carrying bags all day, was responsible for guarding the door. This used to be Wei Zi's position. Wei Zi advanced into the room and Delian took over the inheritance. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth several times and wished she could rush in and be on an equal footing with Wei Zi. After all, he didn't dare to go in. He relied on the soundproof barrier and scolded the doggy man and woman bloody. Delane thought that the house was a house with 6 lanes in both directions, but it was not. Anastasia finished the meat and drank the soup, leaving some leftovers and summoning Idnis to come. Ednis. The quality is too poor. The saint and the goddess are fighting openly and secretly. The goddess is far away and is currently at a disadvantage because of her passivity. Idnis pushed away Wei Zi, who was lying in Wayne's arms, and with a glare made him go to the bathroom. Then she poked Wayne in the head with her finger. Anastasia is getting more and more annoying. It's all you who spoiled her. Yes, give her to me and I will train her well. Wayne tilted his head and pretended not to hear. The goddess was even more displeased when she saw that the bastard only doted on the saint. She knew that there was an element of provocation, but she still couldn't help being fooled. She said angrily, "Why did Anastasia call me here, just to piss me off?" "No, I saw Shiluk today, and the situation was like this." Wayne told the story of the great sage Galvara and the god Tiloo, and conveniently sold Shiluk. Tisk tisk, she is willing to do it. After learning that Wayne had acquired a new resource, Shilu had no way out. Idnis smiled happily, lying in Wayne's arms, and said, "That idiot really thought that the two of us were just having fun. How could she know that I have liked her for a long time? You. Hey, really? Wayne said in surprise. Ednis. If you can't speak, don't speak. No one will treat you as a mute. Hey. Wayne put his arms around Xiang's shoulders and blew into Ednis's ear. Whether you like me or not, I already like you. I rejected the alliance between Saluk and Gaul and bet the future on you. You obviously think I'm easy to cheat. Idnis snorted coldly, tilted her head and blocked Wayne's mouth. After a while, she said, Gala and Saluk wear the same pair of trousers. Saluk added that it can be regarded as Gaul following suit. My plan can move to the next step. In the second session, Idnis handed over the information about cultivating the third slave god to Wayne. Because Saluk raised the stakes first, the plan had to be slightly adjusted. Please be aggrieved. It's shameless to act in your true colors. Follow Shaluk's wishes and join forces with her to defraud me of my resources, Ednis told her plan. Boil the frog in warm water, do it step by step, and pushing the strip into the belly too fast will only scare Shaluk away. She won't leave even if I scare her now. She's given too much. Wayne shook his head slightly. The dog man and woman looked at each other and smiled. They both felt that the other was a good match. They had the same temperament and could not choose a better choice. Looking at it, Idnis got a little greedy. She turned over and rode on, with a look of disgust on her face. Little pervert, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Do you think Shaluk won't leave, so you can just jump, at the last stage, let her come into the body of the saint and make love with you? This really doesn't exist. Wayne shook his head and said, a pure passerby, not bragging, not slanderous, only you can do this kind of thing. That's because the pressure is not enough. If they are pushed too hard, they can do anything. Idnis snorted and wanted to say something, but there was no follow-up. When the plan was first drawn up, Idnis didn't think it was inappropriate. Halfway through, she suddenly became unhappy. When I thought of Wayne hugging Saluk and Gaul, I felt irritated for no reason, and leaned against Wayne with a depressed look on his face. I, maybe like you a little bit. So why am I not? Wayne raised his eyebrows and whispered, as a human being, the most important thing is to be happy. That's the way it is for a human being, not to mention you are a high-ranking dark goddess. If it doesn't work, forget it and think of other ways. Are you willing? There's nothing else I can't bear to do if I can win the favor of the goddess. Wayne grabbed Idnis's hand and kissed the back of it gently. You have some conscience. With a smile in her eyes, Idnis whispered in Wayne's ear, at this point, there is no reason to give up just because there are not many goddesses who have no brains. Gaul and Saluk are destined to be ours. Us. Wayne smiled and looked at Idnis teasingly. If I remember correctly, it was mine last time. Snort. Edna sneered in response, if you expect a bad woman to keep her promise, you are just as stupid as them and deserve to be played around by me. You are thinking too much. I am just addicted to your beauty. In fact, I am very clear-headed. No matter what you say, you clearly like me. X2. The dog man and woman looked at each other and saw a bit of sweetness in each other's eyes. Without saying a word, they hugged each other and mingled together. After that, Wayne took the beauty into his arms and said slowly, I'm going to heaven. Time is running out, so I have to hurry up. Idna squinted her eyes and lay on Wayne's chest, saying listlessly, be careful, heaven is different from hell. If something happens, I won't be able to catch you. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 533. June 25. Landau Manor, Study. Wayne put down the newspaper with a sad face and murmured, it's already 25, and Frank hasn't surrendered yet. Can this world be better? This is an intangible cultural heritage. Austin played with the ancient silver coin expressionlessly. He didn't understand what Wayne was saying at all. He said sarcastically, "Great Lord of Hypocrisy, the great demon of the 7 deadly sins, do you have any comments on the international situation of the chosen continent?" Austin did not attend the meeting. He learned about the past from other members of the Tulip family. At first, he was unwilling to believe it. How did the promised Son of God suddenly become a devil, and the 7 deadly sins at the top of the hell pyramid? This is unreasonable. Gradually, Austin believed it. Business is getting better and better. Other families are scrambling to stuff money into the Landau family. If you ask, it's just a little thought and not respect. If you ask again, I'll treat you to dinner before. The insects of London are very receptive. They don't care whether Wayne is an archangel or a demon king. In the values of the knights, good and evil don't matter. The strongest is the King of Windsor. Austin is Wayne's father, and he is the strongest. By the way, Austin thought it might be an illusion. In the past 2 days, the Queen's skirt has become shorter and shorter. Austin didn't want to understand. He guessed that it was because of summer. It was hot, so it was understandable that the skirt was shorter. The facts were in front of him. Austin had to believe it. Wayne not only became a demigod, but also one of the 7 deadly sins of hell. His record was so brilliant that he killed 2 demon kings in a row. Lord of Gluttony. Lord of Rage. These names that exist in mythology represent the most powerful authority in hell. The existence that magicians have to look up to all their lives was killed by the small trash can sitting opposite him. I can't figure it out and don't understand. If Wayne is really so good, why was he unknown in the first 20 years until he was picked up by Veronica and his talent was realized? Austin asked himself, firmly believing that his vision was higher than that of He and Veronica, but the facts seemed not to be so. What went wrong? Austin couldn't figure it out. While playing with the ancient silver coin, he looked at Wayne. "I have received many invitations in the past few days, all related to you. There will be many beauties at the party. Are you going to attend?" "No, my body can't handle it." He, you are self-aware." Austin sneered and didn't mention the invitation again. A group of mediocre women, who are useless except for their beauty, what qualifications do they have to have a tryst with the heir of the Landau family? You are the Deputy Minister of Magic of Windsor. Some meetings cannot be held without you. I know you don't care, but this is your right. I must notify you. Austin talked about the changes in the international situation and Windsor's future strategic measures, including but not limited to suppressing Frank, liberating the occupied areas of Prussia, stationing troops in Prussia, and resisting the Ross Federation. According to intelligence, Prussia's good friend Honoria stood firm and decisively declared war on Prussia the day after the explosion of the new empire's chancellery. The army was approaching. Never fought. Currently actively seeking help from Windsor, considering that they are in the same camp of justice, they are helping their brothers. Who the hell is your brother? What have you been doing before? Dishes should know themselves, and noodles lack self-awareness. Windsor ignored Honoria and let the latter be beaten by Prussia on the front line. At this time, Prussia was leaderless, and its logistics were heartbreaking. It tightened the front line and withdrew almost all its troops back to the country. On the one hand, it was convenient for the real power faction to seize power. On the other hand, the rear was in chaos and the logistics were not guaranteed. The army could not hold out for long. When Prussia retreated, other countries advanced, and the entire God-chosen continent became a mess. What do you think? Do you have anything to say? No, I'll just take a look. Wayne shook his head slightly. If possible, he hoped for world peace, but this was a super difficult problem that even the Heavenly Father couldn't figure out with the globe. He had no choice but to think about it. Wayne was not in high spirits when the war was mentioned. He took the initiative to end the topic and said, "In the next few days, I will take the reincarnated angels away from London and go to heaven with them." Heaven. Austen's eyelids jumped and whispered, "You are the 7 deadly sins. Why go to heaven? Can't hell satisfy you?" "That's right, I'm still the son of God," Wayne said unhappily. "I'm more inclined to believe that you are the devil." Rumors stop at the wise, and Austen chose the truth he was willing to believe. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm neither the devil nor the son of God, but I have to go to heaven." Wayne frowned slightly. The Son of God was nowhere to be seen, and he didn't want to wait any longer. Among the 7 reincarnated angels, Thor was too anxious and was pressed to his full potential by pressure, so he took back the power of heaven in advance. Wayne thought to himself that if it weren't for him, Thor would be the strongest person in the chosen continent. Thor got his power back but didn't find the Son of God. In addition, he became more anxious than before because he was next to the Lord of Falsehood. Wayne was kind and decided to help Thor out of trouble. Thor shouldn't worry about who the Son of God is and where he is. Just leave it to the other 7 virtues. The most urgent thing is to go to the Papal States to open the gate to heaven. Wayne couldn't wait to get the legacy of the Father. He only learned but didn't take it. What belongs to the Son of God is still the Son of God, and it will not affect the Son of God's development into God. "Wayne, are you really not the Son of God?" Austen asked curiously. "No, I'm very sure." Wayne was surprised, pointed at himself and said, "With your wisdom and understanding of me, why would you believe such outrageous rumors? Perhaps, Archangel Hexuno is right." Austen closed his eyes. "If I don't look at you personally, just looking at what you have done to hell, the rumor that you are the Son of God doesn't seem that outrageous." What a tactful compliment. "I didn't know, I thought you were scolding me." Wayne shook his head helplessly. "It would be great if I were the Holy Son. I know what I have to do and what I can't do. The Holy Son, I don't even know what he looks like or what his personality is. If he is like me, God, it would be a disaster if you choose the mainland." The two chatted for a while. Austen went to the Ministry of Magic headquarters to work overtime, and Wayne went to the eldest lady's villa to catch up on his sleep. It's said to be catching up on sleep, but actually it's still playing cards. Playing cards at the Dark Saint Manor, and still playing cards at Landau Manor. Wayne wanted to bring Willie and Elaine together to have a table together. They knew each other anyway, but Willie was not willing. There were too many eldest sisters in the Dark Saint Manor. Except for Xianyu, Willie felt insecure with no one. Especially Anastasia, she was so perfect that Willie wouldn't even dare to look at her until there were 3 little ones. Fallen Angel Bar. Corner booth, surrounded by colored lights. 4 handsome guys with ceiling-level looks gathered together. Because the angel was not of good enough quality, he stood at the entrance of the booth, blocking the strange sight of the strange people. The experience was very poor. Even for an angel, this place was like hell. Fred couldn't figure out why Killer allowed Kurt to mess around here again and again. Especially the name of the bar, it's so ironic. "Killer, why did you choose to meet here?" Thor's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was a majestic archangel. He was not having a meeting. Buckingham Palace was not a good place. What does Fallen Angel Bar mean, mocking him for not being able to defeat the devil, like a lost dog? "It's safer to meet here. They are all my people and will not spread any news," Killer said. Viewer was very angry when he heard this. He suppressed his anger and went directly to the main topic of the meeting. "I still haven't found Lord Holy Son. It's not that Lord London has it, but that there is zero information available. Say you don't like it? From what I heard, I don't think we can find him unless the Holy Son shows up on his own initiative. Look for it even if you can't find it," Thor gritted his teeth. "I have been thinking about a question recently. We are sure that the Holy Son is in London, and the information comes from arrogance. Is there a possibility that arrogance is deceiving us? Killer said his guess. Impossible, hypocrisy has always been in London. The devil's words cannot be believed, but the devil's actual actions will not be false, or said flatly. You believe in the devil too much. X2. The two angels looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Ur was severely punished by hypocrisy twice, and both times it was a disastrous defeat, with no hope of victory in sight. After regaining all his power, Ur did not challenge hypocrisy again to prove himself as he had originally said. It could be seen that the archangel was already frightened, and only his mouth was still stiff throughout his body. Ur did not have the confidence to defeat hypocrisy, and the two wise angels had even less confidence. After a moment of silence, Killer said, instead of searching blindly without clues, it is better to search according to the original prophecy of the Son. He is resurrected from the dead, looks like a human but not a human, and is a god on earth. Humans who meet these conditions are either the Son or the Saint. Son. Stop talking nonsense, Lal is a traitor, and the prophecies he translated cannot be trusted. Ur flatly rejected it, took out the three characteristics and commented on them one by one, and finally concluded, don't talk about London, there is no qualified person in the entire God's chosen continent. Lar provides false information just to make us waste time in the world. Speaking of this, Ur was very emotional, and Mikkel, the interrogation must have yielded correct information. He did not share it with us. This bastard only sees the position of the deputy king of heaven. I was wrong about him before. Archangel Ur, calm down, you have been too anxious recently. Vekel asked Ur to relax and maintain the virtue of gentleness. Ur sighed, he also realized this, but there was nothing he could do, the pressure was too great. One thing I don't understand is that since Archangel Michael knows the true characteristics of the Holy Son, why hasn't he sent his followers down to look for the Holy Son? Killer looked solemn. Is there a possibility that the Holy Son is not in London at all, and that Mikkel has found the Holy Son, but did not notify us? This is not possible. Ur was about to retort, but lacked the confidence to speak. He snapped his fingers in a depressed manner and asked the angel to give up his seat and order a drink. Call me a drink too. Me too. Tons, tons, tons x3. E equals O asterisk, x3. Life is not easy, the angel sighed. Ur looked struggling and said slowly, if the Holy Son has arrived in heaven, and Mikkel deliberately did not notify us, continuing to wait in the world will only waste time. I have regained all my power, which is enough to open a channel in the papal state. The gateway to heaven, what do you two think? Yes, but be careful, Killer reminded. That's right, you can't let the devil find out you left London, otherwise. Vial looked around to make sure there was no trace of the devil, and then whispered, if the devil follows you into heaven, it will be over. It shouldn't be possible. Although Mikkel is a villain, his strength is incredible. The devil dare not follow me into heaven. Ur frowned. I don't think so. What if the devil wants to go to heaven to see the world? Wayne looked out from the next booth and saw 4 familiar faces. He was delighted. Great, you are here too. If it's not too much trouble, please settle my bill. The 4 reincarnated angels felt as if they were falling into an ice cave, and their whole bodies were cold. Kirill, Kerr is a gold medal customer. The consumption of drinks is halved. It won't cost much. And I bring my own girls, so you don't have to pay for the table fee. Wayne was still talking. The camera was given to him. It can be seen that the 3 girls are Mona, Hea, and Olga. Mona sat next to Wayne, and opposite him were Hea and Olga. Seeing this, Ur stood up with a face full of grief and indignation. Hypocrisy, just kill me, I will not take you into heaven. Ur, if you don't take me, there are plenty of people who will. Wayne pouted at the secretary beside him. Well, you have already taken back all your strength, and Hexunyo will be there soon. Let's do it simply. You take me to heaven and ambush the 4 angel legions. When they rush in, I, the devil, will be dead. Or Sigma, oh. Oh. Yes, yes, why didn't he think of this method? At first glance, he, led the devil into heaven, but in fact, heaven was strong and powerful. He sacrificed his honor and personally led the devil into the encirclement. This is an unprecedented achievement. Was very excited, but soon calmed down and said vigilantly, hypocrisy, no one will take the initiative to die, what are you planning? Suddenly, Ur's face was horrified and bloodless in an instant. I know. The moment I open the gate of heaven, the 7 deadly sins ambushed in the papal states will rush forward, and the army of hell will rush into heaven. This is your real plan. Oh my God, why do you have such a good imagination? With a mouthful of grumble stuck in his throat, Wayne didn't know where to start, and picked the smallest one. Hell has the seal of heaven. Except for the archangel, no one else, including the 7 virtues here, can do it. How can I be qualified to release the 7 deadly sins? What, there is such a thing? Kirer and Vikal were shocked, and looked at Ur for confirmation at the same time. They are all 7 virtues, why can only the archangel enter and exit freely? What does it mean to look down on the cherubim? You two, now is not the time to talk about this. Ur passed it over and sneered to answer Wayne's doubts, you can know the truth of the seal, which means that Hexunyo told you everything. She is the archangel, who was blinded by your hypocritical lies. She will take the 7 deadly sins out of hell. So reasonable. Wayne couldn't refute, he looked down at Mona, and said disdainfully, I didn't expect you to be this kind of archangel, I misjudged you. Mona smiled slightly and raised her chin. Yes, she is this kind of archangel. Only Hexunyo was injured. Hexunyo was not injured either, he was obsessed with the Son of God and couldn't extricate himself, who knows what he was thinking about. Hypocrisy, I have seen through your conspiracy, I won't take you to heaven, forget it, Wu sneered repeatedly, he was not the shameless Hexunyo, want to trick him to open the door, no way. This is not up to you. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, and the obscure space fluctuations enveloped the 2 adjacent booths, wrapping all the 7 reincarnated angels. With a slight bubble explosion, Wayne and the 7 angels disappeared. 5 seconds later, several queens appeared out of thin air and slowly landed on the booth table. Papal States. In the sunshine, the small city with palaces and palaces seemed to be brushed by the holy light, and every brick and tile exuded golden light. Its splendor and solemnity transcended the limitations of time. Regardless of the past and the future, it is the pinnacle of art and faith. Exquisite murals, sculptures, marble columns, and even the empty square in front of the hall are all meticulously carved in details. The depth of art cannot be described in words. The halo flickered, and 8 figures stood in the square. Wayne tilted his head and looked around, no matter how many times I see it, my evaluation remains unchanged. How much money does it cost? Isn't it better to cash it out to me? Mona smiled slightly, boss, you are the son of God, this is your family business. Why do you believe this kind of nonsense? Stay away from Hexunyo. She is a religious person and her brain circuit is abnormal, Wayne complained. Damn, this is the Papal States. Ur's face was ashen. The hypocritical lord failed to seduce and turned to force. He, the archangel, had no way to deal with it. What should he do? Around, hurried footsteps were heard. Led by Pope Reza, a group of white-bearded clergymen rushed to the square. Seeing that all 7 reincarnated angels were in line, Reza showed joy on his face. With all 7 angels, he thought that the mission had been completed. Great, he was going to heaven. The breathing of several cardinals quickened. Like Reza, they also wanted to take this train to heaven. It was such an honor to enter heaven at the same time with 2 archangels and 7 virtues. Just thinking about it made the devout faith tremble with excitement. Archangel Ur, Archangel Heshino, Vikal. Reza saluted one by one. When it was Mona's turn, he was stunned at first, and then looked at her with his peripheral vision, silently glancing at Mona's belly. I heard that she was pregnant, but it didn't seem obvious yet, unlike Titus, who couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Seeing the Pope, several reincarnated angels had different expressions. Hea and Vikal's eyes burned with anger, wishing they could turn Reza into detachable parts on the spot. Mona closed her eyes and switched, pushing Hexunyo to the main seat. The effect was average, and Hexunyo wanted to thank the Pope. Reza, hurry up and support the barrier. There is a powerful devil here, the Lord of Hypocrisy among the 7 deadly sins, Ur shouted coldly. What? Reza was shocked, and was so happy that he noticed that Ur's face was extremely ugly. However, what kind of 7 deadly sins is the Lord of Hypocrisy? He has been the Pope for so many years, and today is the first time he has heard of it. Reza, don't pay attention to him. There are no devils here, and there will be no fighting. Wayne waved his hand. I will follow your will, Archangel Hexunyo. Reza bowed. Reza, he is the devil, straighten your back, Ur was furious. Ah! Reza was completely stunned, and subconsciously said, Archangel Ur, this is Archangel Hexunyo, are you drunk? He smells so much of alcohol. Reza didn't understand, so he chose to believe Wayne. Compared with the unkind Ur, Hexunyo, who is also an archangel, speaks nicely, collects money diligently, and is a good leader who leads everyone to progress together. Reza only believes in this leader. Seeing this, Ur's heart sank, and he collapsed and said, yes, Hexunyo has been deceived by the devil, not to mention you, the Pope, you are all controlled by the devil. Ur, this is the Papal States, watch your tone. Hexunyo couldn't bear it anymore, stepped forward and scolded. Oh my God, little nun, you are going to die. Reza was scared to death, and he couldn't figure out how the little nun in the sub-district could be so brave. Even if he had slept with Archangel Heshino and was deeply loved by him, he could only confront Archangel Ur, who was a seraphim, an archangel of the same level as Heshino. This was a complete lack of sense. Reza hurriedly apologized, Archangel Ur, Sister Mona didn't mean that, please. Shut up, I'm talking to Heshino, do you have the right to interrupt? Ur interrupted directly, his eyes surging with golden light, staring at Heshino, Seraphim Heshino, if you still remember the glory of heaven, wake up immediately, heaven is ahead, we have no way out. Boom. Reza's mind exploded with raging waves. A small boat was on the top of the wave. Whirlpools, tsunamis, and storms came one after another in front of him. He was trembling on the small boat, feeling that he would be shattered in the next second. Reza was an old and experienced man who had seen all kinds of scenes. He didn't need to analyze it. He only needed to listen to Ur's tone to know that Sister Mona in the sub-district was the reincarnated Archangel Hexunyo. Wayne. Maybe, perhaps, it was probably as Ur said, a certain 7 deadly sins devil hidden in the world. For a moment, Reza was top-heavy and looked at Mona who was confronting Ur, muttering, she is the Archangel, so I am dead. No, the little nun can't be Hexunyo, absolutely not. Reza shook his head repeatedly, trying to comfort himself not to think too much. How could the little nun be the Archangel? If the little nun was the Archangel, he, the Pope, personally pushed Hexunyo, who represented purity, into the arms of the devil, and gave her a cross for disguise, so that the devil could defile purity in various ways, and she was pregnant. Not only that, he personally gave the entire inventory of the Papal States to the devil, and he couldn't atone for his sins even if he died 10,000 times. With such great achievements, he can even go to hell to compete for the 7 deadly sins. No, there is still a chance. Archangel Ur is full of alcohol. He must have drunk too much. That's right, the Archangel will not be drunk. It must be that I haven't woken up yet. I am still dreaming. Reza grabbed the life-saving straw and was no longer sleepy. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the other reincarnated angels. Whether it was Kirer, Vikal, or the 3 angels, none of them objected to Ur calling the little nun Heshino, especially the 2 7 virtues, who looked as if it was a matter of course. It was not a death just now, but now it is. Reza's eyes were spinning. At this moment, his mind was pale, as if he saw the holy kingdom of heaven. Just across the river. Beside him, the colorful light bulbs were hazy and extremely bright. Seeing that Reza was about to cross the river, a cold voice pulled him back. Ur, watch your words. He is not a devil. He entered hell as the Son of God to destroy the devil. He has always been the Son of God we are looking for. Huh? Son of God. I don't have to die. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 534. Pope Reza didn't know what the Son of God was and what he represented, but he could guess a little by looking at the specifications of the 7 reincarnated angels. Leaving aside the 3 archangels, the 4 7 virtues had 2 archangels. Such a grand scale was only for finding, no, welcoming the Son of God to heaven. What the Son of God was, what he represented, and what his status in heaven was, you can think of it with your brain. Don't hold back, guess big. The reincarnated angels have blood in the world, the reincarnated Father. Reza was so excited that he trembled all over. He didn't have to die. Not only did he not have to die, but he would ascend to heaven in one step. He personally guided the archangel to find the Son of God, personally presented the savings of the papal states to the Son of God, transferred the Son of God's wealth from his left pocket to his right pocket, and when the Son of God came to the papal states to guide the work, he arranged 2 nuns to serve beside him, and was praised by the Son of God. He also drove a carriage for the Son of God. Putting aside the merits and hard work, just talking about this loyalty, who in the world can compare with him? No, not one. Pride.jpg. Heshino. Ur's eyes were blazing, and his face was red with anger. You have been bewitched by the devil and lost your mind. It doesn't matter if you are willing to fall, but the glory of heaven cannot be lost. This is the papal states. Put away your ignorant words. He is a devil, not the Son of God. Ur argued with reason and refused to bow to the devil no matter what. At the critical moment, Kirer, Vikal, and Fred stood beside Ur. Although they did not speak, their cold expressions explained everything. Opposing them were Heshino, Hea, and Olga. Olga was just making up the numbers. She was a battle angel of the Megal Legion. She chose to stand with Archangel Heshino because she couldn't get along with Ur. After going to heaven, Olga would most likely return to Mikal's command. The only ones who really have no second thoughts about Wayne are Hexunyo and Hea. To be more precise, Hea is loyal to his leader, and Hexunyo is the only one who is loyal. Reza looked at the scene blankly, not understanding what happened. The 7 reincarnated angels split into 2, half said Wayne was the Son of God, and the other half called Wayne the devil. So, Reza decisively stood on Wayne's side and changed his words to call him the Son of God. No other reason, the sunk cost is too high. Reza gave Wayne everything he could give, and personally led the archangel to lose his purity. The devil burned the warehouse of the papal states, and other accidents. In addition to being determined that Wayne is the Son of God, there is no second choice. Stand on Ur, and check the accounts afterwards. Every one of them is a capital crime. At this moment, for Reza, it doesn't matter whether Wayne is the Son of God or the devil. Even if he is the devil, he can only be loyal. If you can't go to heaven, go to hell with the big devil, and you can still ascend to heaven in one step. This is called faith. Ordinary believers do not understand the true meaning of faith, so they appear particularly ignorant. Those in power know that they can be ignorant but not pedantic. Faith is about human relationships, a business, and a reality show that shows loyalty. The two sides confronted each other, each holding their own opinion. Wayne took 2 steps back and watched the scene happily. His hands in his pockets looked like a beating, and he didn't look like the Son of God at all. Heshino, open your eyes and see clearly. He doesn't look like the Son of God at all. He is clearly a devil. Ur pointed at Wayne angrily. Kirer, Vikal, and the angel nodded seriously. He is the devil, there is no mistake. Reza took a look and almost couldn't help but nod. The cardinals also thought it was reasonable. The Holy See had been honing for many years and knew that they were not worthy and had no ability to stand on the side. They all bowed their heads and remained silent. Ur, your vision is too narrow. Think carefully about what the Son of God has done. He has been redeeming you. Hizayunyo stepped forward. In order to redeem me, he did not hesitate to defile himself. In order to redeem you, he even descended in the form of the 7 deadly sins. Don't you understand? The 7 virtues have fallen, the glory of heaven has been tarnished, and the Son of God is crying. Nonsense, I, Ur, have never fallen, I have always adhered to the virtue of generosity. At this point, Ur was a little timid, and his tone was not so tough. He firmly believed that he had always been generous, but his teammates were too lame. The filthy purity, indulgent moderation, and angry gentleness, no matter how you look at it, the rhythm of the 7 virtues has fallen. Sir, are you going to say a few words? Reza came carefully behind Wayne and bowed. If you don't stop the angels, the internal fighting in heaven will damage your dignity. There is no fight. There are too many people here. Ur is a proud archangel and will not let everyone see him lose face. Wayne talked loudly. Seeing Ur's face was livid, his smile became even bigger. He glanced at Reza behind him. You took sides too early. Although I am not a devil, I am not a son of God. This is a rumor spread by Hexunyo. She was deprived of her purity by me. There is no other way except to support me as the Son of God. I am no exception. Reza showed respect. I believe in the vision of Archangel Hexunyo, and I believe what I have seen and heard. You are the Son of God. What a worm, you deserve to be the Pope. Wayne sighed sincerely. Knowing that it is wrong, you still have to make mistakes all the way. The magical world is too real. May I ask, Lord Son of God, what does the Son of God represent in heaven and what does it mean in the human world? Reza asked. The Son of God is the successor of the Father, the Master of heaven, and your Master. Wayne said, this is a serious matter, so they are arguing over who is the Son of God. Reza breathed hard and begged Wayne to be the Son of God. He wanted to be loyal again, but was glared at by Hea, who came over. Damn Pope, get out of the way. Hea was very cold to Reza, and completely opposite to Wayne. She asked in confusion, Archangel, you have taken back all your power. Why do you have to let Ur take you back to heaven? Do you have any explanation? Come, read with me, Heshino. Little nun. Okay, don't leave my sight after you get to heaven. Understood. Reza looked at Hea speechlessly. Where did this idiot come from? Is the competition pressure in heaven so low? If this person can become an angel, then he can too. Thinking about it, Reza realized that Hea was not stupid, but smart. Like him and Heshino, the sunk cost was too high and there was no choice. Around, there were more and more footsteps, and the clergy who were watching were looking around. There were more than 100 people and the trend was getting more and more intense. Wayne waved his hand and asked Reza to drive away the irrelevant people. It was fun, but the actors' appearance fees were too high and ordinary people couldn't afford the tickets. Reza decisively arranged for the cardinal to clear the scene and drove away 99% of the onlookers, leaving only a few relevant people, such as Titus with a big belly and the two pure nuns serving Wayne. Wayne's eyes lit up when he saw them and waved his hand to let the three women come forward. Both nuns were beauties with ceiling-level looks and luxury cars, but when it comes to quitting sex, Wayne has not asked their names yet. Looking deeper into the reasons, for the purpose of protection, many operations of the Papal States are too utilitarian, which is in line with the overall interests of the Papal States, but Wayne doesn't like it very much. Wayne embraced the two nuns on his left and right, and said to Reza beside him, "You arranged a little nun for the Holy Son, and the Holy Son was very happy, but you arranged little nuns for other reincarnated angels, and the Holy Son did not like it." Reza nodded repeatedly. He has also been paying attention to this scandal recently. Please give the Holy Son a little more time. The culprit behind the scenes will not be let off easily. I feel relieved with your words. Wayne patted his buttocks and asked the two nuns to leave. He would sit down and chat with them about the 10 constitutions when he had time. After sending away the two pious and ignorant nuns, Wayne looked at Titus happily. Tisk tisk, it's been a few months, and you didn't inform me of such a big thing. Archibald is too polite. Titus hesitated, and when he mentioned Archibald, his expression was a little gloomy, and the hand stroking his lower abdomen paused. This is why Wayne doesn't like the Papal States operation. The reincarnated angel turned his face and refused to recognize people, leaving the orphan and widow to wait in the world. The child asked where his father was, and the mother pointed to the sky and said he was in heaven. Very unhappy ending. Wayne waved his hand and took out a holy light magic weapon and handed it over. He passed by the Papal State warehouse and saw the magic props and gave it to the mother and son. Titus, we are friends. This is my gift to the child. Accept it. Seeing the preciousness of the gift, Titus waved his hands repeatedly, and his eyes stayed on Vikal from time to time. Seeing that the latter didn't even look at her, she felt even more lonely. Take it. Wayne grabbed Titus's hand and stuffed the gift over, raising his eyebrows and said, with your merits, the Pope will not treat you unfairly. He will pile up resources to make you a legendary wizard. When you become a legendary wizard, there will naturally be angels to guide you into heaven. He can't run away. He must be responsible for his impulse. Titus' face flushed and bowed respectfully. Hexiunio, look at him. It's only been a short while, and he has already hooked up with 3 nuns, Ur pointed at Wayne, and there was no room for quibbling when he caught the man red-handed. The devil is the devil, he is not a good person at heart, and he can't hide it. Hexiunio shook his head slightly, and understood the role played by the 3 nuns. Thinking of Mona and himself, he felt the same way for a moment. Ur, the Son of God is saving them. Your stubborn ignorance has made you lose the most basic judgment. Stop talking. You shame heaven and shame the Son of God. Black was said to be white, and Ur was so angry that he exploded. If he couldn't beat Wayne, he would have drawn a line to fight Hexiunio. Vikal looked over when he heard the sound, and saw the mother of the child who was pulling with Wayne. His face changed drastically, and he sent several eyes in a row, asking Titus to stay away from the devil. Wayne has been angry since his awakening, and he has never been angry with himself, the Pope, his teammates, and Wayne, but he has never been angry with Titus. Judging from this alone, he is quite gentle and will never lose his temper with innocent people. He looked at me. Titus looked back every few steps. He knew that the vehicle in front of him was not Archibald, but he still couldn't bear the longing in his heart. He wanted to lean on his shoulder to watch the sunset and talk about the recent trivialities of life. Wayne watched the weak back leave, shook his head repeatedly, looked at Reza and said, I remember you said that after Vikul awakened, Archibald's memory was not erased. The latter still exists, right? Reza nodded in agreement. Vikol did not dare to face Titus, who was pregnant with blood, and chose to keep Archibald. The latter was still alive. Wayne nodded, raised his hand and touched his chin to think. Archibald did not disappear, and so did Kerr. He had a good impression of these two. The former was elegant and easygoing, with a smile like spring breeze, and the latter, it's a pity not to be brothers from the aesthetic point of view. If possible, Wayne doesn't mind helping the two. I couldn't do it before and I was powerless to help. Now that I have the ability to help, it is a bit unreasonable not to help. In the middle of the field, Heshino and Ur stopped to argue. The public argued that the public was justified, but neither could convince the other. After watching you argue for a long time, I suddenly realized that meaningless arguments will not lead to results. Whether I am the Holy Son or not will be known once I enter heaven. After watching the fun, Wayne stood up and agreed with the guest. You want me to take you to heaven, but there's no way. Or frowned coldly. Your worries are completely unnecessary. The 7 deadly sins are not ambushing the Papal States. They have been in hell. If you are worried, you can find out by going to hell now. Wayne shrugged. So that's it? Hell has laid a trap. You want to trick me into going to hell? Ur's face became even colder and he wouldn't be fooled no matter what. You should represent imagination, persecution, paranoia, and grievance. The reasoning didn't make sense, so Wayne could only reason, raised his fist and shook it. Ur, now open the door to the kingdom of heaven. You still have a chance to inform the angels to be careful of the devil's invasion. Wait until Heshino gets all his power to open it. At the gate of heaven, you have no chance at all. Ur's face turned red. This was also what he was most worried about. He was not the only one who could open the door to heaven. The traitor Heshino could also do it. But taking the devil into heaven was a serious sin, and he couldn't afford the price. Hesitating and having no idea at all. Fortunately, the vice-general of the kingdom of heaven is not you, otherwise arrogance would have defeated him by dragging 6. Wayne looked disgusted and took the initiative to help or look good. You go to heaven with me, and the other reincarnated angels stay. Your mission is to find the Holy Son. Reincarnation is not easy, so I won't embarrass you. A kind word translated into the completely opposite meaning in Ur's ears. Devil, you are afraid of the 7 virtues and want to keep Killer and Vekel in the world to achieve your evil intention of dividing the power of heaven. It's not that easy to deceive me, Ur said loudly. Wayne. What should I do? I really want to kill Ur. Is it too late to do it now? In addition, is there a possibility that Mikkel is a replica of arrogance? One drags 6 in hell, and the other drags 6 in heaven, and they complain to each other before every game that they can't lead their teammates? Devil, are you speechless? Ah, yes, you are right, but what can you do to me? Wayne rolled his eyes and raised his hand. Ur felt an irresistible terrifying force covering his whole body. Lights and shadows flashed before his eyes, and Wayne clamped his neck and lifted him up in the air. Sorrow was unable to exert any of his powerful strength, and it was all suppressed in his body. My suppressed thoughts dried up and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Look, I'm so powerful. Except for Mikkel, I don't care about any other angels in the entire heaven. Don't put gold on your face. It really doesn't matter if I have you or not. Wayne waved his hand and threw Ur to the ground, and said condescendingly, open the door to the kingdom of heaven, or I will kill you all. Reza swallowed tremblingly and saw a powerful beauty in Wayne. Yes, so powerful, how could he not be the Holy Son? More loyal. Ur stood up expressionlessly, looked around, and vaguely heard the mocking sounds of angels. His eyes were red and he said, Devil, since you are seeking death, I will help you. Just wait and see, when I get to heaven, my power will undergo another earth-shaking change. What a tough mouth. Wayne shook his head and told Ur to hurry up. Or snorted coldly and walked towards the papal hall step by step. The portal to return to heaven is located in the square in front of the temple. In addition to the venue requirements, props include a reincarnated angel who has regained his power and at least 7 Golden Rule Bibles. The gate of heaven here is a real portal between two worlds. Anyone can enter heaven through this portal. Instead of using the Golden Rule Bible before, Wayne can enter heaven through his own thinking. In front of the main hall, 7 legendary mage-level clergy stood in 7 directions, each holding a Golden Rule Bible, reciting poems to outline the pure white magic circle. On Ur's side, Killer and Vikal are discussing with him, and they have different opinions on whether to return to heaven together. Killer and Vikal believed that they must return to heaven. The devil was so powerful that they could not be left out just in case. Ur did not agree with this statement. Facts have proved that the presence or absence of 2 angels does not affect the final result. They stayed to facilitate the search for the Son. The Holy Son is most likely already in heaven. That devil is too powerful, we must enter heaven. But the Holy Son. Let Fred stay. Angel, okay. No, but it's better than nothing. The 7 virtues came together to finalize the list of people to return to heaven. The angel Fred stayed on earth and continued to search for the Son. On Wayne's side, Heshino and Hea insist on returning to heaven. Lord Holy Son, I have found the Holy Son, there is no reason to continue to stay in the world. Archangel, I just want to return to heaven with you. First of all, I am not the Holy Son, and secondly, I am not the Archangel. Wayne explained dryly, and when he saw 2 pairs of unwavering eyes, he felt a headache for a moment. Heshino, let's make a hypothesis. What if you find out that I am not the Son of God when you go to heaven? Hea, don't be idle. Think about it quickly. If you go to heaven and the little nun turns into the archangel you long for, what will you do? You are the Son/Archangel, X2. Okay, if you don't repent, right? I'll have your juice to drink when the time comes. Wayne hummed twice and said no, if you don't believe it, he knows better than anyone whether he is the Holy Son or not. Absolutely impossible. If he goes to heaven and he is really the Son, then he is a hammer. The Holy Son is of great importance. I can't just pretend to be someone else. I can't bear this responsibility, and neither do you too. Someone must stay and look for the Holy Son. Wayne looked around, pointed at Ajia and said, work hard, you stay. This. Olga looked stunned and said dryly, Archangel, I am an angel, is it appropriate? It has to be appropriate even if it doesn't fit. These 2 idiots are already useless. You are different. You haven't known me that long and you can still be saved. Wayne patted Ajia on the shoulder and warned, Ajia, I am very optimistic about you, and I will leave the Holy Son to you. Olga accepted the important task in a daze, but Wayne held her shoulders, turned around and pushed her to the side to cool down. Olga retreats, Reza enters. The Pope rubbed his little hands impulsively, Lord Holy Son, I also want to go to heaven with you. I am the devil, are you sure? No, you are the Holy Son. Wayne didn't understand. He didn't understand where the confidence of 1 or 2 people came from. Although he didn't like Ur, he had to admit that Ur had a precise vision and was one of the few angels who understood. Lord Holy Son. Okay, if you want to follow, then follow. Wayne said to Hexiunyo, Hishiunyo, do you still lack people in your angel army? If so, the Pope. No shortage. Hexiuno smiled. Reza was in a panic. Although Hexiuno had to thank him, but, sending him to Hexiuno's hands was no different from being sentenced to death. There really is a difference between immediate execution and probation. Hexiuno, don't talk too much. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Wayne pointed at Hea, tell me, when you go to heaven, will you be the first to kill her? Lord Holy Son, I am not an angel who holds a grudge. To be honest, I can't wait to kill her right now. Hexyuno's smile remained unchanged and was particularly gentle. That's right. Wayne nodded. Look, Hea was accidentally killed by your sword. There was a vacant position under your command, just above Reza, which perfectly solved the problem of lack of people. Still not working. What happened again? I can't wait to kill him now. X3. Hea looked at the little nun with a look of disgust. She was about to go to heaven. You are still playing role-playing here. You are so dedicated. Reza's face was full of horror, and he stepped back to protect Wayne. At the moment, only the sun could save his life, and no one else could. Wayne patted Hexyuno on the shoulder speechlessly, putting aside the facts. This old man is quite nice. Give me some face, forget it. Hexyuno's eyelids twitched, his expression struggled for a moment, and he sighed, Lord Holy Son, the road to salvation you guided is clear. It made me realize that I have many shortcomings. I have always wanted to correct them, but I am walking on thin ice and cannot do it. You say, can I walk to the other side? It's all just imagination, you'll be damned if you can make it to the other side. Wayne put his arm around Hexyuno's shoulders, not a saint, just a boyfriend. I still like you the way you are. You mean, you allow me to kill the Pope and Fleur? Forget it, Fleur, I quite like her. When you are with her, I am very happy. Then the Pope. Don't worry, let's trick people into going to heaven first. Reza. Lord Holy Son, Archangel, is it really appropriate to say this in front of the victim? Reza was in a state of confusion, debating whether to enter heaven. His intuition told him that this was the best time to show his loyalty, but reality made it very clear that the Son and the Archangel were serious and prepared to take him to heaven. Cheat into heaven and then kill. There was not much time left for Reza to think. As the 7 Golden Rule Bibles operated the magic circle, Thor strode to the center and used himself as the activation switch to pull the space portal of heaven to the sky above the papal state. The pure white door is surrounded by the golden light of the Holy Spirit, and the white world behind the door gradually becomes clear. The pillars connect the sky and the earth, surrounded by endless clouds and mist. They are condensed by pure light, exuding a soft and solemn brilliance, symbolizing the inviolability of the majesty of heaven, and also representing the source of all beauty and sacredness in the world. Warm and tolerant, it makes people feel awe and peace like never before. Devil, the door to heaven has been opened. Wooer looked at Wayne coldly, his heart agitated, and admitted that he was gambling. He said harshly, follow me if you have the guts. When you get to heaven, you evil. The back is gone. Seeing Wayne rushing into the portal of heaven, he hurriedly stopped his harsh words and followed Wayne at the lead while keeping a certain distance. The angels followed. Reza gritted his teeth, threw down the papal robe, and strode into the portal of heaven. The sacred halo shrank, and several back figures faded and disappeared, leaving only 2 angels staring with big eyes. X2. You may not believe it when I tell you, but I want to go to heaven. X2. The 2 angels are messing around in the human world, because they are angels and have no seats anywhere. They are the angels who want to return to heaven the most. And because angels have no human rights, they are ordered to cross the house and cannot enter. They can only watch the gate of heaven disappear. In the pure white world, the sky is shrouded in mysterious light, and the entire world is bathed in the radiance of the holy wool. There are many palaces in the depths of the white clouds, rainbow bridges, dragon roars rolling over the sea of clouds, and golden light beams descending from the sky, illuminating the sea of clouds in the main hall. The 2 colors of white and gold together create a holy scene that is otherworldly. Above the paradise, the melodies of bells and pianos are intertwined, colorful flowers are blooming, and there are occasional golden ripples, which is a golden butterfly that is only the embodiment of the holy meaning. It is very beautiful, very sacred, and cannot tolerate any filth or sin. But the appearance of the Aborigines has nothing to do with sacredness. It can only be said that their racial values are very high and they have a kind of intense beauty. Wayne entered heaven for the second time, and this time his body followed him. He took a deep breath of the sweet air and sighed sincerely, "There is no bad smell of sulfur. Heaven is much better than hell." Reza raised his sleeves to wipe the tears from his eyes and lamented that reaching heaven was not easy. He had worked hard for most of his life and finally entered the kingdom of heaven. Wayne rolled his eyes at Reza, knowing that the other party was acting. As the Pope, even if he didn't catch this ride, he would still have a place in heaven. "Stop acting. There are no outsiders here. There is no need to create an atmosphere where it is difficult to get to heaven." Wayne pouted, "Going to heaven is actually very simple, as long as there is a way. No one really wants to get in, right? If there is, it must be the devil. Ha ha ha." Ur stepped onto the clouds of heaven, with the Holy Spirit surging all over his body. He thought that there were countless angel armies standing behind him, as well as single-handed kings like Michael, and he felt that he could do it again. "Devil, today is your end." Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 535. The moment he entered heaven, Ur's momentum became stronger. He had already regained all his strength in the human world. His momentum at this time had nothing to do with his strength, but was the power of his heart, or simply confidence. He believed in the power of Mikhail in his heart, and self-confidence was the result of deleting and subtracting. In addition, a golden light came from the distant sky of heaven and descended in front of Ur. The bright light dissipated, revealing a golden spear with a sacred and domineering appearance. Spear of Thorns. The four archangels all have their own exclusive artifacts, which also represent the command of the four angel legions. For example, Ur's Spear of Thorns, combined with 3 pairs of white seraphim wings, formed a cross, which was the symbol of Ur's angel legion. Hexunyo also had his own exclusive artifact. As her breath rose rapidly, she became almost equal to Ur. A golden light came and was held in her hand. Hexunyo stretched out 6 wings behind him. The sword was called Judgment and its appearance was a Libra cross. The moment he held the sword of judgment, the archangel's divine power that surpassed the legion returned, and the holy mark on the tip of his tongue shone again. At the same time, Hea sensed the pressure from his leader. Gulp. Hea swallowed softly, looking at the golden Heshino, and then at Kirer and Vikal, who also regained their power and whose momentum rose rapidly, and her pupils suddenly shrank and then expanded. The 7 virtues are regaining their own power and their own exclusive artifacts, which is understandable. What about the little Bai, nun, what is she doing? Sensing that her power was increasing bit by bit, Hea probably understood something. A strong sense of suffocation came over her, and the desire to survive made her grab Wayne's sleeves and cry, "Archangel, you are too doting on the little nun. That is the sword of judgment, your token, and the proof of your control of the Heshino Angel Legion. How can you easily give it to a nun in the world?" As she said that, her big watery eyes blinked. "Archangel, please, please take back the sword of judgment." The Archangel cannot bear to see this scene. "Hea, no, I should call you Frey in heaven, but I still like to call you he." "Archangel, please speak." Hea was almost dying of anxiety. "I have been talking, and you interrupted again." Wayne slapped his hands off his sleeves and pointed at Hexunyo and said, "Come on, read with me, Hisunyo dash. Your silence is deafening. Although you didn't say anything, I know that you read it in your heart." Wayne patted Hea's shoulder and said seriously, "I still say that you have ended up like this today, and I also have a little responsibility. If you don't want to die, don't leave my sight." "Hea, winky face, so, who are you?" Swish. The golden light rushed, and the sword of judgment slashed. Hea immediately turned pale, closed his eyes tightly, and said to himself that I am dead. 2 seconds later, she squinted her eyes and looked forward. Wayne put his fingers together to form a sword to block the sword of judgment. His tall and majestic figure firmly protected her behind him. Hexunyo, you promised me that you would not embarrass Hea. Sir, her figure is too obscene. She is the original sin of lust. I will not allow her to stay with you. Hexunyo looked impartial and had no personal grudges. It's not her fault that she looks obscene. She is not guilty of this. Forget it. Wayne pushed the sword of judgment away and put his hands together. Give me a favor. I will watch the walking lust in the future and promise not to let her spread the obscene wind of Slaanesh everywhere. Hexunyo's eyelids twitched slightly. Sir, do you also want to redeem Frey by the way you redeemed me? What do you mean, if so? Die. Hexunyo held the sword in front of her. To be ashamed, she felt that the wind of Slaanesh would be the first to blow down the holy sun. No, she would not allow the holy body of the Son of God to be defiled by the angel. Tisk, in our hell, we usually call this kind of behavior jealousy. Now the version has been updated, we can call it a clown. X2. Hexunyo put away the sword of judgment speechlessly, admitting that at a certain moment just now, she had some selfish desires to kill Frey. Not only did she eliminate the lust around the Son of God in a fair and impartial manner, but she also had 90% possessiveness at work. With such a vulgar figure, what if the Son of God is obsessed with Frey and doesn't get close to her in the future? This sentence is hard to say, Hexunyo can't say it, defining it as the 7 deadly sins virus. She has no way to deal with Wayne, so she can only stare at Hea fiercely and warn the other party not to offend the Son of God. The Son of God can't think about it, and can't give it to him. Thinking of this, Hexunyo narrowed his eyes and said, go to the holy spring of reincarnation, where Fule can restore her angelic appearance. The so-called angelic appearance is to grow up casually, with big eyes and wings, and exert subjective initiative to go off the route of strange and bizarre species. The reincarnated angel descends to the human world, passes through the holy spring of reincarnation, and returns to heaven, and still needs to soak in the holy spring of reincarnation. Similar to the reincarnation altar of arrogance, it is roughly the same meaning. The difference is that the reincarnation of arrogance is not thorough, and the transformation is the clone, while the reincarnation of angels is more thorough, and they descend to the human world together with the main body and become infant humans. After regaining all the power, the reincarnated angel returns to heaven and soaks in the holy spring to restore its former appearance. Because the body is human, the transformation process can only be regarded as perversion, and restoring the former appearance cannot change the essence of human flesh and blood. Therefore, after Hexunyo soaked in the holy spring, he was still filthy and in the shape of Wayne. He could not go back. This is also the reason why Kirer, and Vikal were so angry, because Hexunyo lost his purity, and all the angels in heaven were no longer pure. If they were a little bolder, they would all become in the shape of Wayne. The original appearance of angels. Wayne looked around in confusion, and many strange species appeared nearby, some tentacles, some limbs, some human heads and ghost faces, and some irregular geometric bodies. Look at the walking lust, with long wavy hair, beautiful and smooth, and can compete with the Lord of Lust in terms of figure. This is not a multiple choice question, but a free point question. Reincarnation holy spring or something, let's talk about it later. Wayne waved his hand and protected Hea behind him. There is no other meaning, even if you don't use it, it's good to look at it. Hexunyo stepped forward. Sir, in case Frey makes a big mistake in the future, please allow me to eliminate the unstable factors. Hexunyo, before throwing Hea into the spring, you answer me a question first. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Will you soak in the holy spring? Ah, this. Hexunyo was stunned at first, and then said with reason, Sir, I was born as a human being. I can better assist you in managing heaven by maintaining the image of a human being. I will not soak in the reincarnation holy spring. Hey, is that assisting you? I am embarrassed to expose you. Wayne waved his hand in disdain, asking Hexunyo to stop making trouble. As the Archangel, the means of eliminating dissidents are too low level. Come back with a better reason. Hexunyo retreated with a red face and glared at Heya again. Heya's eyes were filled with tears. She walked around Wayne and stretched out her hand to Hexunyo. Archangel, No, I'm not your archangel. I'm just a shameless, self-respecting, shameless little bitch who has defiled the purity. Hexunyo sneered. Heya opened her mouth, her pearls dropped, she lowered her head and came to Hexunyo, asking for his forgiveness. As long as Hexunyo is willing to forgive her, she is willing to pay any price, including her life. Hexunyo sighed, raised his hand and touched the golden hair head. The mistake you made was caused by me. I misled you. The fault is not yours. Archangel, are you willing to forgive me? Heya asked excitedly. Impossible, I still want to kill you. Hexunyo's face turned black, his mouth was chattering, he was annoyed just thinking about it, and, he looked so vulgar. Wayne poked his head out. JPG. Heshuo, why don't you just forget it? Give me some face and forgive her. Shut up, it's all your fault. Heya glared at Wayne. Her loyalty was only to the Archangel. Without this halo, Wayne was immediately downgraded to a passerby. Shut up, who are you talking to? Heshuo was furious and drew out the sword of judgment to cut Heya into 8 pieces. Heya closed her eyes and waited for death. Wayne dragged Heshuo to stop her. There was a lot of chaos and excitement. Or looked at the scene coldly and asked, Vikal, Kirer, are you going to take back your power? How long do you have to wait? Wait a little longer. The 2 7 virtues looked embarrassed. They all had dark histories that they didn't want to face. It was beneficial for them to live in the world. The 2 sides of the same coin led to too many impurities in the body, and the efficiency of taking back power dropped significantly. No one paid attention to Reza. He lowered his head and wiped his tears, feeling that it was not easy to ascend to heaven. That year, the Pope stood in front of the gate of heaven like a minion. There are more and more strange species around, and most of their appearances can no longer be explained by creativity. Putting aside the main setting of big eyeballs, it is difficult to classify the angels as the same species just by looking at the shape. Soon, at the last moment when Hexunyo regained his power, a huge, bloated, and oppressive figure arrived at the gate of heaven. This is a humanoid creature with a human torso and limbs, but no palms and soles, tentacles extending from the wrists, and golden bands floating at the ankles. The bloated body is piled with clumps of sagging white fat, and eyeballs are dotted on it. The eyeballs are opened as eyes, and closed as golden eyeball runes. There are hundreds of eyeball runes on the torso that is as high as 30 meters. At the head, the rolling white meat rises and falls, like a ball of boiling water. There are no clear facial features, only a mouth that keeps changing positions. Behind the meatball, the magnificent 6 wings extended and fell, each wing was 100 meters long, and could float in the air without flapping. Around the wings, there was an even more magnificent golden halo, like a planetary ring rotating around a star, spreading out layer by layer, with dozens of them. Against the backdrop of the halo, the diameter of this figure reached an astonishing 500 meters, and its size far exceeded that of other angels. Wayne and others in human state were not human, and were even more insignificant. Seraph, Archangel, strongest angel, Vice Lord of Heaven, God like Micah. Wayne blinked, let go of Hexunyo in his arms, and heard the latter snort coldly, and roughly understood the identity of this giant beast. Thousands of words merged into one sentence. Wow! Wayne waved his hand and asked Heya to stand behind him. Hea refused, and would die under the longed-for archangel's sword even if she died. She insisted on standing behind Hexeuno, was driven away by the sword of judgment, and stood behind Wayne with tears in her eyes. The archangel doesn't want her anymore. For the loyal Hea, this was undoubtedly a death sentence. Her eyes lost their luster, and it didn't matter how she felt. Don't be sad. Just touch your head and it will be fine. Wayne rubbed the golden retriever's head and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I will try to get Hexeuno to sleep, she will not abandon you." Hea glared upon hearing this, "You are not allowed to tarnish the archangel's purity." Wayne. "You'd better die." Wayne secretly said something bad and stopped talking to Hea, who only saw the archangel in his eyes. He looked at the longing back and dropped the pearls with his flat mouth, twitching like an abandoned puppy in a cardboard box. Weak, helpless, and pitiful, he just wanted to wait for his master to come back. A certain kind-hearted man named Wayne, who did not want to be named, passed by and was driven away with his claws and teeth. "Mikkel, why are you here?" Or took 2 steps back, not wanting to be shrouded in Mikkel's aura. He looked at the opponent's figure full of strength and secretly praised his power and dominance. He also wants to look like this. Or, it's my turn to ask, why are you 4 back? Have you found the Holy Sun? The dull sound dispersed in the air, and Mikkel opened his eyes one by one, and turned to look at Hexeuno. "Hexeuno, why did you suddenly return to heaven?" "Mikkel, pay attention to the height of your words. You have gone too far." Hexeuno spoke calmly and stood beside Wayne. "This is Wayne Landau, he is the Holy Sun." "Ah!" Mikkel was stunned for a moment, his bloated body trembling with fat. After a series of flashes of light, the huge figure shrank, converging into a young man with a handsome face. The young man was dressed in a white robe and had long, dazzling golden hair. Every strand exuded strong vitality, like a ball of light that was constantly glowing outwards. At this time, a golden beam of light fell from the sky and landed on his humble smiling face, outlining a sharp outline, making him look like a person with ceiling-level appearance. In the world, this face has another name, Saint George the Dragon Slayer. Mikkel's nose is straight, his blue eyes are deep and bright, his casual smile is relaxed, and his long golden hair is like a sun that dispels darkness, exuding optimism and kindness from the inside out, giving people a sense of warmth and trust. Illuminate yourself and let everything around you be bathed in his warm and bright light. The surrounding Kixing species were sincerely convinced and praised Mikkel's brilliance one after another. The newly arrived Reza even bent over, displaying the spirit of a craftsman. If he hadn't already taken a stand, he would have knelt down. The 4-7 virtues were not among them. There was Hexeuno, who looked on coldly, or suppressed his jealousy. Killer looked up to the sky, and Vekkel closed his eyes. Their senses about Mikkel were average, especially after reincarnation. Mikkel's series of operations made them very disappointed. "Hexeuno, you said this gentleman is the Holy Sun." Mikkel nodded towards Wayne and continued, "This matter is important, please allow me to ask clearly before saluting." "Mikkel, he is not the Holy Sun, he is the devil, the new lord of hypocrisy of the 7 deadly sins," Ur said sharply. "Ah!" Mikkel was stunned again and said subconsciously, "When did the 7 deadly sins become hypocritical?" "Ur, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. He is the devil. He killed gluttony and fury. Now the hell has changed." Ur gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Mikkel's eyes narrowed suddenly, thinking of arrogance. If arrogance was like him, he would indeed be qualified to replace the 7 deadly sins. Why wasn't arrogance shown before? Have you recently qualified? Ur, shut up. Hexeuno looked at him coldly. "This is not the human world. The Holy Sun has returned to his loyal heaven. How long will you continue to be stubborn? Put down your arrogance and prejudice. Your vision is too narrow and you cannot understand the greatness of the Holy Sun. you are sinful, and you can only see the 7 deadly sins from the Holy Sun. Put down your prejudices, and you will see the corresponding 7 virtues. Nonsense, you filthy devil who has been blinded by the devil, you have no right to talk about the 7 virtues. The 2 archangels had a disagreement and started arguing again. Mikhail woke up from his chaotic thoughts, looked at Hexyuno intently, frowned and said, Hexyuno, are you sure this gentleman is the Holy Sun? With my purity. In the middle of his words, Heshino raised his sword of judgment. I swear by the sword of judgment, I am absolutely sure. Mikhail was silent, staring at Heshino for a long time, and slowly asked, the prophecy indicates that the identity of the Holy Sun needs to meet 3 conditions, resurrection from the dead, resembling a human but not a human, and a god on earth. Are you really sure? Sure. That's it? Mikhail pondered for a moment, knelt on one knee in front of Wayne, raised his hand to his chest and lowered his head. Lord Holy Sun, your servant Mikhail has been waiting for you for a long time. The whole heaven is waiting for your arrival. Mikhail, are you crazy? Ur was almost furious, and stepped forward angrily, you would rather believe Heshino than me. She was deceived by the Lord of Hypocrisy. Haven't I made it clear enough? Live. Hexuno opened his mouth to scold him, but a voice rushed ahead of him, and his tone was more severe. Mikhail frowned and looked at Ur. Shut up, you are the archangel, put away your arrogant attitude in front of the Holy Sun. Wu-Er was completely stunned. He staggered back and muttered that heaven had changed and he could no longer understand it. A question comes to mind, if everyone is wrong and only he is right, then who is at fault, him or the world? World, what do you think? Ur's pupils shrank suddenly. Could it be that Wayne was really the Holy Sun? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Ur shouted in agreement, looking really embarrassed and angry. Seeing this, Reza couldn't help but feel pity for him. He was another guy whose sunk costs were too high, leading him to desperation. After sighing, Reza's mind couldn't help but become active. If Ur commits such a great crime of disrespect, but at the same time he has outstanding achievements and is deeply loved by the Son of God, will Ur be replaced as the new 4 archangels? Thinking about it, it shouldn't be possible. It's too exaggerated. There are no wise angels or archangels. It's wrong to be nepotistic. The Holy Sun can't mess around. On the other side, Killer and Vekel frowned at the same time, faintly aware that something was wrong. Mikhail's attitude was too weird. He so hastily recognized Wayne as the Sun, or confirmed it from Heshino's mouth, which was inconsistent with their understanding of Mikhail. Even if he takes 10,000 steps back, Mikhail should also trust Ur. Could it be? The two looked at each other. Mikhail and Heshino were right, Wayne was the Sun, and Ur was the fool. The 2 wise angels were a little confused and a little panicked. Kasuno also felt that Mikhail was weird today. Usually, Mikhail was stubborn and had almost arrogance written on his face during the 7 virtues meeting. But today he was suddenly so well behaved. That's right, after all, in front of the Holy Sun, you have to be well behaved even if you don't have to be well behaved. Hexuno thought about it for a moment and no longer had any doubts. Wayne was different. He looked down at Mikhail who was kneeling in front of him and said, Archangel Mikhail, if I say that I am not the Holy Sun, it is all Hexuno's delusion. Do you think it is possible? Mikhail raised his head and said with a humble smile, it's absolutely impossible. You satisfy the prophecy. Heshino will not lie about his oath. You are the Holy Sun. You guys are so hypocritical. Wayne muttered in his heart without showing it, and nodded, you are right, Hexuno can't lie. I, Wayne, am the Son of God. Mikhail bowed his head in salute, and Hexuno knelt down on one knee. Not far away, the weirdos were lying down or standing on their heads, explaining the diversity of kneeling. You can't blame them for being funny, they were kneeling down very seriously, most of them even had no legs. This was the most respectful posture they could think of. Lord Holy Sun, please move to the supreme crystal sky on the 9th floor and rest there for a while. I will summon the 7 virtues and all the angels and then listen to your holy words. Mikkel lowered his head and said. That's okay, I'm indeed a little tired. Wayne squinted his eyes and secretly said trouble. This deputy king of heaven was not hostile to him, but he did not have good intentions. If I guessed correctly, the so-called 9th level of heaven had already done something. Hexiuno, stay with the Holy Sun and protect his safety, so as not to. Mikkel stood up slowly and glanced at Ur. Some ignorant and fearless angels offended the Holy Sun, causing us to be punished together. Heshino nodded, flapped 3 pairs of wings and invited Wayne to enter the highest area of heaven. Hea followed carefully. Reza raised her hand, but Wayne ignored him. Looking at the other angels, they were also leaving at this moment. At this moment, a one-eyed monster covered in tentacles floated in front of Reza. Newcomer, come with me to register. This Lord Angel, Saint, and I. Fill out the form first. Do you still have to fill out a form to go to heaven? Reza looked up at the sky, but could not see Wayne and Hexiuno. In desperation, he had no choice but to follow the tentacle monster and leave. On the other side, Ur approached Mikkel angrily. Asshole, what are you doing? Hexuno is crazy, are you crazy too? Accompanying him were Killer and Vikkel. The 2 cherubim, like Ur, widened their eyes and asked Mikkel for an explanation. Is Wayne the son of God? Why is Mikhail so sure? What are the characteristics of the true son of God in the prophecy? Surrounded by 3 anxious faces, Mikkel smiled slightly. I'm not crazy. I know that man is not the Holy Son. The crazy one is Heshino. Then you still. Idiot, Heshino is the archangel, the angel in charge of 1/4 of heaven. What do you think I should do, fall out with her immediately? Mikkel glared at Ur. He was kind-hearted and returned the label of idiot on the spot. Mikkel, since you know that he is not the Holy Son, why did you let Heshino take him to the crystal sky on the 9th level, which is the residence of his father? Killer frowned. Heaven has distinct levels, and even Seraph cannot easily set foot on the 9th level. That's the only place where the angel legion of Heshino can't enter. Mikkel said calmly. What do you want to do? She is the archangel after all, Vikkur warned. I'm not going to do anything, it's just that Hexuno went a little too far. Mikkel passed it by and then said, tell me clearly, why do you call that man the devil, and what's going on with the Lord of Hypocrisy? I also want to ask, Mikkel, do you know who the Holy Son is and have you found him? Said in a deep voice, and the traitor latter, has he been locked up? This bastard, he colluded with hell and concealed the prophecy of the Son of God. He is a sinner in heaven. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 536. There are 9 levels of heaven. The Great Father's residence is located in the 9th level of the Supreme Palace. The Aiming Crystal Palace follows the strict hierarchy of heaven. Each layer of heaven has angels of corresponding ranks. Seraphs live in the 8th layer of the Star Palace, and there is also Millie. Because of their possession of the 7 virtues, the 3 wisdom ambassadors, Killer and Vekel, were far superior to other wisdom ambassadors and were able to enter the 8th heaven. Hexiuno led Wayne through many portals and reached the highest heaven above all the heavens. He stopped and looked at Hea, who was following Wayne. What's the matter, Hexuno, why did you stop suddenly? Wayne asked knowingly. Lord Holy Sun, even if the 4 ambassadors enter the Crystal Palace, they must ask for permission first. The ambassadors are not qualified to enter your residence. Hexyuno looked businesslike. There are a lot of personal grudges. Wayne shook his head first, then turned around and waved to Hea, "Come here, the Holy Sun allows you to enter the crystal sky." Hea nodded first, and then looked at Hexyuno aggrievedly, with tears on her face that were still touching. Heshino ignored him and said to Wayne, "Crystal sky is an ideal world, the embodiment of all beautiful fantasies, symbolizing absolute purity and perfection. It is only open to those souls with pure hearts and truth-seeking souls. Certain forms the lustful angel falls far short of this standard. You can't say that, Hea is just beautiful, you and I both know that she is pure, it would be too hellish if the standard of the lobby is to judge people by their appearance." Wayne shrugged. "According to the standards you mentioned, the four seraphs are not qualified to enter the crystal sky. But when Father is still here. It was before, and now it is now. Now I have the final say. Rules cannot restrain those in power. If I say she can get in, she can get in." Wayne waved his hand, asking Hexyuno to clear the way in front, and asked Hea to follow closely. Hea glanced at Wayne gratefully, and then followed Hexyuno. She only had eyes for the longed-for archangel, the Holy Sun. Etc., far less important than the archangel. Call her loyal, her attitude towards the big leader is superficial, call her disloyal, Hexunati's sword is about to strike, but she will never resist. Wayne shook his head and didn't take it to heart. He stepped into the shining portal and saw the boundless starry sky and the universe. This is a universe with the concept of space, with up, down, left and right directions. The sky is a crystal color flowing with soft light. It is composed of countless tiny crystal particles. Every particle of dust shines with divine brilliance. From a distance, it looks like a brilliant flowing sky. Milky Way. Under the crystal canopy, what should have been a dark universe was filled with light in every corner. The light is warm but not dazzling. Bathing in it is like a holy spring that cleanses the soul, allowing every soul that enters here to be purified and sublimated. Wayne raised his brows and smelled the smell of law. He looked around and confirmed that this was the void universe. The kingdom of heaven is indeed the kingdom of Heavenly Father, located in the void, and, Wayne took a deep breath of the law information, uncontaminated information, or filtered and purified information, although it is not completely pure, but at least it's much safer than wandering in the void. Is this the kingdom of God? It's so awesome. Wayne murmured to himself, looking at the crystal sky with supervision. He defined the flowing Milky Way as a filter. The tiny crystal particles are composed of faith and holy light. Heavenly Father's evolutionary path is that of an ancient God, but he is different from me. His starting point is human beings, and he is still afraid of pollution. Well, at least that was the case before. Wayne felt that it was 80% the same now. According to Edness, Heavenly Father /U003E Life Alliance was the undisputed #1 God. But even so, in the face of the prophecy of the Doomsday Judgment, the Great Father still chose to run away with the bucket. It can be seen that the Heavenly Father is still groping on the path of evolution of the ancient gods, and has not yet achieved the true meaning of the ancient gods. What is an ancient god? Depending on the mood, it can be everything, or it can be nothing. Only the ancient gods spread polluted knowledge, and there is no knowledge to pollute the ancient gods. In a true sense, you can do whatever you want, and it doesn't matter. Ancient God, I don't care how strong you are, but you are not as strong as me anyway. The real ancient God will not care about the prophecy of annihilation. The Heavenly Father is only as powerful as leaving this box. Facing the Doomsday Judgment, you still have to think about it. The crystal sky is boundless, enough to cover the entire God's choice continent. The flowing light and shadow interweave endless dreams, and the meaning condenses all the sacred and beautiful. Everyone understands that this is just a filter and has no faith. Crystal sky is nothing. Faith elevates the crystal sky to a dreamlike level. Only after faith can there be the crystal sky. It is clear at a glance who is the master and who is the subordinate. A group of people who fantasize about getting something for nothing feed a god who gets something for nothing, and their useless gestures have increased Wayne sighed with emotion. After taking a few breaths, Hexyuno arrived at the center of the crystal curtain, where there was a suspended crystal star, the temple garden. The temple garden, also known as the Eye of Wisdom and the Eye of the Father, is not only the residence of the Father, but also an absolute symbol of overlooking all things in the world. This piece of pure land is presented in a rich and pure manner. The air is filled with light floral fragrance and fresh breath. Every inch of land and every ray of light reveals endless vitality and harmony. The holy spring of peace is crystal clear. All kinds of gem-like flowers are inlaid on the river bank. They are as red as fire, blue as sea, and purple as violet. Where the colorful extension extends, various fruit branches are densely leafed and hung with attractive colors. The full fruit of man. There is no famine, no plague, no war, and no death. Everything is the purest increase of nature. Here, time loses its meaning. Those who enter this place can stay away from all troubles and live forever. Wayne floated to the ground, raised his hand to pick a golden apple, rubbed it on his sleeve twice, and swallowed it with a roar. The taste is no different from the apples in the world. Wayne picked another one and threw it to Hexyuno. This one is not bad for being shot, you can try one too. Hexyuno bowed and took it. Seeing Wayne staring at him without blinking, he started to eat it one bite at a time. While eating, he recited, "In principle, I am not allowed to taste the fruits here, but you are the Holy Son, and I cannot refuse your order. Any more? Have." Hexyuno ate the apple quickly and said with a straight face, "An angel will never do it." "That's what I've been waiting for." Wayne raised his eyebrows, picked an apple and threw it to Hea. "Eat." Hea looked confused. She looked at Wayne, who was smiling harmoniously, and then at Hexyuno, who was expressionless. A drop of cold sweat fell from the corner of his eyebrows. This multiple choice question is so difficult. After a fierce ideological struggle, Hea Ben looked at the main idea of my leader's leadership, which was not the main idea of my leader. "If you can eat it, watch your mouth. Do you understand?" Hexyuno said coldly. Hea nodded repeatedly, turned around and started to eat. "Ask a question." Wayne raised his hand to speak and said eagerly, "Teacher Hexyuno, are there things on this planet that Hea cannot eat even if the Son of God gives them to him?" "Lord Holy Son, you understand what I mean." Hexyuno's eyelids twitched. "If you don't understand, tell the truth immediately." "This is an order." Wayne looked curious. Hexyuno was silent for a moment and said slowly, "There are two sacred trees in the garden, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge. Hea cannot eat the fruit of the tree. Life and knowledge." Wayne raised his eyebrows, determined his next destination, and asked, "Except for the fruits of these two trees, Hea can eat other fruits, right?" Hexyuno tilted his head and gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Holy Son, this is heaven after all. Please be more tactful when granting salvation." "Hexyuno, I don't understand what you are talking about at all. Can you please speak more clearly? You know, Hea is an idiot. If you don't tell me, how does she know what can and cannot be eaten? If I give it to her, she will eat it, and it will be all over her face. What should I do?" Wayne said a few words, which made Hexyuno's face turn red, and finally added, "I understand, some fruits are only suitable for you to enjoy. Hea is an angel and has no right to compete with you for food." Hexyuno screamed in his heart, but he didn't dare to point out what he wanted to say, so he could only nod his head to indicate that Wayne was right. "That's pretty much it? Ever since you entered the lobby, you haven't been as obedient as Iruma." Wayne hummed twice. "Lord Holy Son, it is precisely because this is heaven that you must maintain your divinity and nobility at all times. Maybe you have your own arrangements, and I shouldn't dictate, but the wisdom of most ambassadors is far from yours at such a height, they are not good at thinking and cannot understand your behavior, Hexionyo began to advise you earnestly. Ba ba ba, what a load of nonsense, a simple translation, please stop acting and be a superior god. I haven't acted since I was a kid, and you always think. Wayne picked out his ears and said, I'm not the son of God, I wasn't before, I'm not now, and I won't be in the future. You just admitted it? That's because Meikle has a problem. I want to see what this guy is up to. Speaking of this, Wayne looked at Heshino. By the way, to protect you, that guy gives me a very gloomy feeling. Focus on his appearance is just cheerful, he is definitely not the son of heaven. Whoever is a serious person shines all day long and has a shiny golden hairstyle, so that others will not know that he is great and upright. It is clear that he is missing something and has set up a certain personality. There is no mistake. Wayne's white moonlight is Anastasia. The sun in his mind is one big and one small. The big one hangs on the big one, and the small one is named Willie. William is also fine. It's not Mikhail's look anyway, it's too deliberate. Meikle is indeed a little abnormal. Hexeuno thought for a while, and it was not unexplainable that the abnormality was abnormal. She had found the Holy Son, and she had the closest relationship with the Holy Son. Meikle didn't want to be alienated by the new leader, so he naturally behaved respectfully and there was nothing wrong with it. Seeing the determination on Hexeuno's face, Wayne nodded, you see, this is why I pretended to be the Holy Son to protect you. Your understanding of internal fighting only focuses on victory and defeat, but you don't know that the conflict will be stimulated to the end. The fate of losers is terrible. Meikle. Hexeuno frowned, maybe, but you have already entered heaven. The victory or defeat has been decided, and Meikle will not mess around no matter how dissatisfied he is. Would you like to make a bet? I order you to make this bet. If I win, you must forgive Heia for what he did before, and, Wayne called Hexeuno to come closer, pointing to the grove in the distance. A few words were whispered in his ears. Hexeuno's face changed suddenly and he said decisively, this is the holy and pure temple, the highest place in heaven. You can't do such boring things here. What, you think I'm dirty? No, it's me who's filthy. Then I go find Heia. Speak. If it were you, all your actions would be holy, without any filth, and the things around you would be purified because of you. As expected of you, you found a good reason so quickly. Wayne nodded with a smile, open the way ahead, I want to see the two holy trees. This way, please. The 8th floor, the starry sky. Looking from afar, under the sky, 4 white palaces towered into the clouds, and 3 other palaces were second in size. The melodious sound of nature floated in it, accompanied by the sound of bells and pianos, interweaving into a hymn with a unique melody and color, praising the greatness of the Creator. The starry sky is far away from all the noise and filth. There is no darkness here, only light, and endless light. The 7 palaces represent the 7 virtues, and they are surrounded by guards. In the central area, on the open square of the holy white, clear springs flow. Quiet and waveless. 5 figures appeared in turn, 4 of them were human figures, namely Mikhail, Kirer, and Vikal, who slowly sat down in mid-air, surrounded by spring water, and built a white chair with shining holy light and the same size as their bodies. The last figure was more casual. The main body was a disordered geometric body surrounded by a golden halo, with 4 pure white wings, multifaceted, and the shape was changing all the time. Each frame had complex geometric lines. At first glance, there was no pattern at all. A closer look, a little dizzy. In a sense, this little gadget with a diameter of 100 meters can be called a source of pollution. The cherubim Milia, who represents diligence in the 7 virtues, has never experienced reincarnation, and does not have the concept of human beings. She has always maintained her angelic appearance. If she has experienced reincarnation, According to relevant speculations and records, she is inclined to be a human female like Hexunyo. Among the 7 virtues, Mili and Hexunyo have the closest relationship. Or, when did you come back? An eyeball appeared on Mili's constantly changing body, and his voice was sometimes hoarse and sometimes gentle. I am not used to your human appearance. Why don't you return to your angelic appearance through the holy spring of reincarnation? Among the 7 virtues now, 5 angels have experienced reincarnation as humans, and only Milia and Lar are still angelic. The latter was not present because of confinement. Milia, Hexunyo has also returned to heaven, Wu said expressionlessly. She is back, where is she? Milia was overjoyed when she heard this, and then asked in confusion, since you are here, why didn't you participate in the Holy White Council, and is you still in the holy spring of reincarnation? No, Hexunyo is in crystal heaven, and she found the Son of God. Mikhail said. Lord Son of God. Milia's irregular body twitched, happy for the return of the Son of God to heaven, and also happy for her good friend. Hexunyo was once the most favored angel, and he will be in the future. In this way, the aggressive Mikhail will be much more honest. Page since the Holy Sun is in crystal sky, what are we still doing here? Milia, don't be too happy too soon. Yule interrupted with a sneer, saying, Hexunyo has fallen. Her purity was taken away by the hypocritical Lord of Hell, and her body and mind were tainted. What she welcomed back was not the Holy Sun, but the 7 deadly sins of hell. The irregular geometric body stopped changing and started to move again after 3 full seconds. Yule, I don't understand. Can you put aside your prejudice against Hexunyo and say it again? Say it 10,000 times and it won't change the fact that Hexunyo has fallen. No, there must be something wrong. I want to ask Hexunyo in person. Milia smelled a hint of conspiracy. Milia, you have always supported Hexunyo. You can disbelieve Or and me, but you can refer to what Kirer and Vikal said. Micah spoke slowly, stopping Milia, who was about to leave. Milia looked at her 2 colleagues, the ambassador of wisdom, doubtfully. They nodded one after another and said, Hexunyo is indeed corrupted. She lost her purity in the world. In order to evade responsibility, she regarded the devil who took her purity as the Son of God and brought him back to heaven. Or said, that devil is very powerful. His name is Wayne. He was originally a human. With the help of Hexunyo, he can freely enter and exit hell. He killed gluttony and rage, became the new lord of hypocrisy of the 7 deadly sins, and brought another lord of fear. Hell ushered in a new chapter of hypocrisy. He is the most terrifying sin of this era. His lies are terrible enough to distort the mind of one of the 7 virtues. Ur became more and more angry as he spoke. In terms of strength, he is also extremely powerful. He seems to be comparable to Micah's power. With the help of Hexunyo, we are no match for him at all. Ur, after hearing what you said, I suddenly have a feeling, Millie asked doubtfully, Wayne is a human who killed 2 of the 7 deadly sins in hell. He is so powerful that he just meets the definition of the God of the world. Is there a possibility that he is really the Son of God? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Milia, we know that you are very close to Hexunyo, but it is related to the safety of heaven. The honor of the Son of God cannot be insulted. Don't help Hexunyo to get away with it. Killer started, Vikal followed up, and Ur finally concluded that the 7 virtues all denied that Wayne equals the Son of God. Do you want to confirm it again? If Wayne is really the Son of God, what you are doing now? Milia still didn't believe it. Based on the close relationship, she had no reason to believe the one-sided words of these colleagues. Milia, you are one of the 7 virtues of heaven. We believe in your loyalty to heaven and invite you to participate in the Holy White Council. Don't let us down. Mikhail said slowly, today's meeting has nothing to do with individuals. Everything is for heaven. Please put aside your personal feelings and think about issues from the perspective of heaven. That's right. Ur affirmed loudly, and after learning that Mikkel did not send any cronies to search for the Holy Son, nor did he regard him as a pawn, he immediately put on a pair of pants with Mikkel again. In public and private matters, in terms of emotion and reason, Heshino and Wayne are the biggest enemies right now, and they must be eradicated from this pair of bastards who have tarnished the sanctity of heaven. As he spoke, Ur waved his hand, and a white light picture slowly opened in mid-air. The painting shows a young man with black hair and black eyes, leaning against a bench, controlling 4 sinful clones, with a hearty laugh and extremely high magical power. Jaja, let me make it clear first. Killer and Vekkel can testify that this guy is Wayne. I did not make up an image to slander him. I even restrained myself or looked disgusted with Killer and Vekkel. Vekkel nodded, indeed restrained. Even if you say so. Milia looked at the white light scroll, then at the 4 colleagues who had a positive attitude, and said dryly, I still want to see Hexiuno, and if possible, also meet with the Holy Son. It's the devil, the Lord of Hypocrisy, Ur corrected loudly. It's a human named Wayne. Milia changed her words and said, Milia, we will enter the crystal sky with you. You don't have to rush to express your position. After you meet Wayne, you will understand what it means to be born a devil. Ur sneered again and again, stopping Milia from trying to inform, before this, you cannot have contact with Heshino. But Milia, Vikkel said, put aside your personal feelings, do everything for the sake of heaven, and don't betray our trust in you. Seeing this scene, Millie remained silent and agreed to enter the Crystal University with several colleagues until he could see Wayne's true face before making a choice. She wanted to see if Heshino had fallen. By the way, where was Lal? Didn't she need to call him along? Not to mention that traitor, he colluded with the arrogance of hell, leaked the information about the sun early, and told us the wrong translation, so that we still haven't found the real sun. Ur said angrily. No, are you sure you are talking about Lal? Milia said it was unbelievable. She knew that Lal was punished by Mikhail as his deputy for inappropriate behavior and was reflecting in the dark room, but she did not know the specific inappropriate behavior. Now listening to what Ur said, the whole Birdman is in bad shape. This is not inappropriate behavior, it is clearly a capital crime punishable by going to hell. It was too outrageous. Milia looked at Mikhail and asked him whether it was true or false. I have not yet been able to confirm whether it is true or false. The truth cannot be revealed until the devil is defeated. Mikhail shook Mikhail slightly, an arrogant Lundan appeared in the human world. One of the characteristics of the Holy Son is that he is located in Lundan. Without Lal's informant, arrogance would not have known. Even now, you still believe that Lal is innocent. Ur was extremely angry. Lal is an archangel after all and cannot be easily convicted. These are all your speculations without substantive evidence, right? Mikhail shook his head lightly. But Ur, I am the deputy king of heaven. At the same time, in a certain corner of the heaven, a huge 6-winged figure was dormant in the White Mountains. This is a majestic white holy dragon. It is huge and as long as a pea mountain. It is covered with scales shining with holy light. Each piece is like being carved from the purest white jade, reflecting everything around it, exuding gold and white light. The holy dragon's golden eyes are deep and full of wisdom, showing both compassion and inviolable majesty. Its wingspan is wide, and it can stir up changes in the entire heaven by waving it at will. On the pure white 6 wings, golden lines intersect to outline the pattern of 6 eyeballs, seraph, archangel, and tolerance, one of the 7 virtues. Lao Dingqing looked forward, and a curtain of light opened, broadcasting the full view of the Holy White Council. He listened to the conversation of the 7 virtues without missing a word. A flash of golden light reorganized into a human male figure with flying blonde hair in front of Lao. Compared with the huge size of the holy dragon, this figure was as small as gravel. The golden figure is Michael, and he is the only one in the whole heaven who shines so brightly. I am afraid that because of his modesty, everyone will not know how shining he is. Lal, do you have anything to say? Her hanat is strange. The holy dragon opened his mouth and spit out the holy flames of white light. The holy sun she found is very strange. According to the three of Ur and the others, it is the new hypocritical chapter of the 7 deadly sins in hell. I think you need to go to hell to confirm and see. Are gluttony and rage really listed? Not now. Why, you are so powerful, are you still afraid of arrogance? It's not about being afraid. His strength is obvious to all. If I can defeat him once, I will naturally be able to keep defeating him, but... Mikkel pondered, if pride can really delete the 7 deadly sins, it means that his power has reached me again. It is not clear whether I reached this height first or he took the first step. So what? Destroying Heshino first, she is the top priority. As the prophecy said, she turned into a human. Mikkel narrowed his eyes slightly, and his handsome face instantly darkened. I am obviously the father. The best child has power comparable to the gods, but Hexeuno has always been favored. I don't understand why my father wants to appoint her as his successor. Mikkel, the prophecy did not directly point to Heshino. She became a human, you also became a human, and even Ur and Killer all had the experience of being reincarnated as humans. After, Mikkel pondered, if pride can really delete the 7 deadly sins, it means that his power has caught up with me again. It is not clear whether I reached this height first or he took the first step. So what? Destroy Heshino first. She is the most important thing, and as the prophecy said, she became human. Mikkel narrowed his eyes slightly, and his handsome face suddenly darkened. I am obviously my father's best child, with power comparable to the gods, but Heshino has always been favored. I don't understand why my father wanted to appoint her. For the heir. Mikkel, the prophecy did not directly point to Heshino. She became a human, you also became a human, and even Ur and Killer all had the experience of being reincarnated as humans. Lal shook his head slightly, and his huge head stirred up a sea of clouds that kept rolling. You should pay attention to the other 7 virtues, and don't always focus on Heshino. No, the prophecy mentioned that the most favored angel has pointed to Heshino. When she becomes a human, understands the 7 deadly sins, and gathers the 3 ambassadors, humans and devils, she will become the new owner of the hall. This is your translator, you know the truth better than me, Mikkel said with a cold voice. Maybe, but prophecies have a lot of vague words, and you're taking it too seriously with Hegzunner. It's not that I'm targeting her, but I've proven that I understand and learn the 7 deadly sins with the heart of an ambassador and the body of a human being. I am not qualified to enter the 10th heaven. I am not the angel in the prophecy. Mikkel's face showed a fierce look, and he said, she is too weak. Weakness is a sin. She cannot protect her and is not worthy of inheriting everything from her father. I am the first angel born, the first of the 7 virtues, and the deputy king of heaven. I was the first to follow my father, and only I have this qualification. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 537. Micah, calm down, don't let the 7 deadly sins affect your thinking. Latta reminded Micah. He took a deep breath and restored his sunny and cheerful smile. You are right, I really care too much about Hexeuno. Her journey in the world was not smooth. She lost her purity and became filthy. If she didn't know the prophecy, she would not take the initiative to contact the 7 deadly sins, right? At this point, Micah squinted his smiling eyes and looked at Long Mua. The sunny smile and cold eyes made Latta shudder. Micah, only you and I know the prophecy. There has never been any holy son, and I didn't tell Hexeuno the truth. Latta said, the god of the world, resurrection from the dead, like a human but not a human, these are all lies I translated. There is no such person in the world. This is the prophecy that Hexunyo knows. You were there at the time, and I didn't contact Hexunyo afterwards. There has never been a prophecy of a holy son. The heir of the father can only be the best child of the father. The father worked so hard to build such a big family business, how can it be cheap to outsiders? The strongest Mikhail and the most favored Hexunyo, the future of the hall only exists between the two. Lal translated the prophecy in advance, and after thinking for a long time, he chose to bet on Mikhail and told him all the truth. Mikhail followed the prophecy and reincarnated as a human to complete his life and learn the 7 deadly sins in the world. Including but not limited to leaving blood, this is an inevitable experience for being born as a human, and you have to do it even if you don't like it. As for meeting the 3 requirements of the Son of God, I can only say that deliberately wasting Hexunyo's time, letting her stay in the world all the time, looking for a human who will never appear and resurrect from the dead, a god in the world, and a person who is not a human. One condition is harsh enough, not to mention meeting 3 at the same time. How could there be such a human in the world? If there is such a human, the other party is a god himself, and he will not care about the identity of the Son of God. But what about the hypocritical Lord beside Hexunyo? She gave up her purity in order to contact the 7 deadly sins, and swore to find the Son of God in front of me. What is she reminding me of? Does she really know nothing? Micah emphasized. After staring at each other in silence, Lar shook his head. Calm down, because of the 7 deadly sins, you have lost your trust in me. It's better to do so. You are different from that wastreur. I hope you will always stand with me. Micah's figure slowly disappeared. Lar, I will destroy Hexunyo immediately. If it is really a misunderstanding, I will apologize to you in person and fulfill my promise to make you the deputy king. Otherwise, what about it? Mikhail didn't say it, leaving a blank for Lar to look at. After he left, the holy dragon closed his eyes and whispered, you only know how to pursue power and strength, and you can't maintain your original humility, or you can only be humble to your father. You knew the prophecy the first but couldn't meet the prophecy. On this basis, you got the 7 deadly sins. Your journey in the world is worse than Hexunyo. I regretted choosing you instead of Hexunyo. It's a pity that I can't turn back. I can only make a mistake. After all, Hexunyo's vision is too low. He doesn't even have the ambition to become a master. He is worse than you. The 9 heavens, the highest heaven, the crystal planet of the Crystal Heaven Factory is divided into 2 parts, the temple and the garden, collectively known as the Temple Garden. Although the garden is rich and beautiful, it is impossible for the Heavenly Father to sleep on the grass or hang on the tree. As Hexunyo said, to be a god, one must act like a god, and must be high above. The wisdom of the people below is limited and they cannot understand the confusing behavior of God. To be a god, one only needs to grasp 2 key points: divine power and divine grace. Thunder, rain, and dew are all grace of the Lord. Don't give the people below a chance to think, just let them accept everything. So, the Heavenly Father cannot sleep on the street, you must stay away from everything that is high above you and own the most perfect and magnificent palace in the world. After Wayne admired the 2 sacred trees whose fruits were not yet ripe, he arrived at the temple under the guidance of Hexunyo. In Hexunyo's words, this is his home. This palace occupies almost 1/3 of the planet's surface and is made entirely of pure and flawless crystal. Every wall and every floor tile has a crystal clear texture, reflecting the ever-changing light and shadow around it, like a dream bubble, flashing a sacred and unreal mysterious light. The space inside the temple is grand, and there is another dome hanging high above it. Inlaid with all kinds of gems, there are scenes of the rising sun, setting moon, and endless stars. Beams of light pillars support the sky, and there are also very beautiful murals describing the process of the Father creating the chosen continent. In the core area of the hall, the heart of the entire crystal sky, beams of light shine from the top of the sky, and the pure light forms a solemn and heavy throne. Opposite the throne, there is a pure white magic circle that symbolizes guarding, and 7 statues represent the 7 virtues. Stepping into this room, facing the infinite power and grace of God, people feel fear and insignificance, and just want to prostrate themselves under the throne immediately. He bowed and knelt. The moment he faced the throne, his face with his eyes closed was extremely holy, and his lower body showed a bit of abstinence. Wayne would not, he had no faith. If Idonus dared to give, he would dare to ask. If the ambassador dared to pretend to be a secretary without saying a word, he would dare to stand up and kick. He expected such a person to feel the power and grace of God. He would only say that God was ahead of the evolutionary path, which was nothing great. Then he would not despise the poor young man, and would avoid the sharp edge of the river for 30 years, and be tolerant, and the straight line was not fast, and an overtaking in the curve ahead would make him eat the tail gas. Sir. Hexyuno looked at Wayne with blazing eyes, his eyes filled with fanatical light. He bowed and invited Wayne to take a seat, where he would wait for all members of the 7 virtues to make a pilgrimage. Oh my God, you can't sit on this chair randomly. If you accidentally sit out the true saint's son, it will be difficult to explain. Wayne shook his head repeatedly, fearing that after he sat down, a small light man would jump out from the opposite side and try to beat him. Holy Son, what is your level? Sit in my seat. Lord Holy Son, you have arrived in heaven. Mikhail and the others will come at any time. You should maintain the majesty of God. What's going on? Where are there so many flies? They're buzzing and noisy. Wayne raised his hand and waved it in his ear. Seeing that Hexyunyo's face turned pale with anger, he reiterated, I am really not the Holy Son. You can't sit on this chair randomly, or someone will die. Hexyuno said firmly, you are the Holy Son, and everything points to you. If you are not, who has this qualification? It seems right. Wayne frowned and looked at the chair in front of him. He suddenly felt that it was very tempting. After a little hesitation, he decided to sit on it and give it a try. It's coming, what if it's true? Wayne was about to make a move and said to Hexyunyo, the ugly thing is in front of you. It was you who insisted on me sitting. If anything happens to me while sitting, you 7 virtues will bear full responsibility. Hexuno nodded. As long as Wayne is willing to sit on that chair, he can say anything. Then I'll sit down. Wayne carefully circled the chair 3 times and raised his hand to touch it. There was no light that triggered the artifact to automatically recognize its owner. Similarly, there was no light that caused the artifact to protect itself and drive away monsters. What does this mean, being ignored? Wayne muttered and sat down on it. Hexyuno watched with longing as Wayne and the chair merged into one, and walked to the left side of the throne with excited steps. Lord Holy Son, how do you feel? But the corners of Hexyuno's eyes twitched, and a basin of ice water hit her hot chest. She looked out at the black smoke and forced a forced smile. You can sense it again, there must be something. Halfway through the words, Wayne grabbed his arm and took him into his arms. He sat down with Gon. Hexyunyo sat on the whip. By the time his brain came to his senses, his body had already found the most comfortable sitting position out of habit. Sitting sideways, an arm was placed on Wayne's neck, their chests were pressed together, and their 2 faces were very close to each other. Hexyuno was so frightened that his face turned pale. In a sacred place, there should not be such blasphemous behavior. He stood up and was held down by Wayne. His face turned pale in an instant. Don't move, you can feel it. Wayne hugged Hexyunyo and said, no, it can't be done here. Please, go to the garden. Even there Hexyunyo was crying a little. What can I say, a brain full of yellow waste. Wayne looked disgusted and slapped his butt hard. The crisp sound echoed in the hall, causing Hea to glare angrily. Judging from his expression, it probably meant, "Come at me if there is anything, let go of the archangel." Wayne did not pay attention to Hea, and his attention was all on the bottom of his buttocks. Wisps of holy light unfolded, surrounding him and Hexyuno, and displayed large sections of the golden rule for the two of them to refer to and learn. Wayne learned quickly and slurped and ate non-stop. Hexyuno's eyes were in a trance. For fear of disturbing the Holy Sun's study, he hurriedly jumped out of his arms and stood on the left side of the throne with a holy face. The holy light dissipates and the knowledge is gone. Wayne was having a good meal and didn't understand what was going on. As far as the feeling just now was concerned, the God of God recognized his qualifications, and half of them denied it. This meant several things. I couldn't have said it earlier. It made me really think that I was a saint. Son. Wayne muttered, staring at Hexyuno with his eyes, taking a deep breath and saying, "I didn't react when I sat on this chair, but you reacted immediately after you sat down. Is there a possibility? You are the son." Ah! Hexyuno was stunned at first, then waved his hands and hurriedly explained, "Lord Holy Son, my loyalty to you is unquestionable, and I have never had unrealistic illusions. No, 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 I didn't question your loyalty. With that, and that gesture, you are the most loyal in the entire heaven," Wayne affirmed. "Lord Holy Son, can you please stop talking about this in this room?" Hexyuno's eyes were red. Wayne stood up, held Hexyuno's shoulders and asked him to sit down. "You will know if the Holy Sun is really shining if you try it. You are not allowed to turn your back. There have been many times when you took the initiative, especially when reading the Bible. Chasing me, woohoo." In the middle of Wayne's words, Hexyuno covered his mouth. Seeing that her eyes were wide open and she seemed to be dying with the Holy Sun, he shrugged and said nothing more. Hexyuno was unwilling to sit down and was determined not to blaspheme the divine authority. He was not as strong as Wayne, so he was picked up by the waist and pressed on the chair. He did not respond. Two hanging hearts relaxed at the same time. Wayne was worried that Hexyuno was the Holy Sun, and in order to hide the truth about losing his purity, he suddenly turned against him and wanted to silence Hea and him. Hexyuno was worried that he would offend the divine power and be punished by infinite majesty, depriving him of the qualification to serve the Holy Sun. Hexyuno stood up with a relaxed look on his face, and then urged him hard, "Lord Holy Sun, please don't do this again. When no one is around, you can say whatever you want. I will collapse if I do this again. Don't worry, it will collapse later." Wayne sat on the throne again and shook his butt to maintain the maximum contact area with the chair. No response. He frowned, grabbed Hexyuno and pressed him into his arms. In a flash of light, the holy word of the golden rule appeared again. Hexyuno's face turned red and he whispered, "Lord Holy Sun, it's too bad. Hea is peeking. For your honor, I will kill her." Wayne ignored Hexyuno, who was full of yellow waste, let go of him and let him stand aside. Just as he thought, the holy word of the golden rule disappeared again. What the hell, does the Holy Sun have to be in a group to debut? Wayne's eyes widened and he pressed Hexyuno into his arms again. After going back and forth, Hexyuno looked like he had been bullied. He fell down next to the throne and prayed in a low voice for forgiveness. She finally figured out that the Son of God did it on purpose, and was only willing to inspire the Son of the Golden Rule to respond when she was sitting on his lap. "It's so strange, what is wrong, what are the conditions?" Wayne frowned and thought, and tried several times. He or Hexyuno alone could not activate the special effects of the holy light. Two people had to sit together, and no one less would work. Moreover, not only did Hexyuno sit on his lap, he could also sit on Hexyuno's lap. Even sitting legs are not needed. The throne is very wide and it is not a problem for 4 or 5 people to sit side by side. As long as he and Heshino touch the chair directly or indirectly at the same time, the holy light special effect will be triggered. Wayne looked confused and resorted to the tried and tested exhaustive method to verify all possible situations one by one. Heya, come and sit on the whip. Heya looked panicked, and Hexyuno looked murderous. I didn't let you sit before, but you were unhappy and had to rush to sit. Now that I let you sit, you hesitate. Wayne waved his hand and took Heya into his arms. Come here. The plump and beautiful body was in his arms, and the faint fragrance spread in front of him. Wayne came immediately. It felt that way, not that kind of feeling. I don't feel it. Wayne placed the frightened Heya beside him and sat side by side. On the chair, seeing that the holy light special effect was not triggered, he stood up and sat on Heya's lap. No response. It shouldn't be. Only Heshino can trigger it, because angels are not worthy of sitting. Are only seraphs qualified? Do you want to catch another seraph to try? Who to arrest, or provoke, give him a slap? Wayne muttered on the chair, and Hexuno looked at her face and said, Lord Holy Son, can you let Fleur leave? She has seriously offended the majesty of God. She left when she wanted and asked me what I was doing, but I didn't. Wayne subconsciously patted his butt. Halfway through his words, he realized that the touch felt very strange. Looking again, Heya was sitting on his lap, being held down tightly and unable to leave. Wayne, Z.W., it's so strange. These hands suddenly stopped working. Is it a side effect of the throne? Heaven is really an unpredictable place. Lord Holy Son. I let go, but she refused to leave. Wayne was extremely wronged. Now I really can't blame him. Heya leaned forward slightly, and fell under the throne due to the unstable center of gravity. Her legs were weak and unable to move, and she looked at her archangel with tears in her eyes. Weak, helpless, and aggrieved, and capable of crying. Hexyuno was so angry that he raised his hand to pull out the sword of judgment. What are you doing? Don't even look at where this is. It's a place where you can use weapons, Wayne interrupted in a majestic manner, and made Hexuno sit on the whip with his hook. Hexyuno struggled for a moment, but still complied. The familiar feeling returned again, and the holy light special effects of the throne were activated, constantly showing the holy word of the golden rule to the two people sitting together. Wayne stood up, put Hexyuno down on the chair, picked up the limp Heya from the ground, and pressed her into Hexyuno's arms. It's the same as pressing the sip remover. Heya stopped crying immediately. Hexuno's face was ugly, and he was ready to chop Heya into potato chips and then crush her bones into ashes. The Holy Son is great. Don't make any noise, I'm thinking. Wayne crossed his arms and looked at the two beauties sitting on top of each other. He secretly thought it looked good. After waiting for a moment to confirm that the special effects could not be activated, he sat on Heya. The operation is a bit clumsy, but the exhaustive method is really easy to use. The return of the holy light special effects proves that Heya is dispensable and is not the key. We can't jump to conclusions easily. We still need an archangel. Wayne stood up and sat next to Heshino. He raised his arms and put his arms around Xiang's shoulders. There were two beauties in his arms. Hexyuno accidentally pushed Heya, who was grabbing his sleeve, to the ground. His condescending eyes were full of majesty, and he made Heya cry. Don't bully Heya. It's hard to find such a loyal subordinate. If I find you bullying her again, she will be mine from now on. Wayne held Heshino in his arms, closed his eyes to sense the source of the message, and realized that the throne under his butt was just a port. He said solemnly, I asked about the Elohim's Bible manuscript before, and you said it is in heaven. Point. Is this the chair? Holy Son, who is the one you are talking about? Heshino said in a trembling voice, Elohim, Your father, our father. Wayne opened his eyes and asked curiously, Hexauno, you don't even know your father's name? Hexauno shook her head in horror. She really didn't know. This was the first time she heard the name of Heavenly Father. Well, don't look at me like that. I got it out of a certain goddess after trying to smoothen the relationship. Seriously, don't think about it, I didn't lie to you. Wayne tried to explain, but the words of the golden rule kept coming out from under his butt, making his words very unconvincing. Lord Holy Son, are you still unwilling to admit your identity? Wayne didn't say anything and kissed Hexauno hard on the mouth. This move scared Hexauno and his teeth trembled. He closed his eyes and pressed his lips tightly, not daring to move. Hexauno, answer me, the golden rule is written on it. Where is the Bible manuscript of the word? Say. It's on the 8th level of the stellar sky, jointly managed by the 7 virtues. If you want, I'll take you there right now, Hexauno quickly replied. The 8th floor. Wayne shook his head slightly, sensing the direction of the source of the information. No, it's not the 8th level, it should be heaven. As far as you know, there are only 9 levels in heaven, not a 10th level. I'm pretty sure there are only 9 floors. Hexauno said firmly, this is the highest heaven. Father, and you are high above. There will not be a 10th floor higher than your residence. Got it, there really is a 10th level. Wayne nodded. Lord Holy Son, there is absolutely no 10th. Want to bet? Wayne raised his eyebrows and changed things, but Hexauno still fell for the lie. It was so smooth that he couldn't tell who was cheating who. You are right, you are the Holy Son. You said there is a 10th level, there must be a 10th level. Hexauno probably guessed what Wayne was betting on and hurriedly changed his mind. It's late, the bet is established, if you lose. Wayne looked around, the scenery here is nice, and this chair is also very wide, that's it? Hexauno said nothing and buried his head in wiping the little pearl on Wayne's shoulder. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This chair proves that you and I are the real sons of God. This is what we should do. Wayne has a reasonable basis. Regardless of whether Hexauno believes it or not, he wants to believe it anyway. Suddenly becoming half a holy son from a passerby, Wayne became more confident and felt at ease, inheriting the legacy of his heavenly Father. The throne of God is the witness, he is truly the Son of God. Let me see, where is the gate to the 10th floor of heaven? Wayne looked for the entrance to the 10th floor in silence. He was very convinced that the kingdom of heaven was divided into 10 levels, and that there was an Elohim manuscript on the 10th level that recorded the complete golden rule. With this Bible as the center, it connects the divine throne on the 9th floor and the fake manuscript on the 8th floor. It can't be said falsely, it should be called the abridged version. If Wayne guessed correctly, the abridged version of the 8th floor only records the 7 virtues, and there are other virtues hidden on the 10th floor. Only by obtaining this manuscript can you inherit the entire inheritance of the Elohim. In addition, Wayne didn't see what he wanted in the crystal sky. Although the 2 sacred trees were strange, they were completely different concepts from the life and knowledge he imagined. The false holy tree is not the evolutionary path of the ancient gods. The evolution of Gen Z should be a large-scale laboratory. The ambassador is the product of Elohim's experimental exploration. According to the experimental results, it is divided into 9 levels, namely Seraph, Cherubim, Seat Angel, Lord Angel, Power Angel, and Energy Angel. Angel, Angel, Archangel, Angel. There are 10 floors in heaven. The first to 8th floors are used for observing different experimental products, the 9th floor is for rest, and the 10th floor is the real laboratory. I can't find the entrance, so strange, is there something missing? Or do you want to drain all the knowledge from the throne? Light and shadow flashed, and figures appeared out of thin air, 4 human figures and an irregular geometric body. Ur took a step forward and was about to curse when he saw clearly the situation in the field. The whole Birdman was in bad shape. The same goes for the others, especially Hexuno's good sister Milia. The geometry stopped running on the spot. In sight, Hea was lying on the ground with a look of being spoiled. On the throne, Wayne hugged Hexuno and looked at him. The latter's face was red and his eyes were closed as if he was enduring something. If Wayne guessed correctly, the abridged version on the 8th floor only records the 7 virtues, and there are other virtues hidden on the 10th floor. Only by obtaining this manuscript can you inherit the entire inheritance of the Elohim. In addition, Wayne did not see what he wanted in the crystal sky. Although the 2 sacred trees were strange, they were completely different concepts from the life and knowledge he imagined. The false holy tree is not the evolutionary path of the ancient gods. Real evolution should be a large-scale laboratory. Angels are the product of Elohim experiments and explorations. They are divided into 9 levels according to the experimental results, namely Chi Ambassador, Wisdom Ambassador, Seat Ambassador, Main Ambassador, Power Ambassador, and Energy Ambassador. Ambassador, Archangel, Angel. There are 10 floors in heaven. The first to 8th floors are used for observing different experimental products, the 9th floor is for rest, and the 10th floor is the real laboratory. Can't find the entrance, so strange. Is there something missing? Or do you want to drain all the knowledge from the throne? Light and shadow flickered, and figures appeared out of thin air. 4 humanoid figures and an irregular geometric figure took a step forward and started to curse. Seeing clearly the situation in the field, the whole birdman was in bad shape. The same goes for the rest of the children, especially Hexuno's good sister Millie. The body stopped running on the spot. Within sight, Hea was lying on the ground with a look of being spoiled. On the throne, Wayne was holding Hea. Zauno, the latter's face was red and his eyes were closed as if he was enduring something. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 538. The 5-7 virtues entered the crystal temple, and the scene was unsightly. But no one spoke. The children looked at the throne of holy light. In a trance, they vaguely saw their father. It was just a trance. It was a pure illusion. The real heavenly Father would not look at an angel on the throne. Not to mention still lying at his feet. After a short silence, Hexuno stood up expressionlessly, picked up Hea from the ground and stood aside. It is not that she has gained nothing in this world, such as being thick-skinned. She learned the essence from Wayne, and she can act as if nothing happened without blushing or panting in front of everyone. When Hexuno left, the special effects of the holy light disappeared, and Wayne's figure sitting on the throne was clearly visible. His eyes were half open and half closed, his eyes were lowered, calm, indifferent, and indifferent. There was no figure of the 7 virtues in his eyes, as if they were a group of insignificant passers-by, paying no attention to their arrival. However, the corners of his lips slightly pursed, revealing an indescribable smile. It was not a smile of joy, nor a smile of ridicule, but a smile of clear understanding of the laws of the universe, and a sense of relief that all sentient beings have never given up hope despite suffering. Smile. In the time capsule, in the eyes of the 7 virtues, Wayne's figure is upright and solemn. The boundless holy light surrounds the surroundings, making his figure appear infinitely far away. It replaces the sun hanging high in the sky, overlooking the world with boundless pressure. Noble, extraordinary, mysterious, majestic, ruthless, pity, wisdom, tolerance, indifference, gentleness, divine power and grace, God's superiority, everything is perfected in those deep eyes and slightly raised corners of the mouth. Interpretation. The air around the 7 virtues solidified instantly, and they felt an invisible thick barrier pushed in front of them, forever isolating them from the figure of the God. As their hearts trembled, they could not help but feel the desire to worship. Typical celebrity effect, or brand effect. Without the holy light of the 7 virtues radiating from the throne of God, Wayne is just Wayne. With the aura of the Son of God, his every word, deed, and even expression will rise to a level full of divinity. Bravo! The spear of thorns in Ur's hand fell to the ground. He, who was so arrogant just now, now opened his eyes wide and looked at his mouth, his hands and feet trembling, Abba Abba. Sweating profusely. Behind them, Killer and Vikkel were both in the same shape. The unprecedented pressure made them freeze in place, and their backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, the sense of oppression given to them by Wayne far exceeded that of Heavenly Father. It's not that Wayne is stronger than Heavenly Father, but, they have never grinned at Heavenly Father, let alone pointed at Heavenly Father's nose and cursed the devil. You are the Holy Son, why didn't you tell me earlier? X3 What, you said it, but I don't believe it. X3 This is unreasonable, why don't I believe it? X3 Lord Holy Son. Hexiuno knelt down with one hand on his chest, his voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fanatical obsession and admiration. The Holy Son finally stopped acting and wanted to be a god. After Heshino knelt down, Hea followed closely behind. Killer, and Vekel, who were still in a trance, also knelt down and called out the name of the Holy Son in a trembling voice. Herchino's best friend, a huge irregular geometric figure, and diligent Melia among the 7 virtues fell to the ground. While she lamented that the Son was born full of divine majesty, perfectly inherited the power of the Heavenly Father, and was the well-deserved Lord of Heaven, she was also happy and proud of her friend Heshino. Personally finding the Son of God and welcoming him back to heaven, with his supreme merits, his status in heaven will definitely be further improved. Even if it is not improved, he is still the most favored angel, and his status is unshakable. Moreover, among Mikkel and Wu, with the desperate help of Yu, who was slapping tables and hammering chairs, the comparison came out immediately. Everyone said that Wayne was Wayne, but Hexiuno insisted that Wayne was the Holy Son. Her loyalty seemed extremely pure. Speaking of which, was Hexiuno sitting on the lap of the Holy Son just now? Hey, this is too much for progress, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Hexuno. Well done. The minds of the 7 virtues were extremely complex, including Milia, who was glad to insist on her opinion, Killer, Vic Coolchang, who was annoyed and blamed herself, and Mikkel, who was the only one in the field who stood and did not kneel down. The Deputy King of Heaven's eyes were childish, still recalling the scene where the holy light surrounded the divine throne just now. He once tried to sit on the throne of God, but it did not trigger the holy light of 7 virtues. He was not the successor as predicted. Heshino sat on the throne, and the throne responded. Heshino was the prophet. The facts are in front of him. Even if Mikkel is unwilling to do so, he can only believe that Heavenly Father will pass the kingdom of heaven to the most favored angel. Lal is responsible for keeping and translating the prophecy. It is not clear who is the real one. The successor, hedging his bets, told both him and Heshino how to sit on the throne and enter the 10th heaven. The 7 virtues, humanity, and 7 deadly sins, the Trinity is God. It doesn't matter whether he is an angel or not, he must be a human being. When Heshino became a human, she possessed the 7 virtues. She only needed to acquire the 7 deadly sins to meet the conditions for entering the 10th level. Her time in the world was too short and she could not master the 7 deadly sins immediately, so she sacrificed her purity and cultivated a devil. Become the new 7 deadly sins and take them to heaven. Yes, that must be the case. She hasn't gathered all the conditions yet. She learned about my power from Lal and knew that there wasn't much time left for her, so she was anxious to return to heaven. That's why she didn't reveal the truth and only called a devil the Son of God. Mikkel murmured, as if a drowning fish struggled to the shore, grabbing the glimmer of hope and refusing to let go. Mikkel, what are you doing? Herxunyo heard the murmur behind him and turned back dissatisfied, kneel down to worship the Son of God. You are the Deputy King of Heaven, and you should set an example. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Mikkel determined that there was something wrong with Hexunio. She pretended to be hypocritical even though she knew the truth. When she heard the word deputy king from her mouth, she felt extremely harsh and full of sarcasm. Hexunio, you don't need to teach me. Micah's eyes turned red, pointing at Wayne and said, you and I both know that he is not the Son of God, he is a devil, the Lord of the 7 deadly sins of hell. Micah. Hexunio stood up suddenly, his eyes surging with golden light, holding the sword of judgment in his hand, and said coldly, kneel down and apologize to the Son of God for your words and deeds. I will not kneel down to you. Micah felt extremely humiliated, and gritted his teeth with hatred and said, Ewell, Vikkel and Kierer said it clearly, this man is the devil, you helped him in and out of hell, and you made him get the 7 virtues, do you have to make it clear? Ah! Ewell's face turned pale, and he trembled all over and said, Micah, I just said it casually, wake up, you can't believe everything. Yes, you can't believe everything. It's because we believed in Ur's nonsense that we repeatedly offended the Holy Son. Kierer and Vikkel spoke up immediately. Ewell glared at him, you 2 bastards, your stupidity and ignorance, the sins you committed in the world, the Holy Son has already seen it, wait for the judgment. We all made mistakes, why should he be the only one to take the blame? We should die together, no one can escape today. You are the bastard, how dare you speak dirty words in front of the Holy Son? Blasphemer, you are guilty. Shut up, indulgent moderation, angry gentleness, your sins are much more serious than mine, at least I have always adhered to generosity. The 7 virtues quarreled fiercely, shirking responsibility at the beginning, and finally exposing each other's black material, vowing to make the other party worse than themselves. According to this trend, the 7 virtues will sooner or later become the 7 deadly sins, copying the regional characteristics of hell. 1 angel is a dragon, and 2 angels are insects. Wayne ignored the 3 here, leaning on the throne on his buttocks, supporting his chin with one hand, and tilting his head to look at Mikhail. The deputy king of heaven was full of ambition between the lines, arrogant and unbelievable, but he did not target the recognized Son of God, but focused his fire on Hexunio. Sure enough, Wayne confirmed again that Hexunio is the Son of God, and the prophecy was translated incorrectly, and it was wrong from the beginning. If he guessed correctly, Mikhail and Lael were in the same group and colluded to make up a false prophecy about a god who came back from the dead, looked like a human but was not a human, and was a god on earth. Prophecy is like an oracle. What God says is one thing, and how the saint, the great sage / the great prophet / the archangel translates it is another thing. How interesting. Wayne looked at Hexunio who knew nothing, and felt that the Elohim had a good vision. It would be over sooner or later if heaven was handed over to Hexunio. Whether before or after reincarnation, Hexunio had a mysterious faith, and was determined to give it away for free and make up for it, and he would never repent. Wayne is not talking nonsense. Analyzing the outrageous operations of Mona / Hexunio is really speechless. Mona firmly believed that he was a reincarnated angel, but she was, and lost her purity. Hexunio firmly believed that he was the Son of God, but he was, and lost heaven. No wonder the old father wanted to leave. Anyone who raised such a prodigal daughter would be so angry that he ran away from home. It shouldn't be. Whether it was Mona or Hexunio, they seemed very smart at the beginning. Wayne touched his chin and understood. It had nothing to do with religion making people stupid. This was love. Wayne was happy alone on the throne. Micah, on his side, was no match for Hexunio. A series of sharp sarcasms passed through his ears, and his handsome features were distorted. Hexunio firmly believed that Wayne was the Son of God. The evidence was irrefutable. Micah believed the lies of Ur and others, and was self-righteous and unrepentant. He offended the majesty of the Son of God and committed the great sin of arrogance. Micah knew the truth and knew that Hexunio was forcing him to tell the true prophecy. He wanted to use him to take back the righteousness of the air. He was determined not to be fooled and insisted that Wayne was the devil and the new lord of hypocrisy of the 7 deadly sins. Tell the truth in the opposite direction, Micah himself would be finished. As a person of great sin, there is no place for him in heaven. On the contrary, if Wayne is caught as a devil, he still has a foothold in the righteousness. After figuring out the key, Micah waved his hand to move the void, and 3 golden lights and shadows appeared behind him, 2 short and 1 long, forming a cross pattern together. 2 swords and 1 spear. The 2 swords are the sword of oath and the sword of contract, pure white and awe-inspiring. The spear is called the spear of the will of time, gold, and noble. The combination of the 3 artifacts is the symbol of Micah's angel legion. The golden thread that Wayne saw on Olga's lower abdomen, the cross stigmata that he saw is these 2 swords and 1 spear. He is also the Grand Ambassador, Hercules Sunio and Ur only have 1 divine weapon, but Mikhail has 3. He is worthy of being called the Vice Lord of a great country, the strongest angel, and the godlike one. By the way, the sword of oath that Wayne picked up in London and gave to Hexunio is a replica. It is a weapon that Mikhail forged for himself in the human world. He slayed dragons with it and became the famous Saint George the Dragon Slayer. 2 swords and 1 gun appeared, and the holy flames around Mikhail were boiling. The huge and terrifying thoughts filled the entire temple garden, and the space was viscous and liquefied. The 2 swords pointed at Wayne on the throne. Mikhail, how dare you show off your military power in front of the Son of God? Hexunio blocked the throne with a sword, and the awe and fear in his eyes reached the extreme. Oh my God, ha! The remaining 7 virtues were stunned at first, and then they rolled and crawled to stand beside Hexunio, and pointed their weapons at Mikhail. Mikhail, are you crazy? Ur's facial features were distorted, and he shouted hoarsely, put away your weapons. This is the temple garden, the residence of God, not the starry sky where you show off your power. Loyalty was mixed with a hint of smugness. He madly praised Mikhail's arrogance and hoped that his good brother would be more powerful. Ur was very perceptive. He had always taken the lead in confronting the Son of God, and mocked him countless times in person. If there were no latecomers, his future life would be predictable. He would be spared the death penalty, and his life would be worse than death. He thought he was hopeless, but he didn't expect that Mikhail, who was so stubborn, was even more arrogant than arrogant. He pointed his sword at the Son of God and spoke rudely, and taught him back. This is a real brother. Ur was so moved that he almost cried. I am no different. X2 Killer and Vikal were also in high spirits. The opportunity to show their loyalty was right in front of them. They would never retreat even if they were fighting against a godlike person. You idiots, you believe whatever Hexunio says. The throne of God was defiled by the devil, but you pointed your weapons at me. Mikhail squinted his eyes and did not take the 7 virtues to heart. As long as he exposed the false mask of the Lord of Hypocrisy in person and exposed his true identity as a devil, he could still stand on the moral high ground. The key is Hexunio, the most favored angel, who has not yet obtained the qualification to enter the 10th floor. Everything is still in time. If Hexunio is not killed today, everything will be over. Mikhail's murderous heart surged. He wanted to kill Hexunio in the temple garden to prove that he was his father's best child and the only qualified successor. Mikhail, put down your weapon. The Son of God has compassion for all living beings and is broad-minded beyond human imagination. He will definitely forgive the sins you have committed, Ur said loudly. A bit deliberate, and got the support of Kirer and Vikal. Stupid, you clearly know that he is a devil, but you told me. Mikhail showed sarcasm. Stop, shut up, don't talk nonsense here. Yul shouted loudly, like such slanderous remarks, he couldn't listen to a word. Those who understand all understand. It is clear that the Lord's Son deliberately defiled himself, and gave the way of salvation in the name of the 7 deadly sins. He was stupid and his wisdom was not even 1/10 of the sun, so he didn't see through the truth. Now he wakes up. Mila said, Mikhail, there is no devil here. The throne of God responded to the Lord's Son, he is the Son of God in the prophecy, you also saw it, it's not too late to admit your mistakes now. You are also a fool. The throne did not respond to the devil, but Hexunyo. After she left, the holy light disappeared. Micah gave the correct answer in his heart, took a deep breath, his eyes glowed with golden light, and he said in a deep voice, since you are stubborn, I will let you see clearly whether the thing on the throne is a human or a ghost. Micah is crazy, don't let him get close to the Son of God. Yul roared, holding a gun and rushing to the front. His body was burning with blazing flames, faintly turning into a cross phantom, the tip of the gun tore through the space and hummed, piercing Mikhail's murderous face. Clang! Without any movement from Mikhail, the sword of oath came down from the sky, and the 2 divine weapons collided. After a brief stalemate, Ur flew out in response. The crystal space is extremely stable, and the temple has the characteristic of being indestructible. In other places, the 2 archangels' confrontation would be enough to make the space collapse and turn into the original 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. In the temple, let alone destroying the space, Ur, who flew backwards, didn't even break through a wall. Mikhail flapped his wings and rushed to the throne, with 2 swords on the left and right. The residual light flashed and dissipated on the spot, and 3 figures followed Ur. Facts once again proved that heaven and hell are exactly the same, both of them are led by the Big Brother and dragged 6. The same 7 virtues, Ur and the other 4 put all their efforts to show their loyalty in front of the Son of God, but they proved how good Mikhail was with actual actions. The sword of oath fell, and behind Hexunyo was the Son of God, holding the sword of judgment. The moment the 2 swords collided, Hexunyo felt a terrifying force coming, his arms trembled, and his eyes were full of horror. Mikhail is more powerful than she thought, you should know that I am not just a godlike person now. Seeing Hexunyo's embarrassment and shock, Mikhail's coldness on his face was restrained a lot, and he said arrogantly, your plan is very good. You have put in a lot of effort. I have also seen your growth. You are willing to sacrifice your purity for Dzi. Hexunyo, you are getting closer and closer to me. Mikhail, I have never longed for the position of deputy king. Hexunyo gritted his teeth and insisted, yes, your ambition has never been to be the deputy king of heaven. Micah's brows were tense, and his defense was broken in an instant. A whirring wind came from all around, and 4 lights and shadows came together, surrounding Micah from 4 directions. The golden holy will of the Will of Time spear was humming, and the cleansing light and shadow seemed to be real. Invisible hands captured the 7 virtues in mid-air. No matter how hard they tried, they could not shake the golden light. As Micah narrowed his eyes, the golden light of the Will of Time spear turned into 4 crosses, imprisoning the 7 virtues in them, and lined up in a row to seal in the center of the hall. You guys who are in the way, you can see clearly who is the devil and who represents the justice of the hall, Micah shouted righteously. As he spoke, the suspended sword of the contract pointed at Hexunyo, and the residual light dissipated, reaching Hexunyo's right eye. Hexunyo held the sword with both hands, and used all his strength to block the sword of oath. Facing the incoming sword of contract, there was no way to fight back in a flash. She could retreat, but behind her was the throne and the Son of God, her faith. Snap! A hand stretched out from behind Hexunyo, grabbed the sword of contract, and steadily suppressed Wayne in mid-air. Seeing the blocker clearly, Mikhail exclaimed, thought about it, and didn't care. Being able to kill the devils of gluttony and rage in hell, it is natural that he is strong, at least stronger than those trash of Ur, and qualified to take his move. In the past, Mikhail admitted that Wayne was a good opponent, but now it is different. He has obtained the power to refute the 7 virtues. Except for the 10th floor, which is nowhere to be found, he is invincible in the 9th floor lobby. Wayne looked at Hexuno's back, holding the sword of Ren in one hand and pressing Hexuno's hand with the other hand, helping him to fight against Mikkel. Seeing him coming, Hexuno's pressure was greatly reduced. He leaned on Wayne's chest and said with shame, "Sir, I'm sorry to disappoint you." "No, it should be said that it was a surprise. Heaven opened my eyes. It feels no different from the world and hell." Wayne was amazed and lowered his head to blow into Hexuno's ear, "Lend me the sword of judgment. I want to use it to judge the Vice Lord of Heaven." The swords rubbed and golden light shot in. Micah took 2 steps back in surprise, looked at the 3 magic weapons in confusion, and his expression gradually became solemn. "Such a powerful force, even I can hardly shake it, you, arrogant Ming." "No, it's hypocrisy." Wayne took the sword of judgment handed over by Hexuno, and his fingertips brushed across the cold front. He wanted to complain about the ridiculously long guard of this magic sword. He held the sword upright in front of him, as if holding a cross as high as a person. "I heard that you and Pride are mortal enemies and have never determined the winner. Is it true?" "Not true, I defeated Pride, he is not my opponent," Micah said truthfully. "Impossible, I don't believe it." Wayne flatly denied. "Pride is very powerful, he is more like a god than you. Think about it again, did he secretly let you win when he lost to you?" "Humph, ignorance." Micah sneered back and said arrogantly, "With Pride's arrogance, he would not be willing to lose to me. You neither understand Pride nor me, and you are not worthy of evaluating God. Think about it again, don't be so arrogant. It's the same even if you say it 10,000 times." Micah's body floated, looking down at Wayne from above. "You say Pride is stronger than me, only because you haven't seen the real me. He and I are beyond the concept of the 7 virtues and the 7 deadly sins, and you are still in the 7 deadly sins. You are not my opponent. Tell the truth and tell everyone that Hexuno is using you." "Micah, what are you talking about?" Hexuno was so angry that his face turned red. Hea on the side hurriedly grabbed his leader and said, "Use it if you want. Let others say whatever they want. Anyway, the relationship with the Son of God has been established. It's progress, not cold. The other 7 virtues also think it makes sense." Hexuno found the Son of God, kept it secret, and secretly used the promotion device. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what he is up to. But you can't say that. When it comes to the Son of God, even if it's black, it must be said to be white. The filthy marks on Hexuno's body are not dirty. They are the holy marks described by the Son of God himself. From a sacred perspective, it can be regarded as the highest honor of the hall. Many ambassadors kneel down and see it, but they are all taken by Hexuno. He is unwilling to share any soup with others. The 7 virtues in the cross are full of complaints, secretly saying that Hexuno is too selfish and only wants the Son of God to favor him alone, without caring about the feelings of other colleagues. "Bah, you are so despicable. You have tainted the purity of the Holy Son." The big leader landed, and all the insects awakened and activated the swarm mode. Hexuno was probably a little guilty, and he shouted loudly, asking Mikkel not to slander the reputation of the Holy Son. Mikkel saw it, and he had his own logic and ideas. He sneered, "Don't worry, Hexuno, wait until I kill your devil man, and then I will deal with you properly." The sun passed in the arc, and the 2 swords crossed and slashed at Wayne's neck and chest respectively. Wayne tilted his head and ignored it. The swords passed, and his body healed instantly, without being affected by the holy will. Mikkel was slightly stunned, not understanding what happened, and said in surprise, "Hexuno actually ignored the golden rule holy will and gave you his power. What is this, a human who has mastered the 7 virtues and the 7 deadly sins?" If the prophecy had not named the heir, the most favored angel, Mikhail would have thought that Wayne was the heir chosen by the Father. Almost. She gave me a lot of things, but I have a lot of investors, and she is not ranked yet. Wayne said something that only he could understand. After the voice fell, he raised his eyebrows to Hexunyo, and said, "Son of God, don't be sad. When he receives the express delivery from heaven, his ranking will rise." Take back the previous remarks. Angel investors are also very bright, especially the Son of God, who gives everything he can and can't give. Page. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, and 6 white wings spread out behind him. Holding the sword of judgment in his hand, he was suspended in the air, and the surging holy will surrounded his body. The golden light beam belt was still rotating. The powerful golden rule holy words made Mikhail breathe faster. "What's the matter, Hexunyo can't give so much." Swish. The residual light passed by, and the bloodline bloomed. Wayne stepped past Mikhail and raised his hand to brush the sword of judgment. "I've tried it, and you're not as good as arrogance. Not even close." Previous chapter table of contents. Next chapter. All contents of Mythology are from the internet. Ziyuding reading only promotes the novels of the original author Wei Feng Chaohuang. Welcome all book friends to support Wei Feng Chaohuang and collect the latest chapters of Restart Mythology. This site provides transcoding services based on search engine technology and does not provide any storage services. 202 A Throwing College Entrance Examination Book NNNRV2NNR. My Own Knife Capacity has also been given to you by the Father? What is this? A human who has mastered the 7 virtues and the 7 deadly sins. If it weren't for the prophecy that named him, the heir would be the most favored angel. Mikhail thought that Wayne was the heir chosen by the Father. Almost. She gave me a lot of things, but I have a lot of investors, and she is not ranked yet. Wayne said something that only he understood. After the voice fell, he raised his eyebrows to Hexunyo, and said, "Don't be sad, Son of God, wait until he receives the express delivery from heaven, and his ranking will go up." Take back the previous remarks, and the ambassador investor is also very bright. Especially the Son of God, everything he can give and can't give, he gave. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, and 6 white wings spread out behind him. Holding the sword of judgment in his hand, he was suspended in the air, with surging holy will surrounding him, and the golden beam belt was still rotating. The powerful golden rule made Mikhail's breathing quicken. What's going on? Hexunyo shouldn't be able to give so much. The residual light flashed, and the bloodline burst. Wayne stepped past Mikhail and raised his hand to brush the sword of judgment. "I tried it, and you are indeed not as good as arrogance. Far away. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment." Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chaohuang. Chapter 539. Golden blood spurted out of Mikhail's neck. He raised his hand and brushed it away. The wound healed instantly. He slowly turned around and looked at the arrogant Wei with an indifferent face and golden flames in his eyes. All along, Mikhail has only one opponent that he truly regards as a strong enemy, the Lord of Pride, the head of the 7 deadly sins. He feels pressure from pride and has always been proud of defeating pride and sealing hell. After defeating pride, humility became even more arrogant. Mikhail regards pride as his nemesis. When he learned that pride could control the 7 deadly sins, he caught up with his back and admired him even more. He looked forward to a duel one day in the future to defeat him again. So, you can say anything, but you can't say that he is not as good as pride. Lord of hypocrisy, right? You are a good opponent. I will do my best to kill you. Micah raised his hand and held the golden wheel of time spear in his hand. Be thankful. Even a humble person like you will have a day to witness the power of God. This is the most glorious moment of your life. Well, I usually say this kind of thing after I win, Wayne kindly reminded him. His chance of winning was originally 100%, But after Micah said this, it immediately increased to 1000%. It's really frustrating. After thinking for a while, Wayne said, Micah, there is one thing you are better than pride. What? Pride loses to you in pride. Micah snorted coldly, and the 6 wings rolled up the wind. The Wheel of Time spear burst into scorching holy flames, distorting the surrounding space and piercing the void directly. Hiss. The tip of the gun emerged from Wayne's chest, and the violent holy flames burned, melting his chest and burning a big hole that was chilling. Oh, it's so hot. You don't know when you're going to die, you pathetic guy. Micah showed disgust on his face. The opponent who deserved his full effort was arrogance, not hypocrisy. The more he looked at the devil's face, the more disgusted he became. He couldn't bear it anymore and swung the Wheel of Time spear and attacked directly. The afterimage flickered, golden light was everywhere, and the two figures completed hundreds of offensive and defensive alternations in the blink of an eye. The overflowing energy impact destroyed the main hall of the temple, the walls collapsed, and the ground collapsed. The ceiling was covered with spider webs, and large pieces of crystal fragments fell to the ground. The temple with the indestructible property was shattered by the storm. Except for the throne in the center of the temple, the ground was in ruins and no place was intact. For demigods, the temple is indestructible, but if the power of the two warring parties is superior to that of demigods, everything will be completely different. With a bang, a beam of light shot up into the sky, and a huge cross phantom rose from the ground. Two 6-winged figures left the temple and faced each other in the sky. Their auras rose and collided, squeezing the space and stirring the wind. There was a tendency to tear the space apart. Wayne looked at Mikhail in amazement. I only knew that you were not arrogant and powerful, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. You are so powerful. Yellowin should choose you as the successor. Yeah, what? Mikhail's heartbeat accelerated suddenly, his eyes were red and full of jealousy. Did Hexunyo tell you, right? Yes, she told me. You see, you don't even know the name of the father. What can you use to fight Hexunyo? Shut up, I don't believe it, Micah roared angrily. The violent arrogance suddenly expanded, and the demigod domain spread out, assimilating the surrounding space, rendering most of the crystal sky pure white. Boiling pure white? Restless pure white? Pure white. Wayne, who was about to collapse with his faith, had his eyes lit up and said regretfully, not only that, she knew she was not your opponent, so she did her best to train me, and told everyone that I was the Son of God. Not only do you not love her as much as she does, but you are also not as smart as her. Compared with the scheming Hexunyo, you are like a pure white paper. In the damaged temple, Hexunyo and Hea stood in front of 4 cross seals, trying to unlock the seals of the 7 virtues. Hearing the voice from above, Hea lowered her head and said nothing, and and the other 7 virtues pretended not to hear anything. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Hexunyo. You have missed me for many years. 4 archangels, even so, I will always follow you. Hexunyo didn't want to talk, and her expression was the same as usual. The Son of God had already said it. As a subordinate, she had no right to ask the leader to retract his words. That's it. Seeing that Hexunyo did not refute, several 7 virtues were even more frightened. They were dazed for a while, and vaguely saw the figure of the deputy king in Hexunyo. Not a deputy king like Mikhail. The future deputy king will not crawl at the feet of the Son of God, but sit on the Son of God's legs. Leaving aside the insect family below, the ones in the sky, Mikhail's defense was broken, and he completely entered the rampage mode. The dark chains spread out from his body, and his humble face, which was as warm as the sun, was covered with a layer of black mist. The pure 6 wings were mixed with light and darkness. The 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues twisted together, devouring each other, and strengthening each other, pushing Mikhail's power to a new level. It's not over yet. He raised the spear of the wheel of time and cut a golden ocean in the void. The flowing ripples were layered, like golden silk swaying. The strong wind passed through, disturbing the tranquility. On the surging waves, the holy text of the Golden Rule fell down. Billions of divine light ribbons descended, wrapped around Mikul's limbs and torso, brushed off the pollution of the 7 deadly sins, and restored his original sacred body. The 6 white wings were stained with golden light. Mikul bathed in the golden ocean. A strong sense of oppression filled the crystal sky, so strong that it was frightening and so strong that people dared not look directly at it. The 7 virtues below are full of children. It is impossible to imagine that Mikul can be stronger. He was originally a godlike person, but now his power is comparable to that of a god. Weak as Hea, she was already lying on the ground. Hexyuno raised his hand to help, paused in mid-air, and finally chose to lend a helping hand. Archangel, please forgive me. No, I'm afraid that the Holy Son will misunderstand you. You should be grateful to him. Hexyuno changed the subject, just be grateful to me. After the Holy Son has finished judging Mikul, you can soak in the holy spring of reincarnation and return to your true appearance as an ambassador. Compared with your obscene figure, Lord Holy Son prefers your original appearance. Hea nodded repeatedly. She didn't care what the Holy Son liked. Whatever the great ambassador said was whatever he said. Inside the cross, Thor lowered his head with a look of disdain. What he said was so nice, he just asked, does Hexyuno know how to do it himself? Will he return to his true form as an angel? This is the power of God. I was once a godlike person, but now that I have gained divine power, I am my father's true successor. Mikul's whole body was filled with a holy aura, except for one pair of clear eyes, where the golden flames were beating violently, without any hint of tranquility. Extinguishing flames represents desire. Among the 4 archangels, Mikul represents fire among the 4 elements and has always been a lustful person. He is proud of his own strength and desires more power. No one is convinced except the father. Wayne ignored Mikul. Ding Ching looked at the golden ocean summoned by him. The Book of Greed was about to move, and his mouth almost watered with greed. No wonder I always feel like something is missing. It turns out it was stolen by your kid in advance. Wayne raised his eyebrows and looked at the Wheel of Time gun. Key. When this makes sense, he hasn't stolen it yet. The throne of the crystal sky is the portal to the 10th level of heaven. If you want to open the door, you must first get the key. Wayne speculates that the successor of the Heavenly Father is Heshino, but Mikhail and Lar conceal it. The true prophecy would not allow Heshino to meet the conditions for entry. Looking at the fact that Mikhail possesses the 7 virtues, the 7 deadly sins, and a human body at the same time, and that he and Hexyuno sit on the throne at the same time to inspire the holy light, we can vaguely guess what Hexyuno lacks. 7 deadly sins. Hexyuno disdained the 7 deadly sins and never came into contact with them. By chance, he brought back a plug-in from the human world and met the conditions for entry by accident. As for why it works even if 2 people sit on it, it's just a plug-in, what else could it be? Chi Wenwen burst out laughing. I don't know if Hexyuno's luck is too good or too bad. Let's just call it luck. This can meet the conditions. No one is just confused about poisonous luck. Mikul looked at Wayne indifferently, facing God directly. Have you finally gone crazy? No, 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 no matter what, I won't go crazy if I can face the ancient gods. Wayne stopped laughing heartily and looked at the Wheel of Time. Let me guess, not long after you got this power, you tricked Heshino into the mortal world. Well, it should be this time period, that is, in the near future, right? Mikul's heart tightened. You're still a little worse than arrogant. He seems to have been able to do it a long time ago, and he didn't steal it. Chaoran is hypocritical and still talking nonsense. Mikhail didn't believe a word of Wayne's lies and always insisted on his own opinion. If arrogance had reached this point early, hell could not control arrogance. The truth is that he and arrogance are making progress at the same time, and he reached the top first, while arrogance has been chasing his back. He was not as good as before and will not be his opponent in the future. Another point is that your 7 virtues are too strong. In comparison, your 7 deadly sins are too weak. Wayne shook his head. You have lost your balance. This is why you cannot enter the 10th place. Of course, it is impossible for you to enter the 10th level in this life, it is not yours. You can never steal it. Hearing Zinkson's remarks made Mikkel angry and frightened, and he became even more convinced that Lal had said everything. In order to become the deputy king, the grasshopper told him and Heshino the real prophecy respectively. Looking at the insiders below, Mikkel calmed down in his heart. He left no one behind and re-established the 7 virtues. Hold the gun in your hand, I'm going to start to use force. Wayne's figure squirmed, and under the humanoid skin, the pale night logged into his account. Mikkel noticed the change in Wayne's aura, and his eyes glowed with golden light. They were obscure and pale, and he couldn't see anything. As the sight deepens, boundless power attacks from all directions, swallowing the sight and falling from pale into darkness. Don't look around, you'll go crazy. Wayne laughed unknowingly. You know, the gods are very cautious. They have a lot of knowledge and laws, but they rarely take the initiative to learn. Even if these laws are not contaminated, or the degree of filtration pollution is very slight, they do not rush thoughts on learning. Because of balance. You are not a god. Your thinking cannot keep up with knowledge. Your vain attempt to master the power of gods causes the borrowed knowledge to change your thinking and make you fall into madness without being contaminated. Mikkel looked at Wayne with sympathy, as if looking at a mentally retarded person. I'm very sane, I've never been crazy. Because you haven't met anyone who can make you crazy. Wayne couldn't bear it anymore and laughed loudly. You have learned the 7 deadly sins, but you have not mastered the essence. It is all superficial knowledge. You cannot enter the 10th level, but you have forcibly borrowed the complete golden rule. Your body is in chaos. Your strength is too false. Mikkel didn't know why, and didn't want to listen to the hypocritical lies anymore. His eyes were golden, and Bad Wayne turned his head to his chest, and then waved his hand to stir up the holy flames, burning the broken body. The power of God is so powerful, you can't stop it. I couldn't bear a look in my eyes, but they kept preaching to me. It was so ignorant. After dealing with Wayne, Mikkel looked at Heshino in the ruins of the temple. Seeing that he looked unfazed as usual, he couldn't help but sneer. Same ignorance. Your wildness. Your ambition ends here. X2 who is speaking and why the accent? Mikkel looked around and found everything through his mind's sensor. He was shocked to realize that the voice just now was the same as Wayne's. He couldn't help but frown. What's going on? X2 Mikkel's pupils shrank suddenly, and the golden flames in his eyes flashed. After a moment of fear, I felt that the holy golden light was no longer bright. I looked up at the sky. The golden ocean was covered by a piece of white foam. White flesh-like proliferative tissue stuck to the surface of the sea. As I watched the white foam squirm, it looked like a parasite. The white flesh of his body split into vertical lines, and a huge magic eye looked down from high in the sky. The ticking white raindrops fell, touching the crystal or plants, and the pollution was assimilated in the blink of an eye. Even the space in the crystal sky was not immune, and everything was dyed pale. Mikkel looked at the huge eyeball childishly, burning his arrogance crazily, burning the pale raindrops that tried to touch him into ashes. In the ruins of the temple, the white raindrops fell to the ground, gathered in all directions, and turned into a group of squirming twisted objects. It is a living creature, but it has no fixed shape. It extends its tentacles to sense the outside world, and at the same time it is aimed at Hea. The angel was chased by the tentacle monster and ran around, his face turned pale with fright. Hexionyo rolled his eyes, determined to throw the walking lust into the side of the holy spring of reincarnation. A tentacle came over and licked Hishiunyo's face like a sticky tongue. Because the latter did not respond and licked casually, he immediately lost interest and joined the army of tentacle monsters in pursuit of the only moving object in the field. Bang bang. A sound like a heartbeat sounded in the crystal sky. The sound source was everywhere, and the sound was a whole. The space here was submerged in paleness. Assimilation completed the pollution. Space cracks were torn apart, and giant tentacles stretched out. The front part turned into a big pale hand, grabbing Mikkel from all directions on the ground. Mikkel bathed in the sun and the torrential rain, waving two with one sword and three divine weapons. He cut off all the incoming tentacles. The golden light and flames were violent, and countless tentacles collapsed and fell to the ground, as strong as a god of war. The big eyeball in the sky didn't reason right away and tried to invade the 10th floor through the golden ocean, but ultimately failed. The golden ocean that Mikhail pulls with the key is just a projection, not the real manuscript of Heavenly Father. Only by entering the 10th level of heaven can Wayne get the dowry of Heshino. Looking at it this way, you are even worse than arrogant. You are not even a custodian, and he, a ball of white foam passed through the scorching holy flames, dyeing the fire light pale. The white virus that broke out, they swarmed down, wrapped around Mikkel's limbs and torso, and penetrated into the skin along his mouth, nose, ears, and skin. At the same time, the spear of the will of time, the sword of oath, and the sword of contract were also entangled with white tentacles, and the sound of chirping could not be heard. Mikkel's borrowed power was all taken away. The door where the power came from was blocked by a big eyeball, and the power on his body he was quickly deprived of himself, and he also mutated, gradually becoming no longer himself. Mikkel's internal balance collapsed, and he fell into endless fear and anger. He didn't understand what went wrong and why he, who possessed the power of a god, was easily defeated. Balance. Mikkel's eyes lit up. Yes, the enemy just said that he lacked balance in his body. The 7 virtues are far stronger than the 7 deadly sins. His strength is like stacked building blocks that will collapse at the slightest touch. The 7 deadly sins. He needs the corresponding 7 deadly sins. Brush. The golden light flashed, and Mikkel's figure disappeared from the spot. Part of the contaminated body and thinking were abandoned, taking only an ambassador's heart, part of the spinal cord, and the brain. The foam stirred wildly, decomposed the remaining Mikkel and dispersed. A tentacle pulled out a cross-shaped key from the void and handed it to the big eyeball in the sky. A sun-colored figure emerged from the black pupil, and squirmed to see the boneless arm holding the key in his hand. Although the 3 artifacts and Mikkel were not left behind, the key to the door was stripped out of the Wheel of Time gun. Run. This is heaven, where can you run to? With G's hearty laughter, the white foam that polluted the space swallowed up, all the way down from the 9th layer of the crystal sky, soaking into the 8th, 7th, and 6th layers. The angel most favored by the Father, in the prophecy the successor of God brought the resurrected, human-like, non-human, God-like Son of God into heaven, and on this day, earth-shaking changes took place in heaven. Get paler. In the vast white mountains, the 6-winged holy dragon opened its golden eyes and looked around in horror. The world is becoming cancerous, space is becoming diseased, and a powerful pollution force has eroded the heaven. Ordinary angels may not be able to sense it, but Lal, as the great ambassador, has noticed the abnormality. What's going on? Mikkel has entered the 10th floor. Brush. Golden light spots gathered together. The golden spinal cord builds a skeleton in mid-air, the beating heart extends blood vessels outwards, and part of the brain squirms and expands, giving birth to blood, flesh, and internal organs in a short period of time. Mikkel. On the bloody face, the muscle tissue stretched, the 2 eyeballs rolled, the gums without lips were exposed, and he looked at the 6-winged holy dragon with hatred. Lar, you betrayed me, You told everything to her, huh not? 3 artifacts hung behind Mikkel, and as the 6 wings revived, the godlike ones returned. Mikkel looked at the robe woven by the holy flames. The gold pattern on the white background showed the holiness and majesty. He pointed the gun at the huge dragon eye with one hand. Heshino knows everything. She also cultivated an extremely powerful devil lover. It's all you, it's all your fault. Mikkel, what are you talking about? Seeing the unbearable deputy king of the country, Lal was shocked and said hurriedly, what happened? What happened to the lobby? Wasn't it you who entered the 10th floor? Asshole, you're still humiliating me. Mikkel danced his violent 6 wings, and the black lines of the 7 deadly sins appeared all over his body again. He stabbed Yun in pain. The golden beam of light spurted out, obliterating the huge holy dragon's head. The remaining power continued, and the mad tide rushed down, vaporizing the holy dragon's entire body. 3 pairs of wings that lost their support fell, and crashed between the mountains and ridges with a rumble. The dust scattered the white clouds and stirred the earth to the point of collapse. Mikkel, do you want to kill me? The holy dragon returned with a cry of pain, and was severely injured by a blow. His embarrassed figure did not recover immediately, and bones were visible in most of his body. Mikkel was about to make a last-ditch effort, killing this hedging bet, when he faintly sensed the approaching crisis, glanced at Lal bitterly, and disappeared again. Lieutenant Lal, you won the bet. Hexuno won everything, but I will not give up. I will come back, and before she steps into the 10th floor, I will regain the perfect balance, come to heaven as a god. Lal looked at the direction where Mikkel disappeared with a confused look on his face. He still didn't understand anything. He had been Mikkel's ally from the beginning to the end and put everything on Mikkel. With such a huge sunk cost, how could he fall to Hexuno? Come back and speak clearly. Lal roared angrily, and as he was roaring, he found that the space above his head was about to split open. Without thinking much, he followed Mikkel's departure and chased after him. Although I don't know what Hexuno did to win over Mikkel, but Mikkel was unlucky and he would also be unlucky. I can't stay in heaven any longer. The sunk cost is too high, so I still have to go with Mikkel. After the figure of the holy dragon disappeared, the vertical lines in the sky split open, and the big eyes looked down, sweeping the space on this level with the force of a whale. This space fluctuates. It's the smell of sulfur. The deputy king of heaven goes to hell. Is Mikhail serious? Oh, go to hell to complete the 7 deadly sins, come back and fight again. It's a good idea, but can you pass the arrogance level? A ray of thought invaded, opening up the space passage to escape from hell, and white foam poured in, chasing Mikkel and Lal who entered hell. Boom! Red thunder blazing high in the sky. At the end of the boundless dark hell, the world called the Abyss was locked, unable to escape, and enslaved by hell forever. At the top of the 7-layered abyss, the space called the lobby is in harmony. It is said to be heaven, but in fact it is a high-end fake. There is no 9th heaven here, only a pure white brightness. During the last battle between heaven and hell, I was captured. The angels are hiding in various places, evading the pursuit of arrogance every day, unwilling to be enslaved by him, let alone kneeling at the feet of the devil, calling him the deputy prince of heaven, Michael. An arrogant man in a black suit stood in front of the cross, his eyes dull, and whispered, "The Holy Son has entered heaven. He has really entered. Father, what is wrong with me? Why not me? How am I worse than him? Shouldn't I be the best?" The complaining voice carries serious dissatisfaction and resentment. If you listen carefully, it is full of grievances, and there is also a hint of crying. Oh! Arrogant turned around and looked at the entrance of the first abyss. His face like a trash can was full of confusion. Mikkel, why is he here? There is another one, is it Lal? Why was he beaten so badly? Lejpg arrogance. The golden flames penetrate directly into the hinterland of heaven, dancing 6 wings across the air, overlooking the arrogant Lord in front of the cross. Bastard, how dare you build heaven in hell? Bastard, what's your level? Come down here. 2 figures were hanging in the air, and a holy dragon was rushing towards them. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Michael carried 2 swords and a gun on his back. There was another archangel, Lal, by his side. Arrogance had no teammates around him. He was in an absolute position. Disadvantages. Pride, hand over your 7 deadly sins to me. Arrogance didn't say anything, and looked at Michael with a stern look. Where did arrogance come from? He was actually more arrogant than him. The Holy Son is a devil. He is not worthy of being the Holy Son. Hand over the 7 deadly sins and I will kill him. Michael's eyes were full of anger. I was so flustered that I forgot to ask why Chuang Guichai also came over. Bastard, what kind of class are you? Get off here. 2 figures were hanging in the air, and a holy dragon was rushing towards them. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Michael carried 2 swords and a gun on his back. There was another great ambassador, Lal, by his side. Arrogance had no teammates around him. He was in an absolute position. Disadvantages. Pride, hand over your 7 deadly sins to me. Arrogance didn't say anything, and looked at Michael with a look as if he was looking at a pen. Where did arrogance come from? He was actually more arrogant than him. The Son is a devil. He is not worthy of being the Son. Hand over the 7 deadly sins and I will kill him. Michael's eyes were full of anger, and he was so angry that he forgot to ask why Arwuzi also followed. Arrogant was annoyed when he heard this, and his rationality almost collapsed on the spot. He suppressed his anger and said indifferently, Micah, what Son of God, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't play dumb here. Your hypocritical master has entered heaven. He is a devil, not worthy of being the Son of God. Micah will not and cannot tell the truth, and continues the false prophecy, with a twisted expression. The prophecy is wrong. This kind of scum is not worthy of being the successor of my father. I will not recognize him as the Son of God. Arrogant looked at Micah indifferently. You deny the prophecy of the Father. The prophecy is wrong. Well, then you just die. Arrogant's expression was twisted for a moment, and he roared, Arrogant trash, how dare you deny his prophecy? Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 540. The humble words of arrogance and the act of denying Heavenly Father's prophecy made arrogance furious. Black light bloomed in his eyes, and a pair of dark bat wings spread out behind him, directly revealing his true form as the devil. The roaring and violent darkness covered the first abyss, rendering the pure white heaven as black as ink. Boundless sins were continuously released from his body. The pillar of darkness connected to the ground, with it as the center, countless sinful faces undulated. Indefinite. Click. The entire space of the first abyss is mottled and broken, and cracks are all over everything that can be seen by the naked eye, including the arrogant Michael and Lal. Michael still had the power to resist. He gathered his 6 wings to wrap around his body, driving away the influence of space on himself and blocking out the darkness with powerful holy light. Lal was miserable. He was severely injured by Michael's blow before, and then was crushed by the shockwave of arrogantly liberating his own energy. The flesh and blood of the holy dragon's body was peeled off, and his mind was torn into pieces by the violent airflow. He only heard a loud roar, and the world fell completely into darkness. Archangel Lal died. Despite his fast pace, his record is brilliant and true to form. First fight the godlike deputy king of the kingdom of heaven, and there will be no difference in victory or defeat. Then fight the arrogant lord, the leader of the 7 deadly sins, and you will lose even with a single move. The holy dragon's flesh and blood dissipated and his mind was shattered. leaving only the huge keel with 6 wings on his back to prove his original existence. Oh, and a piece of equipment was dropped, the gospel staff. The scepter is made of gold and is in the shape of a curved holy dragon. The tip of the scepter has a dragon tooth and a blade. It is capable of hand-to-hand combat at close range, can control the field in the medium range, and can output far away. It is good at offense and defense. It is a standard hexagonal warrior. Combined with the 6 wings to form the stigmata of the cross, it is the symbol of the Lal Angel Legion, which can command a quarter of the angels in heaven. Since then, the exclusive artifacts of the 4 archangels have been created. Mikal, Sword of Oath, Sword of Contract, Spear of Will of Time. Heshano, Sword of Judgment. Ur, Spear of Thorns. Lal, the Staff of the Gospel. The darkness converges, revealing the true face of arrogance. The big demon has thick black hair and a beard. When he is angry, it looks like dark flames dancing, giving his scarred, deathly gray face an evil and cold sense of oppression. The firstborn has 2 special horns twisting upwards, with bat wings and a long tail on its back. It is 3 meters tall and has a powerful body. Lightning-shaped scars are crisscrossed in every corner of its body. But in terms of appearance, the bat demon does have some similarities to him. Mikal's 6 wings were stretched out, 2 swords and 1 spear were shining brightly in front of him, forming the holy mark of the cross. He squinted his golden eyes and looked at arrogance, as hypocritically said, "You have indeed mastered the 7 deadly sins, and can execute people just like me. Replace any one of the 7 virtues." Hypocrisy and arrogance made him even more angry. He was jealous of Wayne and couldn't bear to hear the name. But Mikhail's expression disgusted him more than Wayne. "Kill. Before I kill you, I want to ask you clearly." Arrogant eyes were dark, with no pupils and no whites. "As the deputy king of the kingdom of heaven, you deny the prophecy of the heavenly Father. Arrogantly put yourself above the Son. You are unwilling to obey the leadership of the Son and betrayed heaven. Yet. There is no Son, only a hypocritical devil supported by Heshano from beginning to end." Mikal snorted coldly and pointed at arrogance with the Will of Time gun in his hand. "I just wanted to say, you are a devil. Why do you care so much about your father's prophecy? Are you also involved in Hexano's plan?" It was a question, but Mikhail already had the answer in his heart. Without an arrogant nod, Heshano would not be able to get the new chapter of the 7 deadly sins. The one who really betrayed heaven was Heshano, who colluded with the Lord of Pride and was a heinous person. Pride did not answer Mikal, and his dark eyes flashed with an unknown light. "Can I understand that you have betrayed heaven? What, you want to win over me?" Mikal pondered for a moment. "If you hand over the 7 deadly sins to me and fight back to heaven with me, I can consider it." Boom. Darkness falls. The violent force crushed the passage, grinding the mottled spaces into powder. From the dark sphere scattered by the turbulent flow, a white 6-winged figure fell out. Mikal steadied his body, holding the Will of Time gun and looking towards the dark area, his eyes full of disbelief. With just one look, the Sword of Oath and the Sword of Contract were taken away. No matter how he called, the 2 artifacts did not respond. "This is impossible." The 3 artifacts were given by the Heavenly Father and are symbols of the Vice-Monarch, the Godlike One, and the Angel Legion. No one can take them away except the Heavenly Father. The shock on Mikhail's face became more and more obvious. Thinking of Wayne's evaluation of him and arrogance, there was a bit more fear and anger in the shock. "Impossible, you didn't become the devil of hell. I am the strongest." Mikal fluttered his 6 wings, transformed into a stream of light, and rushed into the dark ball. He left and right in the chaotic space, found arrogance, and stabbed him down with a gun, flying backwards at a faster speed. This time, the Will of Time gun was also taken away. The dark ball of light dispersed, and arrogance stretched its bat wings and hung in the air. 2 swords and 1 shot were behind him, overflowing with holy light, forming a cross of light and shadow. The condescending eyes were full of indifference, which deeply hurt Mikel's arrogant heart. He was kicked out of heaven by Heshino, and all his glory was taken away by arrogance in hell. His reason was on the verge of collapse, and he was going crazy. It is not shameful to be kicked out of heaven by Hexuno. The successor pointed to by the prophecy is so easy to defeat. If he loses this time, there will be another time. Mikel will not give in. But being easily defeated by his old enemy made Mikel unbearable. His eyes were bloodshot and he kept roaring in a low voice. You have 7 deadly sins in your body, you are a depraved guy, you are too despicable, your existence brings shame to the hall, you are not worthy of being called his child. Arrogant said with murderous intent. You devil, what qualifications do you have to teach me? Micah growled. Look at your ugly appearance, look at your rude and ignorant behavior, the name of Micah is shamed because of you, I have never hated you as much as today. Arrogant smiled, you seem to be going crazy, well, instead of killing you directly, it is better to let you collapse completely, let you feel extreme pain and despair, so as to erase the hatred in my heart, and by the way, let you atone for your remarks that offended your father. What? Michael looked at Pride in shock, not knowing whether there was something wrong with his ears or Pride's mouth. The devil, the first of the 7 deadly sins, called the Heavenly Father Father? How is this possible? Shh. A golden vertical line split open behind Pride, and 3 pairs of white wings stretched out from it, extending infinitely and magnificently until they stopped 100 meters. The mottled skin of sin was wrinkled layer by layer, like a piece of clothing, slowly falling off Pride, and a huge, bloated, and extremely oppressive figure descended. A humanoid creature stretched out 6 wings, with the human torso and limbs, the bloated body piled up with drooping white fat, and eyeballs were dotted on top. There were no clear facial features on the head, only a mouth that kept changing its position. Around the huge wings, there were even larger planetary rings, the largest of which was 500 meters in diameter. The seraph form displayed by Pride was exactly the same as Mikel. How, Mikel murmured as he watched this scene, his mind was rigid, his pupils repeatedly expanded and contracted, and his mind was blank. Do you think you are the first angel created by your father? Ridiculous. You are just a copy of me. I am the first angel, the first child of my father. The vice lord of heaven, the godlike, and the strongest angel that you are proud of are all my father's praise for me. My name is Mikel. Pride roared, and the rolling sound waves spread throughout the first abyss, mocking Mikel's ignorance while venting his dissatisfaction. Obviously he came first, and obviously he was so obedient, why wasn't he the son of God? What's so good about that bastard Wayne? After venting, Pride felt much better. He had been patient, enduring 6 trash who could only talk, and had been looking for someone to confide his depression to. He had been looking forward to this day for too long. Although Mikel was just a replica, betrayed heaven, and was a rebellious son who disobeyed his father, there was only one person who could tell the truth, and he just happened to be used as a trash can to dump negative emotions. After venting the emotions, they were all secrets that could not be told. It was time to use the trash can to fill the river. Pride looked down at Mikel, his face was bloodless, his eyes were dim, his mind was dry and no longer energetic, and he was completely autistic due to collapse. Waste. 2 swords and a gun were suspended in the air, the cross stigma shone, and the golden light torrent washed Mikel's physical mind, crushing it into powder bit by bit. Mikel did not resist, and accepted the coming of death blankly. Arrogance, it turns out that you are the most favored angel, he murmured, looking at the cross behind Arrogance, raised his broken arm, and tried to touch the cross for the last time. Father, what am I to you? Why? I always thought I was the best one, why do you treat me like this? Why? The torrent drowned the last bit of sound, Ambassador Chi, Deputy Lord of the Great Power, godlike Mikhail, died. Of course, it was the obvious Mikhail who died, and the real godlike has always existed. People in hell build heaven, and they are nagging in front of the cross every day. It must be me, I have always been the most favored angel. Arrogance folded his body and put on the leather cover of sin. When he said he was the most favored, his whole face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What if he was the most favored? After all, he was not the Son of God. Come out. Sensing the figure of Gui Chong sneaking into the first abyss, Aoang looked at him, and the black light in his eyes surged, shattering the space and dragging out a ball of white foam. The white foam squirmed and turned into Wayne's appearance, and his shocked expression was even more than that of Mikhail just now. You are indeed an undercover agent of heaven. Hypocrisy, you saw it all. Aoang narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about whether to kill him to silence him. If he doesn't kill him, his identity will be exposed, and he may not be able to complete the task. If he kills him, it will be worse, because Wayne is the successor pointed out in the prophecy of the Father, and he shoulders a more important task than him. What should I do? All along, Aoang's mind has been extremely complicated. He admires the Father very much, and regards him as a belief and a father. As the eldest son, Aoang is well behaved and has a strong personality. What is certain is that he obeys the Father's orders. Even if he doesn't like hell and doesn't want to see the waste teeth, he still endures his dissatisfaction and stays in hell after living there for a long time. He barely has some feelings, still doesn't like it. I spend my time having fun and doing foot massage. If possible, Pride wants to go to heaven, restore his real name, and live as Mikhail, the Vice Lord of Heaven. Unfortunately, it cannot be restored, which conflicts with the order of the Great Father. Because it cannot be restored, Pride cannot get it and cannot destroy it. He has a complex feeling of love and hate for the Great Hall and cannot express it to others. He becomes perverted in a long silence and transforms the first layer of the abyss into the appearance of heaven. He captures a group of ambassadors and asks them to call themselves the Vice Lord of Heaven, Mikhail. At first glance, it is very funny, but if you think about it carefully, the core is tragic. Knowing that the Great Father predicted a Son of God, and this Son of God is not him, Pride is seriously dissatisfied. He dare not blame the Great Father's vision, and pinches his nose to admit Wayne's identity. Acknowledge and recognize. Pride is extremely disgusted and jealous of Wayne, and he wants to dismantle him into parts immediately, and then disguise himself as Wayne to replace him. He wanted to do this several times, but gave up when he was about to do it. Wayne is the Son of God, the heir named by the Heavenly Father. Not only can he not be killed, but he can't even be imprisoned. But he is very unhappy to do nothing, his thoughts are not clear, and it is extremely boring to have fun. After thinking about it, the Father did not tell him about the prophecy, nor did he tell him about the existence of the Son of God. As the great devil of hell on the opposite side of heaven, it is reasonable for him to find that the wild Son of God is a stumbling block, right? It makes sense. Lust, go ahead, take people to catch that pervert. This is the reason for the various abnormal contradictions of Pride in Wayne's eyes. Pride himself does not know how to deal with the Son of God. He is out of favor and irreconcilable in the previous second, and obedient and helpless in the next second. He secretly holds back a bad trick, which is limited to attacking the Son of God's private life and reputation. At this moment, Pride is caught in a strong contradiction again. To kill or not to kill, this is a question. Killing Ken is not okay, and not killing, what if he is exposed? Xiu Uman regrets it very much. He was so angry with Mikhail just now that he exploded. He didn't pay attention and let Wayne sneak into the first abyss and sit in the special seat. Now that his identity is exposed, everything is too late. Wayne looked at Pride with a shocked face, and wanted to know who was the successor named by the Father. Through Mikkel's various performances, he speculated that Hexunio was the successor chosen by the father, and Mikkel and Latter concealed the truth of the prophecy, which led to the chaos in the lobby this time. But now, Mikkel's last words before leaving are very particular. Who is it, who is the son of God, Hexunio, or arrogance, dash? No, or the real Mikkel? It seems that Hexunio is more likely. The throne has responded to her, and the ironclad evidence is beyond doubt. Perhaps arrogance is more suitable to inherit the family business than Hexunio, but, dash. Arrogance is not a human being, and the reincarnated human body has been destroyed. New question, does it count as losing the qualification if it is destroyed? Wayne was full of question marks, lowered his head and looked around, only to see the skeleton of the holy dragon. Ral was dead, Mikkel was everywhere, and the only two seraphim who knew the truth of the prophecy died suddenly, and Latter was the only seraphim who could translate the prophecy. Why did you two leave so quickly? It would be good to say one more word. Wayne sighed, now it's good, everyone thinks he is the son of God, he said he is not, and he can't even find a witness. These children of God, are they all mentally ill? Wayne shook his head and sighed. Seeing Pride looking at him expressionlessly, he raised his hand and scratched his head. Great, it turns out that you are Mikhail, the strongest angel who has been in hell, leading the 7 evil sins to fight against heaven, and lost. You have been wronged. Puff. Pride was stabbed in the chest, and his whole face twisted for a moment. He suppressed his anger and said, it has nothing to do with you, hypocritical bastard, go back to your heaven. You mean, I can leave? Wayne asked. Yes, I can. Pride's face was complicated, and he nodded with difficulty. Don't tell anyone, I have a necessity to exist. I want to lead the 7 deadly sins to threaten heaven and let the 7 virtues have the value of existence. Only when the 7 deadly sins and hell exist, people will understand the goodness of the 7 virtues and be grateful for the gift of the Father. That's it? Yeah. Micah, think it through. Now that the Elohim, that is, our Father, are not at home, I have the final say at home. You lead the 7 deadly sins to overwhelm heaven. People will no longer be grateful to the Father, but to me. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you want to run around for me, and you will be thankless, and all the benefits will belong to me? Arrogant, suddenly not so sure. Arrogant looked at Wayne with complexity. Hearing his father's real name for the first time, he was more jealous of Wayne. A voice in his mind told him that as long as he killed Wayne now, he would still be the most favored child. It is not impossible to even pretend to be Wayne and go directly to the lobby as the Son of God. After a while, Arrogant loosened his fist and said weakly, I'm sure, get out, I don't want to see you. You kid has a big problem. Wayne raised his eyebrows and tried a little. He immediately realized that Arrogant's persistence in hell had another hidden reason. Hell made heaven great again, which was only one aspect. Arrogant had a more important task. Why did the Father let Arrogant stay in hell? Wayne did not leave immediately, and asked tentatively, did your husband tell you a prophecy about the Last Judgment? The Last Judgment. Arrogant fell into deep thought. I don't know, I only know that there is a very special day, and I can't wait until that day comes. Halfway through his words, Arrogant stopped talking, glared at Wayne and told him to get out of here quickly, and if he didn't, he would stay in hell forever, and be humiliated by the succubus for eternity. Wayne was not panicked at all, he just liked Arrogant's look of being unhappy and helpless with him, and asked, I am the Son of God, the leader of heaven after the Father, and you are the general manager of the hell branch. I am qualified to order you, right? Ha! Arrogant sneered back, took 2 steps forward and grabbed Wayne's collar. Hypocritical guy, who do you think you are? I'm tolerant to you because of my father, how come you still want to order me? Dare to do it again? Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Mikkel, don't talk too much, I am the Holy Son who can make you go to heaven. Wayne said quietly, ha ha ha, what's wrong with me just saying everything today? Listen to me, hell is hell, heaven is heaven, we two are on equal footing. Arrogant raised his head and laughed loudly, and said with a sonorous voice, I am arrogant. I will stay in hell for the rest of my life, die in hell, and associate with the seven sects for the rest of my life. I will never miss having you in the hall, let alone call you the Holy Son. That's it? Wayne sighed, looked at the first abyss called heaven, and said regretfully, I also want to say that the kingdom of heaven cannot be without its deputy. After the false Meikle dies, let the real Meikle take over, even if it is just a clone is fine. Arrogance, 11, now it seems that you are an indomitable demon king. You have integrity and ambition. You will swear to be loyal to your heavenly Father to the death. You are unwilling to leave hell no matter what, not even a clone. It's my little pretty you. You should not be judged by base desires. Arrogance, 1, I have no choice but to choose the general from among the dwarves, and choose the next deputy from the three idiots Ur, Killer, and Vikal. Although they are shockingly stupid, but the ignorant eyes reveal ignorance and recklessness, which is not a kind of loyalty. Arrogance, if you think about it carefully, Ur is actually pretty good. Putting aside all the flaws, the rest are all advantages. Let me think about it, wow, I can't think of any of them. Arrogant, but there is no other choice but Ur. He is the archangel, the only suitable candidate. Just waste, just waste. It just corresponds to hell, so there will be no chance of winning in hell next time. Arrogance, what a pity. He is the vice president of the kingdom of heaven. One person is inferior to 10,000 people. He is glittering with gold wherever he goes. He is worshipped by countless angels wherever he goes. But because there is no one to choose from, he can only take advantage of Ur. Idiot. Arrogance, benefit, that's enough. Arrogance interrupted Wayne's chatter and breathed heavily, Ur is absolutely not good. Who is he? No one can choose him as the vice president of the heaven. This is a blasphemy against heaven. As long as you are still a little saint, I can't choose him because of my conscience. Meikle, heaven is heaven and hell is hell. We are equals. Just take care of hell. You have no right to dictate the personnel arrangements in heaven. Wayne snorted. I'm not dictating, I'm just suggesting, Arrogant said loudly. Then I reject your suggestion. Bastard, you are clearly disgusting me. Arrogance picked up Wayne's collar and pulled it in front of him. Don't force me to do it. You must accept my suggestion. The deputy king of the kingdom of heaven cannot be that good for nothing Ur. So who do you think is more suitable? Wayne tilted his head and smiled and said arrogantly. His whole face turned red for a moment. He had a perfect candidate in his mind, but he just said too much. It would be very embarrassing to change his words now. He couldn't bear to lose face in front of others, and he couldn't bear to lose face in front of Wayne. He couldn't open his mouth no matter what the perfect candidate's name was. After breathing heavily for a while, he sneered arrogantly, don't think I don't know. You have already thought about the candidate for your deputy. Well, Hexiuno, she has slept with you for so long, you can't treat her badly. Yes, but there is still a deputy king missing on the right side of the throne. What's the meaning? The throne of God has the left and the right. In my plan, the kingdom of heaven will have two deputy kings in the future. Hexiuno is not capable, and because of me, her time for serious work is very limited. Someone must help her share the responsibilities. As for me, Wayne calculated his shoulders, if you really know me, you should know that I have no interest in power. Even if I get what I want, I will leave it to others. Arrogance swallowed, it was true. According to the memories passed down by First, after the successful rebellion of the Landau family, Wayne never participated in national government affairs except to make money and pick up girls. He was an extremely responsible person. Father, is it really okay to leave the lobby to this kind of person? If you insist on choosing him, Father, shouldn't you give him 2 right-hand men? Arrogance's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and Yuri was extremely harsh. Chian Baba said, Wayne, besides the 7 virtues of Or, Killer, Vekel, and Milia, who else do you think is suitable to become a member of the kingdom of heaven? Where is the deputy? Isn't he a hypocritical bastard this time? Wayne smiled. It's warm and sunny. The corners of Arrogance's mouth twitched, and he loosened his grip on Wayne's collar. He politely brushed off the wrinkles, suppressed his nausea and said humbly, You are joking, Lord Holy Son. Any blasphemer who dares to offend you, I will the first one to stand up and kill someone. It's true or false, why do I not believe it so much? Just believe it, look at Mikhail and Lal, they are disloyal to you. I rushed forward without saying a word. Arrogance straightens its back. That's true. Yes, this is loyalty. The two stared at each other for a while. After a while, Wayne raised his hand and patted the arrogant shoulder. Xiaomi, you are a comrade who still has ideological consciousness and is not bad at ability. I admire it very much. I feel you have the qualifications to become the Deputy King of Heaven. Arrogance nodded repeatedly, scolding Wayne in his heart. What kind of person did he dare to call him like that? He really regarded himself as a big father. If he hadn't been worried that heaven would be ruined by a group of insect families and no one would take good care of his father's inheritance, would he have suffered this injustice? For the sake of my father, I can only endure it. Xiaomi, speak. Lord Holy Son, look at the arrangements. It's not impossible for me to start from the grassroots level. Arrogance lowered his arrogant head. That's pretty much it. Your voice, Lord Holy Son, is very comfortable to listen to. It sounds a bit like the Deputy King of Heaven. Remember to keep it in the future. Wayne adjusted his tone a little, and did not feel embarrassed or arrogant anymore. Take care of yourself. Whether your clone goes to heaven with me, or you leave a clone to sit in hell, that's fine. You can decide it yourself. No need to think about it, of course it will leave a clone in hell. Arrogant was about to blurt out, when he thought of Heavenly Father's order, he changed his words, Lord Holy Son, I personally think it's enough to leave a clone to sit in hell, but you are the Holy Son, and your orders take precedence. I will do whatever you say do. Say it, just stare at Wayne with your own eyes and write on your face that you want to go to heaven and sit in hell, but you are the Son of God, your orders take priority, I will do whatever you say. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Wayne, and his eagerness to go to heaven was written on his face. Wayne saw the arrogance and did not point it out. He said bluntly, leave a clone in hell. You are Mikhail. It is not difficult to pretend to be him. From today on, you regain your real name. He is the Vice King of Heaven, the godlike one, the strongest angel, and the right hand of the God's throne, Mikhail. Sci-fi took a breath of arrogant breath, feeling warm all over his body and feeling indescribably comfortable. What he was talking about was that Wayne, the Holy Son, was reliable and well-spoken. His father chose Wayne to be his son. He was the first to stand up and vote in favor. What's wrong? Why don't you leave? You don't want to go to heaven? No, can you say it again? He was so arrogant and impulsive that if he didn't enjoy it once, he asked Wayne to do it twice more. Damn it, you are a psychopath. Wayne curled his lips, a circle of light bloomed behind his back, and he put on a sacred face. Mikhail, Vice King of Heaven, godlike person, and the right hand of the most powerful angel throne, what are you waiting for? Heaven cannot live without you. Arrogance raised his hands to cover his chest. Although he was still in hell, he had already arrived in heaven.